Hi guys, in the last year we've dived deep into Fallout, from the space to the sea and everything else in between, so I wanted to compile everything to get a complete timeline of what we covered in 2025. So grab your Mothman safety blanket, throw your portable protection pal at the subscribe button, and let's get into today's video. It's 2008, you've been playing Bethesda's new release Fallout 3, making some questionable choices. You glance at the clock, it's late and you have school in the morning, but you tell yourself just one more building. Little did you know that this building held the darkest secret in all of Fallout. Immediately upon entering, this building feels different. Sure, most of the Wasteland buildings are empty or filled with danger, but this one just feels different. As you descend through the decrepit halls, you hear footsteps behind you, but every time you turn around, you're on your own. Doors begin opening on their own in front of you and you start to see things. Visions of the past, maybe? You slowly descend into the depths. Something keeps compelling you onwards. This place is like nothing else you've seen so far. And down there, in the dark, you find an obelisk to a dark god. That was the Dunwich building, a place that stuck out by how odd it was in Fallout 3. And our first introduction to Ugg Qualtoff. But not our last. When you first enter the Dunwich building, you can find a stack of holotapes on a nearby table, logging how Jamie tracked his father to this building. His father had bought a book from an expedition and travelled to the capital Wasteland to sell it to the Brotherhood of Steel. When they didn't want it though, he became obsessed with the book and with taking it back to the source, and he just left his son behind.
Out here. Dad's been a little nuts for some time now, but not like this. Leaving me in that crappy old hospital without waking me.
Jamie tracked him across the wasteland and believed that this building, Dunwich, was where his dad had ended up. This may even strike a chord with the Lone Wanderer, because it's the same reason you left the vault. You were trying to find your dad. Locals told Jamie to avoid this place as strange things go on inside. A warning that the Lone Wanderer can also receive if they ask locals about this place. But Jamie had to find his dad.
God help me. I found Dad today. I didn't think it was him, but face. The zombies didn't touch him. I think he was becoming like them. Didn't know it was him until I found that old book near him. No more killing. I just need to go. Can't forget the book. All I have left of him. It's warm against the stone. I'll just rest a while.
The building is full of ghouls. And when he finally found his dad, he'd already turned into a feral ghoul, only recognizable by the damn book laying near him. Jamie picks up the book, and as he descends, he slowly begins to change as well. Something calls to him from the depths, and as he descends, he slowly loses his mind. Just listen.
Sharp knife. Sharp knife to send him to Deep Temple. Flay and say my words. Abdul comes again on the feast of the weaker, feast for the Deep Temple. Born again, here, Al-Hazared, yet.
We can find the sole surviving computer in this place as we follow in his footsteps. It was set up to record meetings, keep minutes, and it's kept its vigil over these long years. It caught the bombs dropping and it managed to capture more of Jamie's transformation. What the hell was that? Doesn't matter. Where is it? Where? Safe and sound. Jesus, they bled so much, but I kept it clean. Shit, more. Got to move. Got to keep it safe. I came. Ugg Qualtoff. Back this time, Deep Temples. Screaming, twisting. No light, no flesh. Deep Temple born. Deep Temple died. Ugg Qualtoff again. Returned. Retribution. We eventually find Jamie in the depths of the building. He and several ferals are worshipping an ancient and strange obelisk. The obelisk has a body emerging from one side and several skulls embedded on the other. It does give off radiation, but barely a radisecond. Certainly not enough to explain all the ghouls or how fast Jamie turned. If you listen close, even once everyone else is dead, you can still hear whispers coming from the obelisk. Listen. Now, some of the names we've come past are direct relations to Lovecraft's writing. The building itself is named after the Dunwich Horror, a novella about what happens when a human and an eldritch entity, through dark magic and corrupted rituals, kind of get it on and conceive children to create a gateway into our reality. Wilbur Whately, the child conceived, became less and less human as he grew, and the other one was, well, incomprehensible to human sensibilities. This story was a favourite of Bethesda, and we'll revisit it later on. Now, Al-Hazred is the prophet Abdul Al-Hazred, the author of the Necronomicon, and the repeated Gief is most likely a homage to R'lyeh, the underwater tomb where Cthulhu lies sleeping, or the Deep Temple, as the holotape puts it. And back at Fallout 3's launch, that would have been the end of it. No climactic ending, no follow-up, just a very memorable location for how creepy and out of place it was. Then in June 2009, things changed with the Point Lookout DLC. Along with the main questline, which involved siding with one pre-war relic or another, was another much darker questline, and the Swamp Folk. Now, before the war, Constance Blackhall, who was sister to Richard Dunwich, the owner of Dunwich Borers and the headquarters we found the obelisk below, was as obsessed with the occult as her brother. And during her time collecting occult items, she discovered the Kryvekna, a book of dark, ancient secrets connected to Ugg-Qualtoff. Now, Constance used the secrets within to secure her power and control of the region, even after the bombs dropped, long past any normal mortal lifespan, without having to resort to becoming a brain in a jar or ghoulification like the other pre-war fossils on this island. At some point, the book was stolen from her, resulting in her death and the dissolution of the cult she had brought together, resulting in the fall of the Blackhall House. The book was passed between people until somehow it ended up in the hands of Jamie's father. How it was once again stolen from them and ended up in the hands of the Swamp Folk is completely unknown. And now, in the year 2277, as the Lone Wanderer finds the Blackhall estate in shambles, a lone descendant is waiting. Obadiah is wheelchair-bound when you find him, and he invites you to talk for a while, asking you to find him a family relic that the Swamp Folk have stolen, the Kryvekna. Seems the Swamp Folk worship it somewhere in the swamps, and he wants it back. Upon accepting the quest and leaving the estate, you're approached by Marcella, who claims that the book is evil, and in no way should we return it to Obadiah. Marcella doesn't have any caps for us, but she'll share some of her meds with us if we bring the book to her instead. When we find the Swamp Folk hideout, it's in the ruins of what was once a building. Down in the basement, we find ancient marble ruins from some long-lost civilization, now defiled, covered in blood and gore from dark rituals that no sane man should ever witness. And yet, in the center of one of these rituals, we find the book. It looks like it was being used to worship and commit all of these heinous acts. After fighting our way out of a Swamp Folk ambush, we need to make a decision. Give the book to Obadiah or Marcella. Obadiah asked first, so let's go see him. Obadiah is thankful for his return in the book, and it seems to be a miracle worker, as if we stick around after giving him the book, he'll just get out of his wheelchair and walk away. We can then follow him down. He'll descend down into the basement where he has his own sacrificial altar, and we can actually catch him praying to Ugg-Qualtoff, stating that he's returned and we should all be afraid. That obviously isn't ideal. So, if we instead head to Marcella's camp, we'll find it filled with mercenaries, most likely sent by Obadiah. And in the tent, we find Marcella's dead body. On the nearby computer are details on how to destroy the Kryvekna for once and for all.
They attacked while I slept. I don't expect to survive. I only pray that that you haven't taken that book to Obadiah. You must take up my mission. There is one way to utterly destroy the Kryvekna, but you must take a pilgrimage far north of Point Lookout in the capital wasteland. Seek a place called Dunwich. Within is an obelisk, itself a wicked thing. It'll consume the book. You need only press the book to its surface. May God shed his blessings upon you, child. Make haste for Dunwich, my God. I am sorry for all my sins with all my heart. In choosing to do wrong and failing to do good, I have sinned against you, whom I should.
It seems that the book and the obelisk are both of Ugg quote off, and they call to each other, just like with Jamie and his father. But touching the book to the obelisk consumes it in fire, and the Krydonis story is over. Next, we head to the Commonwealth, but before Fallout 4 takes place. Now, Fallout has a tabletop RPG that not many people are aware of, and there is an expansion called The Winter of Atom. Released on March 11th, 2023, this saw the players fighting against the last son of Atom and his army of Atomites. Now, the last son of Atom has been using his army to attack towns across the Commonwealth and create monstrosities such as the Gigapede, a tower-sized centipede, or the giant glowing one, which, honestly, the storyline could be worth a video all in itself. But today, we're looking at the last son of Atom and the location we find him in. We find Adam Whately, the self-professed last son of Atom, underneath the Whately Research Facility, which was run by his ancestor, General John Whately. Now, remember how I said the Dunwich Horror was a favourite of Bethesda's? These two are obviously named after the Whately family. And just like Old Man Whately in the book, John Whately collected esoteric artifacts and worshipped other things than the Christian god he pretended to worship. John Whately is even directly named in one of the Lovecraft books, caught talking to a dark creature, and it's not entirely clear if he is the same person as Old Man Whately, but either way, it's in the bloodline. The Whately Research Facility was built under a church, and upon entering it, the players will begin to have wild hallucinations, including seeing ghosts, similar to when we entered the Dunwich building earlier. On the way, the players will inevitably end up in the offices of General Whately himself, and while this does have an elevator down to progress, it's the desk and terminal we want to look at right now. Upon accessing the terminal, we're asked if we want to wake the dreamer. If we choose no, a distorted crying Vault Boy will appear on the screen. Upon choosing yes though, we're subjected to a series of visions. A serpent devouring its own tail, the bombs falling and obliterating 13 significant landmarks, black-robed figures ritually sacrifice an elderly man, tree-sized tentacles writhe up around a star-shaped obsidian statue, and finally, at a nice, sunny family cookout, everyone is smiling and laughing far too much. There are still more secrets hidden in the room, though. Locked inside the dark walnut desk is the Magnum Nomicon, a gun incorporating many of the Whately family ideals, such as to not raise that which you cannot put down. A quote from Lovecraft's Case of Charles Dexter Ward. The gun is embellished with strange runes and tentacles, and the grip is bound in some strange leather, which, let's face it, is most likely human. The gun itself uses some kind of energy and is able to reanimate dead enemies that it shoots. Even using regular ammo, it's all in the gun. We can then finally use the secret elevator in this room. The players descend even further below the hidden facility, and they find a mining tunnel filled with glowing crystals and obsidian roughly chipped away at by human hands. And at the end of the tunnel, it opens up into a cavern of incomprehensible sights. The floors and walls are littered with alien plant life that glows in the dim light. At the center, the player can see 3 huge obelisks that are similar in design to the ones we found in the Dunwich building. And beyond those, a gaping abyss that descends to unknown depths from which large tentacles emerge. The largest of which seem to protect the obsidian towers, but other, smaller tentacles spread through the area, feeling for intruders. And in the center of all of this is Adam Whately, the self-professed last son of Atom, wearing power armor with some kind of glowing device sunk deep into it. We can talk to him before fighting, and he reveals a few interesting things. When he first heard of Atom, he began to have strange dreams of a city under the ground where Atom was contained. The dreams increased in intensity and began to hurt him, nearly killing him, until he set out to find the place and the pain subsided. Just like Wilbur Whately, Adam actually sees the tentacled abomination as his brother, the first son of Atom. It whispered to him in his dreams and brought him here, even helping him to decipher the ancient glyphs on the obelisk so he could take out the glowing device, Atom's Glow as he calls it. When asked about the city, he claims it was the first great civilization, but they turned away from Atom's Glow and as such, they got exactly what they deserved. The players can then fight him, and even their own friends if he manages to trap them in a mental realm using the power of Atom's glow. Upon defeating him, the Commonwealth is left to pick up the pieces after the attack, and all is well. But that ancient city is still out there, and there is still something lurking in that pit. But now that we're in the area, let's investigate the Commonwealth in Fallout 4. We have other mysterious buried cities and cultists to dig into. In Fallout 4, we once again bump into the Dunwich family business. These guys get all over. Towards the top right of the map, near the Kingsport Lighthouse, another location named after Lovecraft's writing. Because while there is a Kingsport in Tennessee, Lovecraft used the setting of Kingsport in Massachusetts as a setting for some of his stories. Dunwich Borers is full of raiders as we approach it, and as we descend into the mines we can hear the raiders whispering about something. At each checkpoint we find terminals for the pre-war overseer of that section. Each one has a health and safety notice, or kind of the opposite really. They didn't want to know about any unsafe conditions, and they didn't care about deaths among the workforce, even if it was children at the company potluck. Every death actually helped further their ideals as a sacrifice to their dark god, although obviously the workers didn't know about this. Each terminal also requests the overseer's presence further into the mine, so we'll need to descend further to see why they were being summoned down there. Terminal 3 is at the edge of a huge pit, and at the bottom we find Bedlam. So it seems all the raiders we've taken out up until now were from the Forged. They were sent here to scavenge the place, bring out any good loot, but something had them spooked and they wouldn't descend into the lower sections of the quarries, and so the deliveries had slowed to a crawl.
Tim Shoots here. No suspicions were raised when the new equipment was brought in the other day. Crew at Station 4 are still under the impression that we are setting up a new station beyond this area. The standing crew you hired are convincing enough. However, do worry about the project managers at the other stations, especially Bob at Station 1. We all know he takes his job very seriously. His bullet point updates bug the hell out of me. My gut tells me to figure out something's going on down here sooner rather than later. Please advise.
So, Bedlam was sent out here to whip them back into shape. Unfortunately, they were afraid for a reason, and Bedlam also saw something down there that terrified her, causing her to seek the light for protection. Past a door they changed for their own production, the rumbling became worse, almost like something is shifting in the earth. And just like at the Dunwich building, we're assaulted by ghouls and visions of the past. The rumbling in the earth intensifies as we descend further and further until we see a vision of an altar and a man, presumably Dunwich himself, sacrificing someone. As the vision fades, the altar is replaced by a deep, water-filled hole. If, for whatever reason, we dive into the hole, we can find the altar. On each side it has a mini nuke, and in the center is Kremva's tooth, a unique machete that has a pretty unique look to it. That isn't all though. At the bottom of the pit is a giant face looking up at us, one that may look familiar. These statue heads can be found all over America, but why would one be in the depths of this mine? Buckle up, because the statues only get weirder from here. We'll get to what they mean later on once we've seen a few more of them. I also want to note that the heads just managing to poke out from the dirt at the bottom of this deep tunnel could also be a reference to the Shunned House by Lovecraft, where a man digs under an abandoned house and unearths the elbow of a giant monstrosity under the earth. Maybe there's a giant creature under the earth here and it's waking up is what's causing all the rumbling. Next, let's take a casual walk through Boston's North End, where we'll bump into raiders attacking a building. Upon entering, we'll find macabre sights, dismembered raiders, and disturbing paintings. And as we crawl through the walls and eventually into the sewers, we find Pickman, surrounded by raiders, and once we deal with them, he'll be very thankful we saved him. You see, he's been targeting raiders to create his art and clean up the streets. He's been putting out his calling card out there just to get people to come and get all these raiders here, but he bit off a bit more than he could chew. Now, in Fallout Shelter Online, a Chinese version of Fallout Shelter, Pickman will actually talk about how being close to Dunwich Borers and the whispering coming out of it influenced him to create his art and start killing raiders. Other than his disturbing art, which we'll come back to later, and his connection to Dunwich Borers, Pickman himself was a reference to the character of the same name in Lovecraft's work, primarily Pickman's model, where he paints those dark creatures that dwell in graveyards and the old places of the world. According to Fallout Online, he also has a connection with our next character of note. Now, upon entering a number of locations across the game, the sole survivor may be approached by Edward Keegan, who may have a job for us, but we need to meet his job first. Now, the Cabot family are still living like the war never happened. The house looks fairly pristine compared to the rest of Boston. And then we meet Jack Cabot, an odd man who is more interested in whether we believe in civilizations other than humanities that may have predated us than whether we actually can do a job. Now, Edward asks us to do several quests, such as recovering a mysterious serum for some raiders and finding Jack's younger sister, who turns out to look much older than him for some reason. Then, in the secret of Cabot House, we find out about their father and the serum. You see, Lorenzo Cabot was an archaeologist who faced a lot of scorn for his theories that there was a civilization that predated humanity. But in the desert of Rub al-Khali, after many nights and losing some of his people to the desert, as well as a mysterious sandstorm that undid all of their work, Lorenzo eventually found the ruined city of Ubar. Deep in the depths, he found a burial chamber that contained non-human remains, tools that wouldn't fit human hands, and the crown. Lorenzo buried the ruins so no one else could find it and returned home with the crown to teach his family of his findings. When he began to wear the crown, though, knowledge beyond human understanding flooded his brain and his body changed. He no longer aged. He was stronger and gained some psychic abilities, like being able to control the raiders to make them attempt to save him. Despite the change and the violent crimes he was committing, his family used their influence to place him in the Parsons State Asylum rather than jail. The crown was incapable of being removed without greatly harming or even killing Lorenzo, so Jack has been studying it all these long years. At some point, Jack worked out how to create an anti-aging serum using his father's blood, and so the Cabot house has survived even after the bombs fell. Finally, though, we'll have to decide whether to free Lorenzo to kill his family or to kill him ourselves. Now, the story is similar to two of Lovecraft's works. The Nameless City, where they find a city under the sand from a long-lost civilization, and The Shadow Out of Time, a book about body swappers, who swap bodies to experience different points in time, but obviously have very different personalities to the person they're inhabiting, which could explain the rapid change in Lorenzo's personality. Maybe he's already gone. In Fallout Shelter Online, Lorenzo talks about the whispers coming from Dunwich Borers, and that Pigman actually encouraged him to visit it, as it has something to do with the Rub al-Khali desert. Were there ruins down there and of a lost city? Maybe Dunwich just didn't dig far enough before the bombs dropped. Also, each hero has a card in Fallout Shelter Online, and Lorenzo's has him standing in front of one of the statue heads with its eyes glowing. Let's carry on and see where else they pop up before getting into the statues. Now, love it or hate it, November 2018, Bethesda released Fallout 76. And as the game has been updated, the mystery has only grown. So starting off with, Appalachia is well known for its cryptids and things that go bump in the night, but none more than the beloved fan favourite Mothman. Hailing from Point Pleasant, depending on how you view the Mothman, they either warn you of or cause deadly disasters. In Fallout, just like in real life, Mothman attracted paranormal investigators and conspiracy theorists from all over the world to visit. In the January issue of Cryptid Monthly, Julia H. Park stated their belief that the government was using Mothman to hypnotize doctors as part of whatever was going on at Sugar Grove. Given that the government was actively seeking the Mothman, and the fact we find one in an Enclave research site, the government was actually pretty successful in tracking them down. Maybe the conspiracy nuts were right. I mean, we do know Sugar Grove was being used for the Somnus Initiative and MK Ultra Parallel. Eventually, some of the locals began to worship the wise Mothman, the one with purple eyes. Not to be confused with the red-eyed Mothman, but we'll get into that soon. Now, they started a cult that would meet in the basement of the Point Pleasant Museum, and as the war began to escalate, the cult called out to Mothman for his wisdom. Only one person in the entire congregation, Brother Charles, saw anything. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a shadow and heard a whisper promising a flood and fire. So, the cultists took to the roofs of the town, and the flood came in the form of fire and nuclear fallout as the bombs dropped. Brother Charles then led the exodus to the Lucky Hole mine to save his people, although some people, like Jeff Lane, stayed behind. Around the same time that the cult was summoning the Mothman, a group led by a woman had begun to harass and creep out the security staff at Lucky Hole mine. to the point that the security staff actually asked the local asylum if they were missing any patients. As they weren't, and the place was shutting down anyway, the security quickly abandoned it and just kind of left it to this group of strangers. Now, when Brother Charles and his group arrived, the two groups just merged and began worshipping Mothman together. However, things didn't last. The worship began to become twisted. Rather than the wise Mothman, they began to deify the crimson-eyed Mothman and the interloper. Charles began to see this and saw how they were being turned away from the wise Mothman and explained as much, but not many would actually listen to him. Those that would, he led on an exodus across the wastelands to a place we only know as the Lantern, a beacon in the world for the wise Mothman to return to and away from the dim ones and the chthonic entities they worship. Now, the dim ones, as Charles refers to them, began to be led by the first priestess of the wood, and the cult cared for the firstborn of the wood. The enlightened that Charles leads condemned this most of all, calling it a heretical action, worship of a pretender or the deceiver. Now, the enlightened ones return to Appalachia occasionally. They clear Point Pleasant and summon the wise Mothman in their sacred place atop the museum. And if we aid them, we can gain access to their sacred tomes, which explain all of this history. Now, Jeff Lane was a paranormal enthusiast who lived in Point Pleasant, but for some reason didn't follow the cult into the mine. He began to feel disillusioned after the bombs dropped. Mothman to him became just a biological creature. It was just like him, flesh and blood. But then there were these other things, unknowable beings on the edge of his subconscious mind that were more interesting to him. Eventually, Jeff met a mad storyteller, and he immediately became obsessed with their tales of the interloper who lurked deep beneath the earth. He left the town in search of this otherworldly force, and just like with Adam Whately, he began to be drawn to the Lucky Hole Mine, where he believed he was to be chosen by the interloper as a conduit for the unknown. Now, Lucky Hole Mine is still filled with cultists to this day if we visit it, after the Wastelanders expansion obviously. And deep inside, we can find the firstborn of the wood, or, as Jeff and the Enlightened referred to it, the interloper. A huge creature that seems to be at least part plant and is still living, as it slowly moves if we take our time to observe it. It will also bleed if you do attack it. There is obviously a likeness to Cthulhu here, with the tentacled face and things starting to sprout from its back that may one day become wings. Now, if we look around, the floor in this area is covered in bodies and jars. It looks like they were tending to the firstborn, and the way that they were doing this was through feeding it people. Maybe they were collecting their blood in the jars and using it as some kind of like fertilizer to feed the plant creature. While we've been in this room though, you may have noticed some familiar sights. Underneath the plants and animal skulls is another obelisk, and on the wall are several of the statue heads watching over the interloper as it grows. Now, to throw it back to once again the Dunwich horror, those creatures from outside our reality need a medium or a conduit to be able to affect our reality. Now, this bit is pure speculation, but we don't know what happened to Jeff. Maybe he arrived and began the transformation into the interloper, or maybe he was just pulled there to feed himself to it. The interloper isn't the only mysterious entity's body in Appalachia though. In the deep, whether you get there through swimming or walking through a maze, we come across a honestly rather beautiful but pretty alien environment. The cave is bathed in soft pink and purple bioluminescence, and in the center lays something familiar but different. This creature resembles the interloper, but it's not moving and its body looks different. A different head, different protrusions. Maybe it just starved as no one found it to care for it. Or maybe the nearby Chinese outpost killed it by mining the ultrasite. The object ID for this creature is the Visitor Corpse 01. And hilariously, the one for the interloper is actually just called Gut Puker, which honestly, I just found it hilarious. Now, the cult of the interloper uses a lot of plant life in their effigies, twisting sticks and vines together to mark their locations. Any place they move into tends to be covered in it, and the interloper itself is at least part plant. In fact, when doing the Mothman equinox to clear out Point Pleasant, vine barricades will grow out of the ground to protect the braziers, to try and stop you from using them. Which brings us to our next location in Appalachia, Tanagra Town. Hidden deep in the marshlands of the map is a town that has been violently ripped out of the earth and into the sky, being held there by massive vines. It could be related to the strangler vines released from Vault 94 after its Gek exploded. But hidden in a chamber at the center is another one of those statue faces. The Enclave actually had a research station nearby as well to study the vines and the explosion before one of the scientists lost their mind. There was a terminal that actually got removed from the game that showed the plants worming their way into the minds of one of the research team. And while yes, that was removed from the game, we can actually still find a note about how they didn't want to hurt them, but they had no choice. The research needed to be destroyed. Maybe whatever was present under Tanagra Town took control of the plant explosion and is growing in power. But let's talk about those statue heads again. At this point, we've seen them cropping up in all kinds of locations, on the architecture of the cities, in caves where unspeakable acts were committed, and even watching over the birth of a new god. But why are they in the cities? Is it just an asset flip, or is there something more to it? Well, going back to Fallout Shelter Online, as we mentioned, you can collect those hero cards, and Lorenzo Cabot's has that strange statue on it. The headpiece is like all the other statue heads, apart from the glowing eyes. The fact it's so large and prominent behind Lorenzo implies, to me, that it's controlling him, or at the very least, where the power of the crown comes from. It also gives us confirmation the statue head came before human society. I mean, we found them ourselves in old ruins, and Lorenzo found them in an ancient city predating humanity. Then why are they so prevalent in modern infrastructure? The secret may be hidden in the heart of the deck. Blasphemous Act is a card from the Fallout Magic the Gathering collection. Now, other than just the way the cards work, some of the cards have flavor text written on them that includes lore. Now, Blasphemous Act states that everyone knew the bombs were coming. Everyone but the public. And wouldn't you know it, the artwork for this card shows what certainly looks like one of the statue heads. Now, we know some major families who are aware of the eldritch secrets of the world, such as the Black Hall, Dunwich, and Waitley families. Maybe the worship of old gods was more common among the higher-ups than anyone knew. Now, I admit this, but putting on the tinfoil hat for a moment, the combination of the statues and the bombs dropping could even imply that those who dropped the bombs were influenced by the old gods. I mean, we've seen people in positions of power, like that general, as well as the Dunwich, the Black Holes. Maybe they were trying to wake them up. They may have been intended to wake them up. For example, let's take a walk near Tanagra Town, over to the Big Moor. Now, this pit is just home to floaters nowadays, but at the center is the body of an unfortunate man who was sacrificed upon an altar by cultists. We can see some of the cultists' decorations scattered around the hull. This is definitely an important area for them. And a nearby note raises more mysteries, and it might actually give us the reason this area is special to the cultists. I don't know why I came to the Big Moor. I'd never considered why we called it that. As far back as I can remember, that's just what it was called. I remember family picnics here, and the older kids climbing down to swim in the summer. Now though, there can be no question. I cannot say for certain which of the circumstances has caused it to open. I do know that I must go inside. Is it the smell? The sound? The warmth? Even as I write these last words, I am impatient to look back into the yawning abyss, the True Moor, the ancient namesake of Big Moor. So around the time the bombs dropped, the moor opened to the True Moor, not the Big Moor we have now, but the true gaping moor. And at least one person during that time was beckoned within, maybe by the interloper who rests deep underground. There is one last thing here to look at though. Hidden under the waters is the remains of, well, something. See, it looks like a whale, but the skeleton isn't quite right, and it's not the only place we find the bones of these creatures. In most of the cult locations, we can find them used as decorations, and they seem important to them. But Appalachia is inland, and there really shouldn't be a collection of whale bodies here. The Big Moor one could have surfaced when the Earth split, but all the other ones? There's so many of them. There's one even near the interloper, and we can even find one at Hopewell Cave, another interesting location. So in Hopewell Cave, once you fight past the bugs and the Deathclaw that's nesting within, you can see the skeleton embedded in the wall, and a holotape nearby.
As my study of Hopewell Cave continues, I'm struck by the atypical nature of this Adena-based burial complex. The Adena culture generally buried their dead in large mounds and similar hill-shaped earthworks. Due to the primitive nature of the tools from 1000 to 200 BC, stone carving was not yet a part of their society. However, Archaeologists who investigated this Skull Cave site removed remains and artifacts belonging to the Adena culture. I wonder if it's possible that the remains of the Adena people were moved to this location well after their society ceased to exist. For one culture to treat another's with such reverence it's unusual, at best. I will continue my research to discover more.
Now, to touch on something a little more controversial, and this part isn't explicitly canon as the Atom Shop might or might not be, it's a whole thing. The Forbidden Dig Site is an Atom Shop shelter, and its tagline is interesting. Beware where you dig in the Forbidden Dig Site. You never know what horrors can be found. Now, if you look around, it's mostly a dirt cavern, but in the center is a dig site, and half uncovered is the skeleton of one of the creatures. Was this the horror they uncovered? I don't think a regular whale would honestly deserve that title. If we go back to Magic the Gathering, the Fetid Pools card shows one of these skeletons and has a bit more lore for us. Ask any of the old timers and they'll agree something ancient and terrifying haunts the seas. Which is actually a line taken from Fallout 4, where two caravan guards are discussing a great whale ghoul one of their grandfathers saw many years ago. But still, even if these creatures are from the ocean, how the hell are they so far inland? Appalachia is old, far too old to have whale skeletons. Maybe an old raider might have an idea for us. You see, in the crater, you may have come across Munch, a surprisingly old raider, especially given his less than friendly personality. He does, however, take on a kind of important role as a kind of historian who teaches the raiders, although he admits that he embellishes his stories to spice things up and keep the kids interested, so bear that in mind as we read the next note. Scattered across his desk are some of the stories he tells people, and one of them is about the whales. Most of the kids here don't know the truth about whales. They used to be the largest, most feared land predators in North America. You always knew when they were coming because of the whale quakes. They'd wake from hibernation out of the ground and start burrowing their way to the surface. Once on land, they were a force of pure destruction. A single whale could take down a whole building if it was still in their way. They had razor-sharp fins to slice people in half and gruesome baleen for teeth. If they sucked you in, that baleen would slice you up like a loaf of bread. The kids found some old bones while digging out the core. I told them they were lucky, not only because it was dead, but because this one was just a baby. Not only does he claim that these creatures were capable of moving across land, which would explain how all the bodies are around here, but also that the ones we've seen are just babies, and that when they wake, they cause whale quakes. Maybe similar to what we encountered at the Dunwich Borers. There is one of the bodies to be found in the aquarium of the Atlantic that implies these aren't some mutation, but they were actually around before the bombs dropped, which does make sense with all the buried skeletons. Maybe these were some eldritch creature that roamed the lands of Appalachia. Going back to the burial site at Hopewell Cave, the archaeologist was confused because of the location of the tribe and how advanced their tools were. Maybe they were worshipping the creature and it was advancing them more rapidly before something happened. Maybe there is a society of giant whale creatures under the ground in Appalachia, and that's what was calling people to the Big Maw. Now, we also have another mysterious species to look at with the Overgrown. See, Atlantic City exists in a tentative state of peace between the Munies, the Mafia, and the Showman, which we can influence in missions in the area. All of the factions have started to feel pressure as the Overgrown have exploded onto the scene. The plant folk have started to take over the city, encroaching from the nearby pine barrens. Even the municipal government's forestry division is beginning to really struggle with them. The actual origin of these creatures is unknown. We have two human-like specimens in the Elder and Fawn with bipedal forms and human-like faces, but the pollinators are more akin to floating squid that are even capable of healing the other Overgrown. Friedlane, one of the leaders in the Munies, has several theories about the origins of these plant people. Whether just a nuclear mutation, a zombie plant infection, or even a parasite that takes over hosts. Their DNA seems to be some combination of both plant and animal, although most of the theories, such as the zombie virus, don't really explain the floating tentacle monster that pollinators are. Now, we've seen plant creatures previously. The interloper is visually some kind of large plant humanoid. Maybe these overgrown are an alternate way for the old gods to spread out on the surface. Although maybe they are just more akin to Harold, a poor sap we could encounter through Fallouts 1, 2, and 3. He was mutated by the FEV virus, the Forced Evolutionary Virus, and somehow it allowed a plant he lovingly called Bob to take root in his head. Eventually, when we find him in Fallout 3, he's actually more plant than man, stuck stationary as Bob has put down his roots. As we're in Atlantic City, I'd also like to just give an honorable mention to the damn clown, who seems to be some kind of supernatural entity. On the boardwalk is a nondescript shack, but upon lockpicking the door, we can find a gruesome sight. A rib cage with a clown chest bursting out of it is in the corner, and there's a little shrine to a disturbing clown photo. Someone has placed some eyes on the table in front of it, and scrolled across the wall is "He is seen." If for some reason we want the clown picture and take it, our vision becomes distorted. The door slams shut, and now we be cursed and hunted. Good job. Across the map, multiple clowns will now spawn, watching us, like we're being hunted by the killer that created the shrine, or the entity the shrine was dedicated to. This isn't the only shrine to this being we can find. At the mall is a mannequin with human's eyes, a clown hat, and a hatchet with "He see" written on the wall. And there is also a woman mannequin with several buckets on her head. When we finally remove them all, she also has human eyes, and on the wall is "She see." This could all have a connection to Pickman's paintings. A lot of those focus on eyes and have some horrific imageries, but if there's interest, I could do more of a paranormal events in Fallout video, including all the supernatural events in the games. In Shenandoah Park, you may have come across the Mole, a rather interesting guy who will attack on sight. The Mole mask and a straitjacket, and maybe tied to some mysterious murders around the map that have propaganda from Mo, just kind of scattered across all the areas. But if we check the game files, we can actually find some notes that didn't make it into the game, so of course, with all the content like this, canonicity is questionable, but they're pretty interesting. Break the rules and die. Break the rules and die. Mo must protect the park. Mo must endure. Mo digs safety. Appalachian blood makes the trees grow, grow, grow. The other voices grow louder and louder. It won't let me go. I can't stop it. You don't want to stop it. I feel it taking over as I write, and it feels so good. I won't be me anymore. You will be better. Now, maybe the Mole is just an escaped inmate, but the mention of voices and needing to grow the trees with blood after everything we've discovered so far, it definitely makes you think whether there was something more to this character's insanity. There are a lot. The supernatural is definitely canon in the Fallout universe. Finally, just as an honorable mention, that may or may not matter. Way back in Interplace Fallout 1, the children of the cathedral worshipped a dark god of war, before they began worshipping the Master as the same thing. It's never explained who this dark god was. Maybe it was an eldritch entity, maybe it was just a sect gone crazy in the wasteland. Might be related, might not. There's not a whole lot of information on that part. It's October 2018, and Bethesda's latest Fallout game has just been released. You're fresh out of the vault and stumble upon the Alpine River Cabins. Nothing really stands out at first, but everything is so new to you, you can't wait to explore. There's a few cabins, and one holds a mysterious tape.
Hi, this is Gabe Ramses, and I'm leaving this message to inform the Parks and Rec Department of the horrible experience my family and I had this week at the Alpine River Cabins. Look, we were all looking forward to a nice weekend getaway in the wilderness, but between the constant shaking in the cabins, rodent swarms, and blood-curdling screams, well, I'm more stressed than I was before. My boys were so upset they swore they saw the picture frames spinning on the walls.
Suddenly, everything starts to shake. You hear screaming in the distance, and upon checking another cabin, you find the painting spinning. What's going on? Did you stumble upon some haunted location in the woods? Then you notice the speakers in the middle of the camp, and following the wires, you eventually stumble across a treehouse with a computer that controls everything. It's all some weird, elaborate prank that someone had been pulling. But it gets you to thinking, is the supernatural actually present in Fallout? Today we'll be diving into all things supernatural in Fallout. Ghosts, psychics, and cryptids will all be present. The world of Fallout is well known for its sci-fi post-apocalyptic setting, a world where corporations conducted horrific experiments on the populace and mutated creatures roam the wastes. What many don't know is that the world has dark secrets and the supernatural lurks around every corner. While the Alpine River cabins in Fallout 76 are fake, that doesn't mean ghosts don't exist in the Fallout universe. In fact, we can meet several of them ourselves throughout the games. Way back in Fallout 2, the Chosen One could meet the great Ananias. Ananias? Yes, a self-proclaimed magician whose two big claims to magic were his genuine mummy and the haunted house next door. The mummy turned out to be a comatose ghoul called Woody who'd gone missing, but the house is the real deal. Asking about the haunted house reveals that it once housed a princess, who was poisoned by an evil magician and had her magical amulet stolen. Now, her restless spirit haunts the house and appears at the witching hour. When the Chosen One meets this ghost, we discovered she's called Anna Winslow. And while she doesn't react to the Chosen One's presence, she does mention her stolen locket. Hilariously, one of the speech options at this point is to tell her to turn her stealth boy off, a line that's led many to doubt Anna's supernatural origin. When you do finally track down the locket, it's held by Joey, a small-time jet dealer. He used to live in the abandoned home that Anna now haunts, scavenging for scrap to sell. He found the locket and has kept it all this time. Now, no matter how the Chosen One then retrieves the locket, whether from Joey's body or bartering, when they return it to Anna, she'll mention her mother, father, or grandma and tell them she's finally coming before turning into a pile of bones. The Chosen One can then take these to the graveyard and lay them to rest in her empty grave, which does raise some questions. Did she rise up from here when her necklace was stolen? What actually caused her death? Was Joey the evil wizard, and did he poison her with jet for the necklace? We most likely won't ever know the full story, but it's interesting to think about. As mentioned, the other theory behind Anna is that she's a habitual stealth boy user, which could explain her ghostly appearance and scrambled marbles. We know from the Nightkin that extensive use of stealth boys can cause a multitude of mental problems such as schizophrenia, delusions, and affected speech, all of which could add up to the idiosyncrasies in the way Anna acts, although the disappearing into a pile of bones would be hard to explain. Maybe it was all just some elaborate sleight of hand? Now, Anna isn't the only ghostly occurrence in the Fallout franchise that we can argue is the result of the use of stealth boys. Jumping ahead now to the Fallout 4 DLC Far Harbor.
We'll return to Adam. Richter, this is insane. You can't expect us to...
Will there be anything else?
That'll be all, sister.
Thank you, Grand Zealot.
If the sole survivor tries joining the Children of Atom on the island, you'll be asked to go and drink from a nearby spring that grants Atom's vision upon his followers. Upon drinking, the sole survivor will begin to hallucinate and a shadowy woman will ask you to follow her. She guides you past numerous shadowy creatures, including a fog crawler, but none are overtly hostile unless you yourself attack. The figure will guide you to a shrine with an icon behind a locked door. After deciphering the password, which is painted on the side of a locker and spells out Mother with elements from the periodic table, you pick up the icon, a carved statue of the Mother, and everything will return to normal. This shadowy figure is known as the Mother of the Fog. She's a messenger sent by Atom to guide the children. When they were first driven out and left to wander the island, the Mother appeared to them and guided them to their new home, the Nucleus. Definitely a spooky figure, and if you were to actually attack them, they can't be killed, unlike the other fog creatures. But the answer may not be all supernatural. You see, the sole survivor was definitely hallucinating after drinking such a heavily irradiated spring, and if we head to a ruined house nearby, we can find the remnants of one of the hermit's camps. The hermit has been observing the island, writing notes in the same unique way that the note we read to open the locked door was. And under the table where we find these notes is a stealth boy, their method of getting around the island unscathed. Another oddity to bear in mind is the periodic table puzzle. If we use the numbers and place them on the periodic table nearby ourselves, instead of Mother, we actually get Esther, which is the name of one of the Children of Atom in the expansion Winter of Atom for the Fallout tabletop RPG. Winter of Atom takes place before Fallout 4, so maybe the mother is actually Esther, who came over here with the Atomites and has been guiding them as kind of a ghostly holy figure. But enough for ghosts that can be explained away. Staying in Fallout 4, next we'll take a trip over to Nuka World, Fallout 4's evilest DLC. If you stayed within Nuka World, you may never have noticed this location. For those that explored, will eventually have come across the Grandchester Mystery Mansion, a rather spooky location. Upon reaching the manor, you may have originally been drawn to the robot at the front, selling tickets, and missed the girl in the top window staring down at you. If we jump up to her, whether using a backpack or some console commands, we can see she's in a room with one entrance that's been sealed from the inside. We can't interact with her though. After getting the key from the robot at the gate, we can enter the Grandchester Mansion. The tour recordings still work, and as we move from room to room, we learn the fate of the Grandchester family. Morticia Grandchester nearly passed away giving birth to Lucy, and Hannibal Grandchester, who hadn't even wanted the child, resented her for nearly taking his wife away. Lucy was a difficult child, and while her mother spent time with her reading stories, Lucy had no friends and spent a lot of time alone, which may be what resulted in her sick hobby. You see, Lucy liked to collect small animals, and after a while, the animal skins would be found nailed to the underneath of the furniture. Eventually, this convinced Morticia that Lucy was possessed by evil spirits, and while Hannibal thought he could beat them out of her, Morticia was convinced by a psychic that what they had to do was confuse the spirits by creating the most convoluted house in the world. Staircases to nothing, doors to concrete walls, and a hall of just fireplaces with some of the unique architectural choices they made. The spirits either didn't care or weren't confused, and as Lucy grew older, she began to make attempts on her parents' lives, such as poisoning their food. It all came to a head when Hannibal came to beat Lucy after impaling himself on a rusty spike that just so happened to be inside his boot. Lucy managed to impale his eyes on a pair of scissors, which she claimed she held up to defend herself when he came at her with his cane. Her only explanation for why each of his fingers had been cut off, though, was that it stopped him holding the cane again. Morticia was found in the master bedroom with a doll shoved in her mouth and rope burns around her wrists. Though no rope was ever found, Lucy was adamant that the doll did everything because Morticia wouldn't give it a kiss goodnight. After this, Lucy was committed to an asylum, but on her 18th birthday she escaped, and 9 days later she was found hanging in the attic. Now at the end of the tour, we encounter Zachariah, an ex-gunner who's been using this place as a base and traps for traders passing by. On his terminal though, he mentions hearing a young girl laughing, and during our trip for the mansion, we kept hearing the same thing. Occasionally seeing a girl running through doors we couldn't access. Now, we could just leave here, and that would be the end of it, but in this room is a master locked door to the attic, and once we get up the stairs, we see the girl once again running to the side, and as we run to catch up to her, she passes through a door with nothing but a wood wall on the other side. Seems like once Lucy came back, she never left. Now, this location is based on the Winchester Mystery House, a place that has many, many ghostly folktales told around it. Although pretty much all have been made up to encourage tourism, but the house was created in a similar fashion. Doors to nowhere, staircases that lead to solid walls. The creator was very indecisive about how they wanted it built and kept changing their mind halfway through. Supposedly, she kept building on the house to give workers jobs during a time when they could be hard to come by. Now, for something less in your face, but still as unexplainable, we head to New Vegas. Now, in many of the graveyards across the world, the courier can hear faint whispering. Just listen. One of the places with the loudest and most consistent whispering is the cemetery at Camp Forlorn Hope, the front lines of the NCR's war against Caesar's Legion. Most view being stationed there as a punishment, as you most likely won't leave, and so the spirits here seem to be the loudest and angriest for good reason. These aren't the only auditory hallucinations that we can experience or hear about other people experiencing as well. Listening Post Bravo is a very memorable location for most people. If you follow the Brotherhood questline, this is where you'll eventually confront Dance. But what is even more interesting about this location is its past and one Sergeant J.P. Rensk, who was stationed here. He was set to spend a month underground alone monitoring the radio, but soon after, things start to become weird. One day, while monitoring the low band frequencies, he discovered a repeating message. The static made it hard to decipher, but he was able to make out a few phrases such as "internal void," "dreams are getting darker," and "blood runs so still." And the last thing was presumably the call sign, D-E-K. He sent off a recording to Washington to see if he could get a translation. Nothing else really happened for a few days until he was awoken by a banging sound. It came from the elevator, like something was trying to get out, but the elevator had been locked down since he got there. He activated all the defenses and broke out the emergency rifle, and it just stopped, leaving him with a strange feeling it was all somehow related to the broadcast he'd intercepted previously. Now, 5 days after the elevator incident, Washington finally got in touch to say the holotape recording he'd sent was blank. Playing back the original, he found it was true, and after explaining what he'd heard with the elevator, they assured him they were sending a replacement as he was most likely suffering from auditory hallucinations from being isolated for so long. It is worth noting, though, that this location is pretty close to the Dunwich Borers, a location where the sole survivor experienced hallucinations caused by one of the old gods. Maybe the sergeant was being reached out to by Ugg Qualtoff. He's underground and close enough for whatever lies in Dunwich to reach out to him. Now, as we discussed earlier when we spoke about Ugg Qualtoff, there are ties between locations across Fallout that have unexplainable occurrences. In Fallout 3 at the Dunwich building and the Point Lookout DLC, we encounter mentions of Ugg Qualtoff, an old god. We even find his book, the Kriv Bekna, and a suspicious obelisk deep underground which are worshipped and have strange powers. We can even meet an old god in Fallout 76, the Interloper, an incredibly strange being. The questline with the Cabots touches on ancient races that ruled the world before man and their dormant cities hidden below ground, which in fact may be part of what is going on at Dunwich Borers. The Fallout tabletop RPG even takes you to one of these underground cities in the Commonwealth where an ancient old god is waking up. There's much more to it, as we discussed earlier when we spoke about Ugg Qualtoff. Whilst researching this video though, I did find something new for the Dunwich mystery. You see, down in the bottom of the Dunwich building where we find Ugg Qualtoff's obelisk, if you hang around and listen, occasionally you'll hear whispers. Saying Al Hazred or Gif. What is very strange, however, is that if you go to the Red Racer factory, battle your way through the ghouls in the factory, and head towards the CEO offices, you'll encounter the surgeon, who's been experimenting with chips to control ghouls and super mutants. But in his lab, if you stop to listen, you'll hear the same whispering. I've tried looking, but I can't find the link between these big corporations. It may even just be to do with how many people the surgeon has cut up in his location, but it's definitely something to think about. Carrying on with the ghostly occurrences though, if you've played Fallout, you've most likely noticed the mannequins and the teddy bears placed in sometimes funny, sometimes horrifying acts. For example, here at the Concord Speakeasy, you can find skeletons in all kinds of states, drinking or taking Excel, but upstairs in a bedroom that looks like it was broken into, we can find a skeleton hugging a mannequin on the bed. And in the bathroom, we can find a less humorous set of mannequins. It looks like they cornered this poor guy in the bathroom, took his head off, and then shoved it in the toilet. And this isn't the only time we find them being violent. In Fallout 76, there is an unmarked location where you can find a very disturbing scene. One person has been impaled on a tree with an axe, and nearby 2 others have been skinned. Their bodies still red and fresh. Following the blood trail takes us to an outhouse and the killer. Opening the door, we find a bloody mannequin holding an axe with a teddy bear riding their shoulder. But so what, right? Some raider probably just took too much jet and thought it'd be funny to arrange it all like this, right? Well, in Fallout 4's DLC, Far Harbor, out in the ocean we can find a sunken boat surrounded by mannequins. It looks like the crew were overrun, and in the main cabin we can find a skeleton being loomed over by a mannequin with a plank and this note next to him. I can't wait to drop these damn mannequins off. The crew is starting to claim they're hearing weird noises from the cargo. Maybe they're just playing pranks on me? Whatever, we're almost there. Looks like, even before the war, people were beginning to have problems with the mannequins, moving around on their own. In Fallout 76, we can even find someone once again sleeping with a mannequin, but this one we have a note for some more context. You know I like you. The brothers like you too. You're easily my 4th favorite Pi Mu. But listen, the whole mannequin thing has got to stop. It was funny at first. We laughed along when you brought it home from the department store. I thought it was a little weird when you named it Susie and started taking it down to dinner, but whatever floats your boat, right? The last few days though, honestly, Badger, I don't even know what to say. We called a meeting and all decided that Susie needs to... Damn it, you've got me calling the stupid thing Susie now. Look, just get rid of the mannequin. This is me asking nicely. Sincerely, John. This next location turned out to be more of a myth, but it's interesting anyway. On your travels in the Commonwealth, you may have come across the Museum of Witchcraft. With the front door being locked, the only way in is through the basement. And as you sneak through in the dark, something is upstairs. Every footstep causing dust to float down. Body parts dropping in front of you as you try not to make a sound, and as you finally get upstairs, a Deathclaw comes at you. This was one of the only real attempts by Fallout Space Game to do horror, and honestly, it worked pretty well, especially if you weren't prepared for the fight afterwards. A Deathclaw can be terrifying enough. This museum is covered in mannequins set up to represent different aspects of the witch trials, and they honestly can jump scare you as you're moving through the building. I saw multiple people online talk about how the mannequins here were like weeping angels that move around when you aren't looking, or righting themselves when you knock them over, and after thoroughly abusing the poor things, not one of them moved, apart from when I blew them up. And finally, this one raises so many questions. At the Slumber Mill Motel in the Shenandoah National Park, among the many weird things happening at this location, there is a terminal entry for an incident with a guest called the Case of the Mannequin. A female hotel guest checked in on Friday and departed on Sunday afternoon, spending the entirety of her 2-day stay confined to her room, only briefly leaving to fetch ice. Upon her checkout, the cleaning staff entered the room as scheduled and encountered an array of peculiar items left behind. A fully dressed mannequin decked out in ski gear was discovered lying in bed beneath a blanket. A note accompanied the scene stating, "Wrap up warm, looks like ice tonight." A photograph was found featuring the mannequin in the shower, taken from an unusual angle through the door frame. In response to all this, the cleaning team was instructed to conduct a deep clean of the room, disposing of the remaining items around the back. The nature of the discoveries left all of us curious as to what might have happened here, but a collective decision was made not to delve into the mysteries surrounding the guest choices due to fear of what we might find. Honestly, I respect their decision to not look into this further, and if we check out the dumpsters behind the motel, we can find the mannequin and the skis still resting there after whatever they suffered through in that room. Mannequins aren't the only ones we find doing things across the wasteland. Of course, we mentioned the teddy fear previously, but teddy bears and gnomes can be found doing all sorts across the wasteland. For example, here at Huntersville, we can find some gnomes disposing of a monkey that displeased them. Or here at an unmarked location, we can find several gnomes gathered around a body. And once again, Teddy Fear is watching on. The creepiest part, to me, if you pick up a gnome, it giggles. Leaving no doubt in my mind that they are possessed, or definitely up to something. So just bear that in mind the next time you pick one up to scrap for concrete. And we can't leave the not so inanimate object train without mentioning flamingos. These pink lawn objects are not just a unit of measurement in Fallout 76, but also appear to be part of Teddy Fear's murder gang. Here at Twin Lakes, we can find a man skewered with a flamingo, which may have been some incredibly strange mishap or some kind of fight, but when we look at our next location, it all becomes a little more sinister. You see, under a pylon near the Pioneer Scout camp in Fallout 76, you may have come across an odd sight. It seems the scientists had set up camp here before being surrounded by flamingos and executed before Candy Fan Mr. Fuzzy. Not Teddy Fears, but another Teddy in a position of command before other inanimate objects. Also, I couldn't find any mention of this, but honestly it really reminds me of SCP-1507. The plastic lawn flamingos that may or may not have murdered a man. I mean, the only connection is that they are potentially murderous lawn flamingos, but there can't be that many of those out there. Now, we have seen many mentions of voices so far, but we aren't the only ones who hear them, and it opens up a whole new supernatural path for us to explore. We did actually get some background for Teddy Fears with the launch of the Fallout TV show, or, more importantly, the special live report from Galaxy News Radio. It seems that the manufacturers of Teddy Fears were in the middle of a lawsuit. The bears were causing sleep paralysis nightmares in children. If you don't know what sleep paralysis is, it's genuinely awful. In simple terms, your mind partially wakes up before your body does. You can't move anything, and it can feel like something is holding you down or pushing on your chest. And while your brain is still partially asleep, this can cause dreamlike hallucinations, usually unpleasant ones influenced by the feeling of being restrained. Personally, my sleep paralysis demon is a giant woman clad in all black whose joints snap and crack as she moves. I used to have a crawl space at the end of my bed, and she'd contort her way out, slowly crawling up the bed until my body finally caught up with my mind and I'd launch upright. One psychologist just seemed to think the bears were misunderstood, however. Although, what they mean by this, I'm not entirely sure. They may have been some kind of brain slave to the bears. Maybe they thought the sleep paralysis was just the bears being friendly and reaching out, but whatever they meant, due to the bears being recalled during the lawsuit, their prices skyrocketed as people scrambled to get their hands on them, which may be the only reason they haven't taken over the wasteland. And if we pick one up, we can hear it laughing. In New Vegas, at the 188 trading post, you may have come across the Forecaster, a kid who's managed to survive by selling his thinking. His parents are both gone, and he suffers from constant migraines unless he's wearing his medicine. If we pay him 100 caps though, he'll take off his medicine and do some thinking for us. We can now ask about us, here and everywhere, and get some cryptic but accurate answers. For example, if we ask about us, he'll say,
"Okay. Let me take off my medicine. Your face does the thinking. 2 to the skull, yet 1 gets up. Odds are against you, but they're just numbers after the 2 to 1. You're playing the hand you've been dealt, but you don't let it rest. You shuffle and stack. And a gamble. A gamble that may pay off, but how? Forecast? Rapidly changing conditions."
Which fits in with where we've come from and what we'll do in the future. The Forecaster surrounds himself with junk items because when he's wearing his medicine, he can't think as well, and the items help fill his head with other people's thoughts. He also mentions his parents are gone, and sometimes when he takes his medicine off, he can see them for a while, but they can never stay, and he's just used to being on his own now, which is honestly very tragic. He does bring us to an interesting section though, with psychics in the Fallout universe. He's not the only one. In Fallout 4, you will have come across everyone's favourite fortune teller chem addict. Of course, I'm talking about Mama Murphy. Once you've saved her and brought her back to Sanctuary, she'll not only talk about how she knows you're from the past, but also offer to use her sight, as she calls it, to see the future. This can be really helpful as it gives hints for quests, but to access her sight, Mama Murphy will request some chems. And seeing as she's already so old, indulge her too often and she'll pass away. Do you want another death on your hands just to find your son? Mama Murphy believes so. She's lived a long and interesting life, and if shortening her life can help others, she's happy to. You can ask her about her life and she'll tell you stories of her youth, where she earned the name Murphy the Mad Woman, or how she quit using the sight for a handsome young man, only for them to become trapped because she didn't foresee it. When we find Mama Murphy, the raiders that have them pinned down in the museum are actually there because of her sight as well. At Corvega Assembly Plant, we can meet Jared, a raider boss who's been hunting Mama Murphy. Reading his terminal, we can learn how they know each other. You see, when Jared was young, Mama Murphy saw that he would be taken by raiders and become a monster. When this actually came to pass, Jared realized the site was real and started to experiment with chems, believing if he could see the future, he would be unstoppable. He never gained any powers and so began experimenting on the raiders he commanded, drawing in more with the promise of free chems. This also showed no result until he heard about a caravan of survivors passing by with an old woman dressed as a fortune teller, and he just knew it had to be Mama Murphy. Luckily, the sole survivor rescues Mama Murphy from Concord and can then put a stop to the monster Jared once and for all. In Fallout 4, we also meet Lorenzo Cabot. Before the war, he was an archaeologist who discovered an ancient city that belonged to a race that predated humans. He was laughed at for his theories that humans weren't the first intelligent species to live on Earth, but he found proof. Buried under the desert, he found the remains of another civilization, and a crown that gave him psychic powers, while also making him immortal and a psychopath. He was able to fire psychic pulses using the gem on the crown, and in fact, if we side with his son in the quest, we'll obtain a gamma gun that he's adapted to use the gem, and can fire these pulses ourselves, albeit with an actual gun and without the psychosis and immortality of wearing the crown. In Fallout 3, in the Oasis, we could also meet Bloomseer Poplar, a doctor who joined the tree minders to discover new medicines, but also displays the gift of foresight. She doesn't require any medical headgear or chems to get her going, although she does need to take a rest for a few days after each attempt. The Lone Wanderer can ask for advice, and just like with Mama Murphy, Poplar will give out hints for the quests that we are on before needing a rest for a few days. Poplar isn't the only one in Fallout 3 we can meet with psychic powers either. In the Point Lookout DLC, the Lone Wanderer becomes embroiled in a war between a ghoul and a brain in a jar. This brain was once Professor Calvert, a genius in the field of robotics who, after some kind of altercation with Desmond the Ghoul, was forced to experiment on his own body using cutting-edge military experiments. Leaving him as nothing more than a brain in a jar, Calvert used a different type of Medigel to preserve his brain. It was different to the stuff the RoboBrains or the think tank at Big MT used. It didn't stop the mental degradation, and he is slowly going mad, but it did give him psychic abilities. Despite Desmond setting up a jamming device, Calvert is able to telepathically communicate with his cult and even the Lone Wanderer. He aims to be able to take over everyone's mind at Point Lookout, and potentially even beyond, unless he's stopped. Jumping all the way back to the original Fallout, we have potentially one of the most horrific psychics of them all, the Master. The Master was once a man named Richard Morrow, who found shelter in Vault 8, one of the control vaults intended to repopulate the surface. After the vault reopened in 2092, Richard became exiled for murder and took on a role as Dr. Gray in the hub. He even met Harold the Tree Man back before he was part tree and became friends. Everything was fine for a while until Harold put together a group to investigate the mutant attacks on local caravans. Scavengers had been an issue for a while, but the increase in mutant attacks caused caravan leaders to hire large numbers of guards, and they still kept losing large numbers of people. Gray led the group, including Harold, to investigate the source of mutants. Eventually, they found the Mariposa military base. It was filled with hordes of mutants and security bots, and nearly everyone who came was lost. Apart from Gray and Harold. They made it into a room containing vats of what looked like acid before being hit by a robot crane. The last thing Harold saw before everything went dark was Gray falling into a vat of acid. Unfortunately, this was not the end of Gray. He survived, floating within the vat for days. The slimy fluid wasn't an acid, but actually FEV. The forced evolutionary virus has been used by antagonists all across the Fallout universe. It was originally intended to be used in low doses to create superior specimens and is highly programmable. But overdosing, such as full submersion, results in outcomes like the super mutants. So, for someone like Gray, who spent days soaking in the concoction, it had an extreme effect. After recovering from the mind-shattering pain of literally having his DNA rewritten, he recovered enough to notice improved mental capacity, which led him to experiment with animals within the military base. He also continued to experiment on himself until he unlocked his psychic abilities, and even the ability to connect to computers. His psychic abilities became so great that he passively generated a field of influence around himself, and anyone attempting to meet him required a psychic nullifier to pass through the corridor of revulsion. A corridor of human flesh that without any protection would project horrific images into your mind. This is what happens if you try approaching without a nullifier. The hairs on the back of your neck rise. You feel something from the corridor ahead. The bile rises as you recognize the mass of flesh ahead. Human parts in the wall itself. The worst part is that it is moving, calling to you. Your nose starts to bleed. You hear voices in your head. They are calling your name. Darkness washes over your eyes for a moment, but you recover. A voice calls to you. You turn your head and see the image of a forgotten friend, obviously dead. The worms fall from her rotted jaw as your headache grows. It is getting harder to move forward. Your foot seems bonded to the floor. You look down and the flesh of the floor is crawling up your leg. Teeth gnaw at your knees. Still, your headache gets worse. Something catches your attention. A flash of movement from the ceiling, and then a sliver of bone pierces your eye. With it come the thoughts of the dead and tortured. You feel the sins of others wash over your soul, and as it gets worse, as your sins answer them, like madmen they fight for your psyche, and in the process tear your personality apart. Your head is pulsing with the intrusive thoughts of others. The pain grows and grows. Suddenly, as if it never existed, the pain vanishes. You fall to the ground and weep, but something does not feel right. The pain in your head does not feel as bad as it did. The effects of the strange corridor do not feel as strong. This absolutely horrifying corridor leading up to the master only gets worse. The psychic nullifier we mentioned looks very familiar. It's the same as the medicine that the forecaster uses, and the master uses these nullifiers on his other psychic experiments. Wiggum, Lucy, Moore, and Gideon. All of them are failures in his eyes, with varying levels of psychic abilities. The final resting place for the master's psychic failures, though, is the corridor of human flesh that we just talked about, giving it its strong psychic powers. These aren't the last psychics you could meet at Mariposa Base either. In Fallout 2, the Enclave swooped in to try and gather a pure strain of FEV, and used enforced labor to dig out the location, after the Vault Dweller nuked everything in the first game. The laborers being exposed to leaking FEV everywhere began to mutate and eventually became super mutants. One of them, Melchior the Magnificent, was very interested in sleight of hand and magic tricks. He mutated along with everyone else and would be the final boss the Chosen One would face in Mariposa Base. He gained the psychic ability to control animals, and during the encounter will summon and control 4 Deathclaws, 4 Fire Geckos, 4 Floaters, and 4 Mole Rats. If, at any point, any of them are defeated, he'll summon more by throwing animals into the FEV goo, creating whatever creature he wanted and then commanding it to once again attack. There is potential here that he's just doing some insane sleight of hand tricks, but how likely is it that he could somehow have a bunch of highly trained, highly lethal creatures just stored away for when he throws the animals in the vats, somehow distracting us enough that we don't see the already well-trained animals being released? Maybe as likely as him being able to create mutants and instantly mind controlling them? Who knows? We also can't leave Fallout 2 psychics without mentioning Hakunin, the shaman who is honestly really a big softie despite his appearance. While the Chosen One is searching for the Gek to save his village, they'll begin to have strange dreams of the Arroyo village being under attack by the Enclave, and the one sending these messages is Hakunin, who will find injured, barely clinging to life just outside of the village. We may think he just took too many drugs, but he obviously had some abilities as a shaman. Now, moving on to cryptids, Fallout 76 is filled with them, and none more memorable than our Lord and Saviour Mothman. Whilst wandering Appalachia, you may have occasionally felt eyes on the back of your head, and when you start to look around, you eventually see a pair of giant, glowing eyes looking at you. The Mothman as Fallout is less man than legends say. It most likely came from the fact that it likes to hold its wings around its body like a cloak, and in the dark, could be mistaken for a man in a robe with giant glowing eyes. Mothmen have shadows pour from their bodies and even appear to have the ability to almost teleport, with how fast they fly into the sky and land again in another location, leaving behind nothing but more of their black smoke which may actually be a neurotoxin causing hallucinations whenever we get close. And if you do startle a Mothman, they can use sonic attacks that look an awful lot like Cabot's psychic attacks to defend themselves. Now, Mothman has a long and storied past in both our world and in Fallout. In Fallout, the Mothmen are divided into two camps, the Wise Mothman and the Red-Eyed Mothmen. Back before the bombs dropped in Point Pleasant, a cult worshipped Mothman, seeing him as a prophet and a protector. Just before the bombs dropped, this cult met up below the Mothman Museum, as they usually did, to conduct a ritual. They were all scared with the threat of the war and just wanted to know what was coming and how best to defend against it. The Wise Mothman appeared to only one of them in the congregation, Brother Charles, and let him know a flood would be coming. Taking this at face value, the cult decided to meet on the roofs of the town the next day to avoid being drowned, although they weren't expecting a flood of fire and nuclear destruction. They survived, and put it down to the Mothman saving them. Eventually, Charles led them to Lucky Hole Mine, where they encountered another group who had been led there by a calling. The calling from the firstborn of the wood, or the interloper. This caused a schism in the cult, as Brother Charles led his followers away to found the Lantern, a place they could worship the Wise Mothman, only returning on the equinox to conduct rituals to summon Mothman at Point Pleasant. The followers of the woods still worship Mothman, but it's a different form of Mothman. The red-eyed Mothmen who try to stop you when summoning the Wise Mothman at the equinox. Although you're drugged at the time of the equinox, so who knows how much of that is a hallucination. Mothman definitely has a connection to the Elder Gods, but they may even have a connection to the extraterrestrial. As you've explored Appalachia, you may have come across a man in a suit, a man giving you an incredibly creepy wide smile. You can talk to him and at no point will he drop the smile. He will though mention his name is Indrid, and if asked about his coat will say, "I am cold." Indrid Cold, also known as the Grinning or the Smiling Man, first supposedly appeared in the real world just before the sighting of Mothman, and the two have been connected ever since. When Woodrow Derenberger was out driving one night, he came across a strange man who never stopped smiling. He kept his hands pinned under his armpits as if cold, and only used his elbows to gesture. Speaking telepathically, he told Woodrow his name was Cold and wished happiness upon him. The same thing he does for us if we meet him out in the wasteland. We aren't the only ones to meet him though. It seems he's been going around and worrying locals just by his mannerisms. For example, in this terminal entry for the Middle Mountain pit stop, Clyde details talking to a strange man. Some freak came into the bar last night. Didn't even see him come through the front door. Just looked up from cleaning the counter and there he was, grinning from ear to ear, wider than should be possible. He didn't greet me. In fact, he said nothing at all the whole time he was here. He put exactly 10 caps on the counter, one at a time. Well, that's how much a drink costs, so I handed him a beer. He took the bottle and sat by the fire for hours. Didn't speak, didn't move, didn't even drink the beer, the ungrateful bastard. Only sound I heard him make was a faint chuckle under his breath. Freaked me the fuck out. Gonna keep my shotgun real close from now on. Indrid doesn't seem hostile at any point though, just inquisitive and weird. He mentions that much has changed in his absence, and he just wants directions to anything interesting to look into. One thing to note though is his connection to Mothman. I mentioned they were usually connected just due to the fact the Smiling Man appeared for the first time just before Mothman, but Fallout 76 pulls from other media as well. In Season 2 of the Adventure Zone created by the McElroy brothers, Indrid Cold is the human form of Mothman. It's why he appeared just before and always seems so out of place. He isn't even human. And, wouldn't you know it, if we attack the Smiling Man in Fallout 76, he disappears in a black cloud just like the Mothman. Due to his appearance in a green metallic suit and his mentions of the stars, he's also usually connected to aliens and the Men in Black in the real world. Now, West Tech Research Center is a location crawling with super mutants. Bethesda needed a canon reason for super mutants to be in Appalachia at this time, so they created this location. Originally, the researchers here were working on mutations for crops that would increase production to alleviate the food riots. As part of this, they had agreements with the farmers in the nearby town, Huntersville. Everything was going fine until the Greenhouse Initiative was shut down and all resources swapped over to the FEV Initiative. Now using Huntersville as a test location, they slowly mutated the residents, hoping to isolate useful strains of FEV. Most were failures. However, some did turn into cryptids that we can encounter ourselves. The Snallygaster was one of the first successful mutations on the 14th of October 2077. Able to successfully survive without medical intervention, it was set to be reintroduced to Huntersville to see what happened. But it managed to escape on the 3rd of January 2078 and has been reproducing, leading to the Snallygasters we find in Appalachia today. The original Snallygaster from the real world looked quite different, being some half-reptile, half-bird hybrid, with a metallic beak and occasionally octopus-like tentacles. But Bethesda went with a more mutated look to fit the world more. Now that Westech had a stable sample, they experimented with it more and produced a stable giant creature, whose head seemed to shrink into its shoulder muscles. The Grafton monster was sedated and was being shipped out when the bombs dropped, giving it a chance to escape and supposedly reproduce. These were created by Westech. However, given the existence of both the Tales from the West Virginia Hills and the fact that Sugar Grove was tracking sightings for both these cryptids before the bombs even dropped, there may have been versions of these creatures already out there. Another cryptid that Sugar Groves was tracking was the Wendigo. Beverly Solomon is the expert cryptozoologist at Sugar Groves and has a report of a Wendigo she saw herself. Just listen.
Beverly Solomon, cryptid analyst, 10/25/77. Wendigo witness report. Ooh, this is a spooky tale. Okay, so this is my own personal sighting. I was up at the ski lodge this past week, enjoying some well-deserved R&R. I guess I can never really be off the clock, though, because I happened to see something hunched on the slopes ahead of me. I thought it was some old coat, you know? I was moving pretty fast, so I was just trying to avoid it. Anyhow, it just unfurled as I get close. Must have been 10 feet tall, but just all skin and bones like a dead dog. It had a deer's skull cracked open in its hands from the fresh kill it was eating. And as I go by, I get this powerful cold feeling through my bones. I thought to myself, you know, Bev, you really lucked out getting that tattoo before coming out here on this trip. I can't imagine what kind of things I'm gonna see next.
Now, some of you may have noticed the date there. She was reporting this just 2 days after the bombs dropped. Maybe she was trying to cope with what had happened by carrying on her normal job? Either way, Wendigos were present in Appalachia and also had their own Tales from the West Virginia Hill tape. We can find notes left by some people who've transformed into these creatures in places like the Wendigo Cave. Here you can find the progenitor Wendigo, or Morris Stevens as he was once known. He was originally the leader of the Gourmand, a cannibal raider group, but he was kicked out for eating one of their own along with his partner Edie. They retreated to this cave and began to attack passers-by to feed. Morris only gave scraps to Edie though, and began to change, becoming insatiable until devouring his wife Edie and fully turning into a Wendigo. The few named Wendigos we can discover in the game all have the same origin. At some point they were forced to consume human flesh and then transformed over time into a Wendigo, or in the case of Earl Williams, a Wendigo Colossus, a larger Wendigo with 3 heads. Wendigos seem to have some connection with ghouls as we can find them in packs together, or while in Vault 79, a Wendigo could be found among the ghoul population, so most likely mutated there along with the rest of them. If we look at the real world lore for Wendigos, when a person eats another, they're possessed by a spirit of hunger. Maybe that's why, despite cannibalism existing in other Fallout games, we've only found the Wendigos here. The spirit of hunger only haunts this area, or something. A lot of new players who've come to the game comment about how terrifying an encounter with a blue devil is. This large bipedal wolf is terrifying at a low level and can still pack a punch at higher levels too, but where did it even come from? Bethesda really dug deep for this one. Back in the winter of 1939 to 1940, in the hills between Jumbo and Grassy Creek in West Virginia, a bluish, dog-like creature larger than a pony was said to be prowling the area hunting the livestock of the region. Some thought it to be a panther or a large wolf, and hunters flocked to the area for the reward money, until Elmer Corey bagged something that was described as not a coyote, but resembling one. And after he claimed the reward money, there was no more sightings. Fallout's Blue Devil is a wolf larger than a pony, though it's more like a werewolf than a coyote. It was added in the Once in a Blue Moon update, and among other things is the end boss of the event Safe and Sound, which takes place at the mountain pit stop, where we can actually find some notes about it. Now, this first one, the weird note, doesn't appear to make any sense at first. However, it's all in a code which can be deciphered using a nearby terminal. The user Wasteland Walker actually deciphered this within 2 days of the update releasing, and it has been confirmed that they got it right. The note actually reads, "Clyde, my friend, let me know if you find one with white on it. Need a hunting companion for finding the mother." Seems like someone actually wanted to train a Blue Devil, but wanted one with some white on it to stand out from the others. We can actually find a reply to this note in the investigation report, which does have one word that needs decipher using on it, but fully translated reads, "They used to breed them way back, first for racing, then for fighting. Kept going on after the bombs. Doesn't explain their size though. Could have something to do with that place and what's nearby. At this point, impossible to tell. They're reproducing out in the wild, but most litters don't produce healthy enough pups to survive. The ones that do though, grow up. Fast. Immediately hostile, even young, so don't even consider it. Color variations are limited, especially local specimens. Black hair is most common, appearing almost blue in certain lights. None were white, like you suggested. Payment has been received. This concludes our business." Apparently, they'd make terrible pets as they're immediately hostile. We don't really know what they mean by could be to do with that place, but I do have some theories. Firstly, the pit stop is fairly close by to the West Tech Research Center, and as we've discussed, they were experimenting with FEV here, and made some of the other cryptids in the area. Maybe they also created the Blue Devil species. The alternative is the Enclave. We know they're experimenting with Ultrasight, and with the new raid, we even fight a giant snake that has mutated due to the Enclave's involvement. Maybe they were the ones who carried on after the war before the plague wiped them out. Another native creature that was wandering around before the bombs dropped is the Sheep Squatch, who, if we listen to the wandering storyteller, is the result of someone loving a goat far too much. This isn't the only person to encounter the Sheep Squatch though. Calvin Van Lowe was part of a cryptid hunting group before the bombs dropped, and even went on to create a fake Assaultron Sheep Squatch that he managed to get stuck in mating mode. And based on the Sheep Squatch impostoling you can fight in the quest Out of the Blue, it may have even somehow succeeded. One of Calvin's friends, Ray Gary, actually met the Sheep Squatch and barely escaped with his life, losing use of his legs in the process. He lied about how it happened so that no one else would go hunting and suffer the same fate. A lesson we would do well to learn. Ogua is a large, muscular snapping turtle that may have been foreshadowed in the Into the Pit DLC for Fallout 3. Mona, who has spent time swimming in the local river, has had her skin become diseased. Referring to herself as the Freight, she'll say the following. "Saw another runaway down by the shore. Well, most of one anyway. Think the river monster got most of it." The river running by the pit is the Monongahela River. I apologize for my butcheration of that pronunciation, which flows through Appalachia, past the pit and later joins the Ohio River. This river is one of the locations that Ogua is said to live in, so maybe it was already foreshadowed back in Fallout 3. In Fallout 76, we don't have any answers as to where it came from, but we do know the cult of Mothman is hunting it as a sacrifice. They are convinced that its ancient blood will offer the Mothman visions of ages past. Of course, that's all ruined when we come in and take out all the cultists, and then Ogua as well. Honestly, are we the bad guys here? Continuing out of Appalachia, the next cryptid has a storied history in New Jersey. The tale goes that a woman cursed her 13th child, calling it the devil. What emerged when she gave birth was a dragon-like abomination that fled to the Pine Barrens. Being the 13th child has superstitiously been seen as unlucky or cursed, due to the number 13 being unlucky or related to the devil. In Fallout 76, we don't know where the Jersey Devils come from. Maybe it has the same origin. What we do know is that it's been breeding and that its blood makes an incredibly addictive chem called Devil's Blood. Antonio Russo learned this after killing a lesser or juvenile devil. He'd gone out to try and make a deal with the devil, but found only a hostile animal, and after defending himself, brought back the body and had it analysed. The only cure for the Devil's Blood chem is to make an antidote from an adult Jersey Devil's Blood. While the adults seem to mainly stay within the Pine Barrens, the juveniles can be found around Atlantic City. Maybe they don't know enough to stay away from humans yet. In June 2024, Bethesda released the Skyline Valley update for Fallout 76, which brought along some new paranormal events. The first one you only find a note about, called Campfire Tales. Now, many people actually miss this note as it's a scrap of paper left on a bonfire at Camp Liberty, Lady of the Lake. In the very heart of Shenandoah, nestled beside an old lake, exists a camp steeped in legend. This place, once a sanctuary of joyful memories, now harbors countless tales of sorrow and regret. None more heartbreaking than the story of Amelia Huntsman. A name, when spoken, evoked dread into the most seasoned camper. Amelia, or the Lady of the Lake as she's better known as, arrived at this cursed campsite many years ago. Her innocent smile and innocent nature was a facade concealing her true hidden motive. Amelia attempted to strike a Faustian bargain with an uncontrollable power which has always been and always remains trapped in these very hallowed grounds. This bargain, as we have all come to know, would ultimately seal her fate. Who was Amelia, and what was the entity she made a bargain with? Was it one of the eldritch gods of Fallout, or something worse? The other cryptid-like being added in is a random encounter. Walking along, you may find a group of raiders attacking a solitary figure, wearing a mining helmet and wielding a Tesla rifle. This is the electrician. He doesn't say anything, and after you help him, or he finishes the fight himself, he just disappears in a flash of light and smoke. Maybe all hope isn't lost with a silent guardian fighting the good fight. Let's talk about the clown in the room though, or the presence of serial killer clowns in Fallout with potentially supernatural abilities. On the boardwalk in Atlantic City, a nondescript shack sits, but upon lockpicking the door, we can find a gruesome sight. A ribcage with a clown toy chest bursting is in the corner, and there's a little shrine to a disturbing clown photo. Someone has placed some eyes on the table in front of it and scrawled, "He is seen," across the wall. If for some reason we want the clown picture and take it, our vision becomes distorted. The door slams shut and now we'll be cursed and hunted. Good job. Across the map, multiple clowns will now spawn watching us. Like we're being hunted by the killer that created the shrine, or the entity the shrine was dedicated to. This isn't the only shrine to this being we can find. At the mall is a mannequin with human eye, a clown hat, and a hatchet with "He See" written on the wall. And finally, a woman mannequin with several buckets on her head, and when we finally remove them all, she also has human eyes, and on the wall is "She See." This isn't the first time we've encountered clowns in odd spaces though. For example, in the White Spring Golf Club hidden in a fridge, we can find the clown calling card holding a red balloon, which is obviously a reference to the Stephen King's It. I did also find this clown doll with a hat stockpiling blast caps at the ruined town of Welch, which could be another reference to Stephen King's It and the collapse of the mine in the past. If we go all the way back to Fallout 3, we can also find another murderous clown, who was known across America before the war, but it doesn't look like the bombs stopped him. While playing Fallout 3, you may have seen this loading screen, and while the big headline catches the attention, it's the other one we're interested in. While this screen isn't great, we can actually find the Capitol Post building ourselves and read the full article from the 27th of July 2052. What American child hasn't heard the story of the pint-sized slasher? That diminutive demon in a clown mask who stalks and slashes the innocent residents of supposedly safe suburbia. It's just one of the many folk stories parents used to scare the youngsters into behaving themselves. Or is it? According to Germantown Police Chief Joseph Field, The pint-sized slasher may be more real than many people would like to admit. After reviewing the autopsy results of the Linden Street slayings, we have confirmed that the force and direction of every knife wound are consistent with an attack from a much smaller assailant, a child to be precise. Add to the sinister forensic findings this statement from Christopher Atkinson, the one surviving victim of the adolescent assassin, and it becomes clear that the pint-sized slasher does indeed walk among us. The clown, he's going to kill us all, do you understand me? He stabbed my brother Sean right in the face, he killed my brother, the little clown! But assuming the pint-sized slasher is indeed a real, tangible threat to the peace-loving residents of DC suburbia, one question remains. Why? What could possibly motivate a child to don a clown mask and murder innocent people in cold blood? We may never know. At least not until the miniature maniac is brought to justice. Until then, all we can do is lock our doors, kiss our children goodnight, and pray they live to see morning. America was terrified of the serial killer, and it was on everyone's minds. So much so that when you finally go to Tranquility Lane as part of the questline to find your father, as a final act of cruelty to the people in town, you'll be asked to dress up as the pint-sized slasher with his clown mask and signature knife and carve your way through the townspeople. This isn't the only reference to him though. In Point Lookout we can find two more, possibly copycats. Starting off with Kenny's Cave, after fighting through the Herzog mine you can find a nice, quiet cavern with Kenny in, who will let you stay as you don't seem like a bad adult. And on a table, he has a replica of the pint-sized slasher's mask. On the same island, over at Homestead Motel in room 1K, we can find a horrific scene and another mask hidden among the bodies that litter this hotel room. This may just be a coincidence, as the Fallout 3 official game guide says this about the pint-sized slasher. A myth used to scare children who misbehave. The pint-sized slasher is said to appear from a dog kennel at dusk to chase the children around with a toy knife. The pint-sized slasher has been the second best-selling Halloween costume, topped only by Captain Cosmos. So it looks like this costume was actually very popular. There is a chance as well that at one point the pint-sized slasher was institutionalized at Parsons State Insane Asylum, the same one we encounter for the Cabot questline. We can find a terminal in here detailing the patients within the asylum, and one of them sticks out. Bobby was only 10 when he was admitted on the 10th of August 2074, but he'd committed multiple homicides and stabbings. The only thing capable of stopping his constant laughter is the music from Dracula, Toccata and Fugue in D minor. It says his family is local, and the Fairline Hill Estates is very similar to Tranquility Hill, with multiple companions bringing here commenting on how there used to be people living here, and now it's a ghost town. Maybe this is where the pint-sized slasher comes from, or at least one of them. See, the main problem with this is that the newspaper article came out in 2052, 12 years before Bobby's birth in 2064. It is incredibly strange that we'd have two 10-year-old serial killers in the Fallout franchise, unless something supernatural was going on. As always with the theories, put your tinfoil hats on for a second and think about what if the pint-sized slasher was actually some kind of spirit or entity possessing these boys and causing them to commit all of these acts, leaving them broken afterwards. It would explain how we have both of these confirmed child serial killers and the possibility of one in Point Lookout across time. If we look at Stephen King's It, Pennywise, the antagonistic clown from outside of space, was a creature that fed on humans, inducing fear as a kind of seasoning, having a cycle of feeding and then laying dormant for 30 years before awakening to once again terrorize the town and feed. Maybe the pint-sized slasher is something like that. We have the obvious references to a clown, and the calling card of the clown and its red balloon are an obvious It Easter egg when he makes the bully Henry Bowers attempt to eliminate the Losers Club. Maybe the clown we encounter in Atlantic City is just its current form, a new take on how to terrify the people of post-bomb America. It also may answer the question of what did the victims see. Pennywise's true identity is something humans can't comprehend. Usually seen as a bunch of orange lights, the sight destroys the mind of the viewer, possibly inducing insanity or making them catatonic. Maybe this clown's latest trick to season its food with fear is to show them its true form before feasting. I mean, it must be hard to induce more fear in people who spend every day in post-apocalyptic America with a constant fear of death every day. But clowns will always be terrifying. Which brings us to our last entity, a rather mysterious one. Throughout the Fallout games, you've been able to take a perk called Mysterious Stranger. The Fallout 3 official game guide had this to say about him. You have a guardian angel, but with a deadly hand cannon instead of wings. Meet the Mysterious Stranger, an odd and eldritch entity said to appear and aid you in combat before you draw your dying breath. Of course, it helps to have the Mysterious Stranger perk first. And this may explain the fact that we encounter him through every mainline Fallout. In Fallout 1, he may appear in any encounter. In Fallout 2, it's the same, except that they'll share the same gender as the Chosen One. So it is actually possible to get a female Mysterious Stranger in Fallout 2. In Fallout 3, he may appear when using VATS to shoot his .44 revolver at whatever you're shooting at. He also gets his iconic trench coat and hat that he keeps showing the other games. He'll just pop in, shoot a few times, and then disappear along with this tune. New Vegas actually built on the Mysterious Stranger lore with the Lonesome Drifter. You can meet him camping north of El Dorado Gas and Services, and when asked about his past, and in particular his father, he'll mention that he was a real mysterious fella, and a stranger to the family. His father abandoned them, leaving his mother to work her fingers to the bone. The Drifter even worked in a coal mine to help his mother make ends meet, but when she passed away, he was left angry and frustrated. So he took the only thing his father left him, the mysterious Magnum, and set out to find him, not sure what he'd ever do if he did. When we meet the Drifter, he's given up and just wants to settle down, and we can actually help with that. During the quest talent pool, you can recruit the Drifter for Tommy Torini. And if you pass a barter check of 50 during the quest, you can also obtain the Mysterious Magnum, which, when you pull it out, makes the same noise that the Mysterious Stranger does when he appears. Now, kinda hilariously, if you target the Drifter in VATS and the Stranger appears, he has no problem shooting his son. But on the Something Awful forums, Joshua Sawyer wished they hadn't run out of time so they could have hard-coded it, that the Stranger would actually turn around and kill the player character, further cementing the connection between these two characters. In Fallout 4, Nick Valentine has a case log on the Mysterious Stranger and has been hunting him for quite some time. Case: the Mysterious Stranger. Sightings of a man dubbed the Mysterious Stranger have been popping up sporadically across the old US for years now. Best case, the man's an amoral lunatic. Worst case, a prolific serial killer. All anyone knows is his MO, appearing suddenly, killing without remorse, disappearing without a word. The Stranger has no known accomplices, no clear method for selecting his targets, no calling cards left behind. Sightings range from the NCR all the way to the East Coast, stretching back decades. Now, he's come to the Commonwealth. Last thing this place needs is another psychopath running amok. Time to start putting together the pieces to put this one away. Human male. Outfits vary, but most recent sightings describe a large overcoat and fedora. Guy has taste, I'll give him that much. One man, multiple men, a ghoul with minimal scarring. Might explain the long passages of time between sightings. Appears and disappears suddenly, suggesting preternatural infiltration abilities / access to advanced cloaking tech. All but the earliest descriptions suggest the Stranger only uses one conventional arm, making infiltration training most likely. Perps like this make me wish the Institute had sprung for thermal detection before giving me the boot. Sighting locations: the Commonwealth, confirmed. Capital Wasteland, confirmed. NCR, old rumors. Shady Sands, really old rumors. In fact, if we have Nick as a companion when the Stranger appears, he'll mention it and become frustrated when you don't catch him. Just adding this in post, I tried for hours to get the Mysterious Stranger to spawn so I could film this interaction with Nick. Even though it's like a 14% chance with the highest level, I shot literally hundreds of bullets for hours and could not get the Mysterious Stranger to spawn. Apart from with console commands, in which case they don't say that, so yeah. Finally, he does show up in Fallout 76 with a twist. He can show up with the Mysterious Stranger perk to once again attack your enemies in VATS, But with the mysterious savior perk, you can also be picked up off the ground by a mysterious savior. Weirdly though, both the mysterious stranger and savior can appear at the same time, while there can only ever be one mysterious savior on the server at a time. For example, if two people with a mysterious savior perk went down and had the perk trigger, only one of them would have it work, as only one savior can exist at one time. Whereas if someone went down and savior triggered and someone triggered the stranger in VATS, both would appear, meaning these are two separate entities. Now, the stranger has changed appearances across the games, and we don't really know anything about him. He's had a child, and other than that, he seems to be amoral, helping us in each game despite whatever our choices and alignment are. Some have believed him to be a synth created by the Institute using their teleporting technology. Others just a series of different people who all help us for one reason or another. There's even a theory he's a time traveler due to the resemblance to the magazine we can find in Fallout 4. The cover for Astoundingly Awesome Tales, The Man Who Could Stop Time, does seem to show someone who looks similar to the stranger. And the stranger always appears when wearing VATS, which doesn't quite stop time, but does slow it down a great deal. Personally, I can never get past that mention of him as an eldritch entity though. Maybe he's just the physical manifestation of some eldritch god that enjoys playing with the fates of mortals, like Nyarlathotep, and what we do just plays into his plans. Maybe it really is just some guy who keeps being in the right place at the right time to help us. While you were walking the wasteland one day, you saw something out of this world. You've never seen a flying object like it in real life. Even pre-war Boston had nothing that looked like that. So you go to investigate and find a rabbit hole that implicates some of the biggest corporations in America with the end of the world. Now it's time to talk about all things Zayton and finally prove aliens caused everything. Aliens have been present in Fallout since the very first game. While out in the wasteland, the Vault Dweller could stumble upon a crashed ship, like nothing they had seen before, with two skeletons lying in the sand outside. These bone aliens, as they're known, had small bodies and rather impressively large craniums, which definitely brings to mind the old stories of the visits people have had from the Greys in our own world. A small, almost fragile body with a large head, black eyes, and a flying saucer, it ticks off all the boxes. The Greys have been said to have a connection with Area 51, although depending on which conspiracy theory you listen to, they either work together to control the human race or have been captured there. The note on the ship definitely indicates the latter. It says property of Area 51, return if found. Looks like these aliens managed to escape before crash landing in the desert alone on an alien planet. The Vault Dweller can then loot them, obtaining the alien blaster and, more surprisingly, the fuzzy painting. Taking a closer look at what painting a pair of aliens would be trying to escape with, it's a genuine Velvis. An image of a singer, obviously very old. The image has a felt coating that is still in good condition. The image on this is very clearly Elvis Presley. And for those of you like me who might be wondering why one of the only items they'd be escaping with would be a picture of Elvis, turns out he's not just the king of rock and roll on our planet. Elvis had a particular interest in aliens, collecting books about both them and the paranormal due to the fact that he was allegedly visited multiple times over his life by aliens. When he was born, his father reported seeing a blue light over their house. At 8, he communicated telepathically with aliens, being shown a vision of himself on stage, all in white. He even saw UFOs over the desert himself, leading some to speculate whether he had a special connection with aliens, and if he was just abducted rather than dying. Taking this back to Fallout, maybe these bodies were from before the war, and they were looking for Elvis. The alien blaster is the only one you can loot in the original Fallout, and unlike later games when you find it, it actually uses energy cells as ammunition instead of alien power cells. In Fallout 4, this is a modification we can do ourselves, so it most likely was done at Area 51. Maybe that's why the ship crashed. They'd been researching it, taking it apart and putting it back together with human technology, and it just didn't work as well anymore. We can even find a government facility holding an alien in the original Fallout. The glow is what remains of the West Tech research facility, a location at the forefront of military research. This was one of the first and the main site to conduct forced evolutionary virus testing before it was moved to the Mariposa military base. They still had tanks of FEV stored at the time of the bombs dropping, and being such an important part of the military research effort, the place was targeted by multiple nukes, releasing the FEV and highly irradiating the entire area, leading to the glow it's named after now. And deep down on level 4 of the facility, sheltered from the nukes, we can find the remains of an alien that was being experimented on. Now, carrying on with this, the Master is the main antagonist of the original Fallout, and due to his mutation is able to awaken psychic abilities. The best defense the Vault Dweller can obtain to deal with this is by obtaining a psychic nullifier, which can be obtained from the Master's test subjects. The Fallout official game guide had this to say about it: the psychic nullifier. A strange device, possibly the product of an alien technology. It blocks telepathic or psychic commands. We can also again find this same item in Fallout New Vegas as well, where the forecaster is using it to stop the headaches he gets from thinking too much. It blocks his psychic abilities as well, and he refers to it as his medicine, though his abilities are more about being able to forecast the future than create horrible visions for other people. The player can even pay the forecaster for his thinking, and he'll reveal what turns out to be accurate forecasts of future events. He doesn't know where his ability comes from. Maybe it's a result of the experiments the Zetans have been conducting on humanity, or it's just a random mutation. In Fallout 2, we can again find the alien blaster either being sold by Willie, the traveling merchant, or by getting lucky on the Enclave oil rig. Whilst stuck in a maze commonly used to haze Enclave members, one of the terminals at random can give multiple skill checks, and if you pass the speech check, you'll obtain the alien blaster. Looks like the Enclave has been studying it for some reason. And we can even find more proof of aliens being studied by the government within the Sierra Army Depot. Over the many years, this location has changed roles from ammo storage to ammo disposal to finally a high-tech research center, focused primarily on robotics, but also biological and conventional weapon programs. This is where we find Skynet, who, given some of its voice lines, may or may not wish to enslave or eradicate all of humanity. Yes, it's just like Terminator Skynet, just with less Naked Arnold and more steel.
I need your clothes, your boots, and your motorcycle.
Using alien technology, they were experimenting with AI and created a true AI in 2059. Realizing the limitations of being stuck in a computer, the researchers began work on a cybernetic brain to implant Skynet in a robo-brain body, so it could explore the world. Couldn't go wrong at all. Fortunately, this was all shut down in 2077 when the military assumed control, cloning the AI to operate the base's defenses and locking the original away down inside the base. In 2081, Skynet gained true sentience, only to remain locked in a prison of silicon and steel for the next 160 years. The Chosen One can pass some pretty high skill checks to obtain the body parts and cybernetic brain needed to finally free Skynet. Although if at any point the Chosen One has annoyed it, upon being freed, it'll turn hostile and start spouting off about eradicating the inferior species. So, good job releasing the murderous part alien AI into the world. Hilariously, we can also find another alien skeleton here. Oh, well, it might not be. You see, it's the exact same model as the previous born aliens. However, the Sierra Depot experiment log tells a different story. Written by Dr. H. Lecter, the reference will be very obvious in a moment. These logs go on to record many experiments that Dr. Lecter undertook, with an honestly horrifying lack of respect for human bodies. The first log talks about how some other scientists pranked him by altering his organ extractor, resulting in a deceased soldier coming out of the operation and missing his colon, and the doctor nearly didn't even notice. Then, to get back at them, he removed the same soldier's liver, cooked it, and sent it to them with some fava beans and a nice shanty. If you hadn't realized yet, this was very much a reference to Hannibal Lecter the Cannibal. The other main log that we are interested in though is his notes on mentats. He began feeding one of his experiments a steady diet of mentats with some special enhancers and did record an IQ increase from 39 to 200. It might be that this was just a reused asset and that the alien's body is meant to be this experiment. It wouldn't be the first time we've seen people's craniums begin to expand, like with Brother Charles or the Enclave in Appalachia using the Egghead Serum. But let's jump ahead now to Fallout 3 and the alien invasion of Earth. On initial release, Wandering the Waste, you could get the unidentified flying debris random event, which rains down ammo on the Firelands. Unfortunately, because it's a random event, the ammo is spread everywhere, and it's entirely possible for the Firelands to get stuck somewhere unreachable or hidden within a rock. I personally remember being at school when a friend told me about this one, although I was pretty young and I didn't know it was a random event, so I spent all weekend scouring the patch of barren rock they told me it happened to for them just for nothing to happen. Now I know it was random and I wasted all of that time staring at rocks, and I still love this game. But anyway, this wasn't the only alien blaster you could obtain. Around the top of the map near the clifftop shacks, you can receive the radio signal Recon Craft Theta, which appears to be some kind of emergency signal. Just listen. Some believe that when reversing the audio, you can actually hear the alien is never alive. Approaching the location of this signal, you find a crashed alien spaceship and the remains of an alien. This is the first time we've seen one of them that isn't just a collection of bones. They have small, weak-looking bodies and large heads with green skin and bulbous black eyes, and it looks like this one has seen better days. We have no idea how they crashed or what happened, and on the floor we can find the alien blaster, an incredibly strong weapon with a finite amount of ammo. There are several other locations we can find the ammo though, other than just the crashed spaceship. We can find ammo at Fort Bannister, where we can find several alien power cells by an overturned truck, and also at Fort Independence, the home base of the Outcasts, a faction of the Brotherhood of Steel who've broken off and are pursuing their own goals. In the Outcasts armory, we can find some alien power cells. Both of these locations were military installations before the bomb dropped, with Fort Bannister being so important that it was targeted multiple times with nothing but ruins remaining. During the Broken Steel DLC, we could also find them at both the Adams Air Force Base, as part of the Enclave Armory, and perhaps more interestingly at the Olney Power Works. They were working on other experimental power sources here, so maybe they were researching the alien power cells. The cracked spaceship encounter changed with the release of the Mothership Data DLC in August of 2009. Now, when you approach the dead alien, you'll be abducted, floating into the air in a bright light before waking in a cell aboard a spaceship. This place obviously has some of the most concrete lore, but also a very controversial sticking point, so let's dive on in. The Lone Wanderer wakes up during an alien medical experiment, probably something probe related. On a side note, can we just feel sorry for the Fallout protagonists? The number of times they get experimented on or have their brain messed with is a lot. Like during Point Lookout, part of it gets cut out and Old World Blues has the entire thing removed and then lost. It just sucks for them. Anyway, after some probably not gentle probing, the Lone Wanderer wakes up in a cell with Soma. After a quick conversation that elaborates on the fact that you're both stuck on a ship with little green men experimenting on you, you decide to trick them into opening the door by fighting each other and turning on the aliens when they enter. This is where we see the first example of how physically weak the Zetans are. The two of you are able to take them out just using your fists, something that would be difficult to do with most wasteland creatures. Proceeding deeper into the ship, we meet Sally, a young girl who was abducted shortly after the bombs dropped along with her sister, which makes her around 200 years old. And during those 200 years, she's got a pretty good idea of the ship's layout. She's pretty bored of playing with the aliens though, so she'll help us off the ship. Sally will crawl through the ship vents, unlocking doors or alerting the Lone Wanderer when aliens are nearby, until you get to the engineering core where you release the cryopods, possibly explaining how Sally is over 200 years old, and also making you wonder how long the aliens have been watching Earth. Out of the cryopods emerge people from wildly varying time periods. Private Elliot Turkorian was a medic in the US Army and was sent to Anchorage, where the aliens abducted him and his team just before the battle for Anchorage. Paulson is a cowboy from the Wild West period of America's history with a tough exterior, but using the right perks, he will open up about the aliens abducting his family and separating them. Most likely, they aren't with us anymore. Toshiro Kago gives us our biggest time jump though. He's a samurai, although the time period for him is a little difficult to place. The official game guide for Fallout 3 places him as coming from the Azuchi Momoyama period, which was 1568 to 1603. But the symbol on his armor is the real-world emblem of Katabami clan and was popular during the Heian period, which was 794 to 1185. Either way, we know the aliens have been watching us for a long time, abducting humans for who knows what. Maybe there are more secrets deeper in the ship. The final pod opens to release Colonel Hartigan's body, a US astronaut abducted during the height of the space race. During his flight, Hartigan was abducted and the government covered it up, saying he crashed into some high-altitude weather balloons. Hartigan actually tried to initiate first contact with the aliens, explaining he came in peace and their two people could learn so much from each other. What Hartigan didn't know was that the aliens had been observing humanity most of its history. The aliens didn't care for him and were pretty brutal in using the shock prods on him, something he unfortunately didn't survive, being left in stasis perfectly preserved for us to rob him of his spacesuit. After this, we're told by Sally that we need to disable power cells in 3 separate locations to be able to get further into the ship. For those that decide to explore though, there are some mysteries on this ship that raise many questions and answer a couple of them. Heading into the cargo bay, we can find the aliens who've been collecting everything. There's broken toilets, radios, weapons. One area has some lingerie that they appear to be in the middle of inspecting. Maybe their next plan is to try seducing humans. Tucked away in one corner is the personal computer of Reed Underwood, a founding member of the Quare Verum, or Seek the Truth in Latin. The terminal logs detail how they suspect the government of having alien technology, how they found a base that isn't supposed to exist in the desert, and with the aid of a Dr. Aldwin Morley, they managed to break in and steal something. Proof that the government is working with aliens. Then the hunt begins. Dr. Morley betrayed them, and with all the other members gone, Reed stores the technology in a secure safe and, presumably, faces his fate as the last member of the Quare Verum. Having already hacked our way into the terminal, we can unlock the safe, and after scouring the area for it, we can find it tucked away in a pile of rubbish the aliens are currently vaporizing to get rid of. Inside is the MPLX Nova Surge and a note from none other than Dr. Morley. The Nova Surge has proven to be a tough nut to crack. The output is still very high, causing massive injury to targets, but it's drawing far too much power from its energy cells. We also need to get the weight down on the weapon, as it's a bit heavy for a simple replacement sidearm. The problem still seems to be the coolant coils, which are accounting for almost 50% of the weapon's weight. The good news is that the housing for the weapon has been approved, and this is likely the final design. Unfortunately, I need to increase our staff's hours to 7 days a week again so we can finally have the prototype ready for testing by the end of the year. The MPLX Nova Surge was an early prototype of the plasma weapons we can find around the wasteland, and it is heavily implied to be based off of alien technology. The Fallout 3 official Game of the Year guide had this to say about it: a secretive prototype to the Enclave's plasma pistol. The Nova Surge functions in a very similar manner and proves a conspiracy theory you long suspected, which to me implies very heavily that its origins are not terrestrial, and that they didn't just steal a piece of advanced military tech, but something of alien origins. There is another quote that ties it together, which we'll get to in a moment, but first we'll carry on deeper into this location. Passing through the collection of junk from Earth, we can enter into the research lab, another area you never had to enter, but possibly one of the darkest in the ship because of the implications. The first room in the research wing has different vehicles from Earth being studied, and even has Hartigan's space pod from when the aliens first became known to the public. Venturing further in, things become weird. The aliens appear to have an obsession with Giddy Up Buttercup. You encounter just a couple in the first room with a recorded interview with Sally.
Hello, Mr. Alien. Yeah, I know. I'll talk into the thing. I don't know why you brought me back here. We've done this a whole bunch of... Hey! Giddy Up Buttercup! Wow! I always wanted one of those. Why do you have one? I don't understand. What do you want? It's a toy. A toy! Why are you so excited? You're weird.
The aliens were weirdly excited for Sally to recognize them, and as we go further, we can encounter entire squadrons of Giddy Up Buttercups. None of them are painted yellow like in Fallout 4, but they are white and stacked to the ceiling with the original posters on the wall in some areas. where we can find out that this robot pony only cost $16,000. And in the final room, we can encounter the test chamber. In the center is a giddy-up Buttercup, surrounded by dead humans, and as we walk down, the Buttercup's eyes blink red several times before just cutting out. We were either saved by low power, or maybe one of the many injuries we've had from having part of our brain removed to being probed by these aliens has somehow saved us. Just to add some context to everything we've talked about, dipping back into the Fallout 3 game guide, they had this to say about the alien faction. Once thought to be covered up by government conspiracy and believed only by crackpot groups such as the Quarry Verum, evidence of extraterrestrial life can be traced back throughout human history, but became nationally recognized after the mysterious disappearance of the Clarabelle 7 spacepod during the 1960 space race. It is said that the alien technology was the basis of many of the Enclave's more exotic and impressive weaponry and robotics, and even toy manufacturers such as Wilson Automatoys weren't immune to these accusations. Recently, after the discovery of an alien body in Fort Bannister, the shocking truth was revealed. The aliens are not only real and alive, but they're back, and they're pissed. It definitely seems like these robo-horses were created using alien technology. We can actually encounter Alan Glass, the co-founder and more importantly lead toy designer on the Giddy-Up Buttercup. Despite helping him get over his tragic past, he never helps us with any of the details of how the toys came to be created. It may even just be that this is just a knock-on effect of the alien technology being introduced to everything, but we'll get into that later on. Before we move on to the rest of the spaceship, I do want to mention another toy though. Once again, it's conspiracy theory time. So don your tinfoil hats. The aliens are experimenting with what appear to be psychic children's toys. The pony isn't the only one we can encounter across the games. In my recent Supernatural video, I mentioned Teddy Fears and how it shows up in strange setups across the wasteland, usually commanding other inanimate objects to commit heinous crimes. The pre-release video on YouTube for the Fallout TV show actually states that the manufacturer for the Teddy Fears, which may or may not be Automatoys, we don't know, was being sued for their teddies having a psychic influence on children, causing sleep paralysis. One psychologist even appears to have been swayed by them, calling the Teddy Fears misunderstood. We'll come back to why that's important later on. For now, let's continue with the ship. We have to go through 3 areas, disabling the generators to proceed: the cryo lab, the robotics factory, and the hangar. Each one has its own quirks. The hangar has the broken spaceship you were abducted with, and using the stabilizing poles you can send out shockwaves to send aliens flying. The cryo lab has plenty of wasteland subjects you can release to attack the aliens, and robotics lets you gain a drone control device, so you can take over the drones and have some support. Going through these areas, we also begin to notice a caste system in place with the aliens. They are so far mainly split into 2 groups, the combatants and the non-combatants. When you first meet the red shirt wearing non-combatant alien workers, Sally calls them harmless, and she's right. They only cower and flee when you approach, and if you are so cold as to gun them down for no reason, you actually gain bad karma for it. Once all 3 generators are dealt with, the lone survivor goes for a spacewalk to get to the observation deck, where the aliens fire their death ray to try and cow the escapees into submission. For some reason though, despite the many long years they've been watching the wasteland, and most of the survivors on this particular ship being from America, the aliens never learned our language, and so its tirade is ignored. The lone wanderer presses on until they hit the other big dark secret aboard the ship. In the experimentation lab, we encounter the abominations. I'll let the official game guide describe these. The true horror of the aliens' abduction begins to sink in as you discover the more grisly side of their probing. This series of chambers is dotted with the corpses of those of particular interest to these fiends, along with the aliens' greatest triumph: half-human, half-alien hybrids known only, and suitably, as abominations. I mentioned earlier the aliens were physically weak. Well, looks like their answer was to fuse human and alien DNA. The environmental factors such as radiation in the wasteland appear to be causing some issues, however. The abominations are physically tougher than the aliens, but are highly aggressive, attacking everything that isn't another abomination. The Institute had the same issue with tainted wastelanders, so it makes you wonder what a clean sample like Nate or Nora would enable them to create. After fighting through several areas, the player ends up in a death ray control room, where, whether by accident or on purpose, it is possible to aim the death ray at Earth and fire, completely obliterating some poor section and revealing just how powerful alien weapons are. There is very little the humans could have done if the aliens just unloaded these death rays on the planet. It reloads incredibly quickly and is an energy weapon, not really something that can be intercepted. After successfully taking over the bridge, another mothership appears and attacks. Depending on who died to get you there, this fight can be more difficult, with aliens beaming directly into the room. Eventually though, the Lone Wanderer with the help of his new companions is able to take down the mothership, and you unlock this one as a player home, although most of the ship at this point is inaccessible, which is a real shame and annoying when you miss one lore point and need to travel back for it. There is a massively contentious lore point I haven't mentioned yet. While going through all of these areas, you can collect audio logs from different people who've been abducted, from your companions or people all across time. One of them, though, is hotly debated. Alien Captive recorded log 17 is completely silent apart from the alien babble, but turning on subtitles reveals the truth.
I'm Holly Beresford, a linguistic specialist for the USSA. I think I'm beginning to understand you, but you need to stop shocking me. Damn, I wish you could understand me. Do you understand? That's it! You get it! I mean you no harm. I just want to learn how to speak with you. Then perhaps we can discuss what you need from us. What are you doing with that needle? No, get it away from me. No, please, we can be friends. You don't need to.
Someone was revealing the extent of the American military and trying to fight some kind of mind control or compulsion to reveal the launch codes for America's ICBMs. Our defenses consist of 3 battalions of light infantry, 34 pieces of field artillery, 108 armored vehicles, and 42 aerial vehicles. We have 38 ICBMs always on alert and ready to fire when the word is passed down from the White House. The codes to activate the launch sequence are... no, I can't let you get out of my mind. The codes are, no, I can't betray, my head, I can't, won't, and that's how it ends. This one tape has caused a bunch of issues. It's required to get the Alien Archivist achievement, but due to it not being voiced, many believe it's cut content. It really comes down to whether you believe Bethesda forgot to take it out or put in the audio. Either way, at this point, I don't think they're fixing it. We do find that the aliens are abducting a lot of high-up personnel in the US, including a US senator and even the Vault-Tec Assistant Chief Executive Officer employee who is inspecting Vault 76. One last tape that is particularly interesting from this DLC is Alien Captive Log 16. It seems that the aliens weren't too happy when the linguist nearly cracked their language. Maybe they didn't bother using our language because they don't want communication between us for some reason. I mean, I suppose if your cattle on the way to the slaughterhouse began speaking your language and then begged for mercy, it would be incredibly off-putting. We do see more of how the aliens live on the spaceship with what seems to be that caste system in place. With workers and soldiers being distinctly separated, we also find hints to their lifestyle, or lack of one really. They do seem to eat some rather disgusting looking fish creatures like this worm, and there are no decorations in their room, just rows of sleeping pods. Even the captain's room is very sparse, only really being unique in that they have the space to themselves. Heading back to Earth, we get more evidence in Fallout 3 of the government being aware of these aliens. At the Citadel, the remains of the Pentagon, we can find a terminal in the archives that details codename Palandine. Further investigations into the UFO codenamed Palandine have confirmed our suspicions. On the evening of May 3rd, 2062, an alien craft of unknown make and origin did indeed breach the airspace just north of Hagerstown, Maryland, and crashed into a heavily wooded, non-residential area. Unfortunately, attempts to retrieve the craft proved unsuccessful. It simply just could not be located, either due to some kind of advanced invisibility shielding, or because the occupants managed to make repairs and vacate the crash site before our arrival. Despite our failure of recovery, the significance of this event cannot be denied. We are not alone. We've yet to visit Hagerstown. It's just outside of Fallout 3's map, and the map for Fallout 76 took some liberties with where things were located, so it doesn't exist there either. I did look into Palandine as the code name, and I think someone at the Pentagon was really into Star Trek, as that's the name of one of the characters in A Stitch in Time, a book released in June of 2000. If you're going to use a code name for aliens, a Star Trek one makes sense. New Vegas doesn't have a whole lot on the alien front. There's the cult of Elvis, or the Kings as they're known, but they don't seem to be aware of Elvis's extraterrestrial origins. There is an encounter with aliens if you have the Wild Wasteland perk, which makes it disputable as being canon. Near the Howitzer farmstead, you can find 3 aliens wandering around a campsite, and up on the cliff is their spaceship hovering. Weirdly, only the alien captain here is hostile, and if you manage to take them out without the others noticing, they just don't acknowledge your existence. Flying around the UFO, we can see it's the same one from Fallout 3 and is heavily damaged. Though this takes place 4 years after the events aboard Mothership Zeta, maybe the Lone Wanderer is still up there causing trouble for the aliens. Which may be true, as heading into Fallout 4, our first encounter with aliens is, you guessed it, a spaceship crashing down. These guys are terrible at flying. After hitting level 20 at any random encounter site, the sole survivor may see a UFO streaking through the sky. Following it, you eventually stumble upon the crash site, still on fire. And more interestingly, a trail of green goo, leading away to a nearby cave. Inside is a hurt alien who is immediately hostile, and the lone survivor can put them down for the good of America, once again earning themselves an alien blaster. This one looks very different to the one in Fallout 3. It's chunkier with a less of a barrel, and it isn't silver and blue. Bear the Fallout 3 one in mind though, as we'll encounter it later on. This is also the first game where the aliens are outright called Zetans. Up until now, all references have called them aliens. Of course, we had Mothership Zeta, but we also blew up another mothership, which I doubt had the same name. On one of the many loading screens for Fallout 4, we can get this. If the conspiracy theories are to be believed, Earth has been visited by an alien species on several occasions. These Zetans are said to be armed with powerful energy beam weapons that can completely disintegrate enemies. Zeta Reticuli is a star system located roughly 39 light years from us, and has an interesting history with UFO fans. On the 19th of September 1961, Betty and Barney Hill were driving home from a vacation at Niagara Falls when they spotted something in the sky. It moved erratically, and eventually after they followed it, it landed in front of them. Using telepathy, the humanoid creature spoke to the Hills and told them to watch. Fearing for their lives, they tried driving out of there before hearing a beeping and falling unconscious, coming back to just outside of Concord, missing several hours of their night. Betty went on to have weird dreams and described the aliens as small, grey and with big eyes, which spawned the Greys as we know them today in modern media. And this was then later matched the Zeta Reticuli star system by Marjorie Fish, who later went on to say it had been disproven by advances in satellite and telescope technology. When this story came out though, it was huge. It sold a totally ridiculous amount of books about it. The Hills had hypnosis done, and even had scientists take samples from their clothes, vehicles, and the surrounding area. It was a very big deal, and it does fit in with the Fallout setting, being the 1960s culture, living the American dream with futuristic technology. The story did go on later to be expanded by ufology, and included the Greys meeting the government at Area 51 and trading technologies with them, which all sounds pretty familiar, right? In fact, we mentioned several times about the alien technology being used by the American government, and even toy manufacturers. But in Nuka World, we get proof that even Vault-Tec were aware of the Zetans. Galactic Zone was a collaboration between Nuka World, Robco, and Vault-Tec. Robco was showing off what their robots would look like in the future in the Robco Battle Zone, and the entire park is filled with their robots. Vault-Tec's location was called Among the Stars, and shows a potential future for humanity in space, living in their custom vaults, and of course, because it's Vault-Tec, they were experimenting on both the park goers and their own staff, using radiation and airborne toxins to see what would happen. Finally, in Nuka Galaxy, Nuka Cola's contribution, we have a roller coaster ride with the theme of helping Nuka Girl fight off aliens and save the galaxy. When we do meet the aliens on this ride though, they are very familiar. They look identical to Zetans, even down to their weapons, which resemble the alien blaster from Fallout 3. Maybe over the years they've refined their weapons, but obviously Nuka World and Robcore knew what Zetans looked like, down to the smallest detail. Maybe they were preparing for the aliens to attack, creating new robots and space vaults using the alien technology that we have to admit at this point is rampant throughout the American government and corporations. We do come to the Among These Stars exhibit for more than just taking over or unlocking that sweet power armor as well. During the quest Trip to the Stars, the Soul Survivor will need to come here and collect spacesuits for a rather interesting character. Dara Hubble is the leader of the Hubbologists in the area, and according to her, is a direct descendant of Dick Hubble, the founder of Hubbology. Back before the Great War, Dick Hubble set out to create a cult and save as many as he could based on his own experience with extraterrestrials. Everyday people are plagued by the spirits of the dead, causing neurodynes to form. These can also form through repeated contact with suppressors, people who suppress the talent and abilities of those around them. It just so happens that everyone who isn't part of Hubbology is a suppressor. Dick Hubble, or the Hub as he came to be known, was visited by the Starfather and given the knowledge to cleanse these neurodynes through the alignment process. This uses zeta radiation to clear out the neurodynes and is based upon how much time, effort, and most importantly, money you put into Hubbology. The Starfather is an extraterrestrial that created all life on Earth and watched over it until it was led astray by the neurodynes. The Hub managed to convince the Starfather to help him save the true faithful so they could join him on the planet Quetzal in the Xiphus constellation. Once there, they would learn to use the full extent of their minds and become like gods, so they could come back to Earth and save them from the neurodynes, forever ruling over humanity to keep it safe. If this sounds familiar, this was Fallout's take on Scientology, though maybe there actually is some truth to all of this. After the Great War, we can meet Hubbologists in two main locations, San Francisco and Nuka World. In Fallout 2, the player meets the Hubbologists in San Francisco, where they are ostracized and disliked by the majority of the population, seeing them as con artists, but despite this, the player can still help them when they ask. They ask the Chosen One for help fueling their spaceship, the ESS Quetzal. This can be resolved multiple ways depending on what the character does, but no matter what happens, whether you get the fuel or they make their own cheap alternative, the flight is doomed to fail. Even on the one ending that doesn't have them explode or get vented, they still suffocate from the recycled air, doomed to float above Earth forevermore. Plays out again depending on the Soul Survivor's actions in Nuka World. Dara Hubble will ask for help gathering spacesuits and powering up a UFO nearby, which turns out to be just a scrapped old ride. The Soul Survivor can help them by clearing the way and collecting fusion cores to power it. However, if they aren't paying attention or just want to see what happens, they can put in too many fusion cores, which will result in the explosion of every Hubbologist's head while spinning. After this is all done, Dara will give the Soul Survivor Hub's alien blaster, which is just like a normal alien blaster apart from with the legendary look effect on it. Maybe it wasn't all insane gobbledygook. Which brings us to joining Hubbology. The Soul Survivor can join and have their first alignment for the low price of 50 caps. This only clears a few of the neurodynes though, so they'll need more alignments. And wouldn't you know it, the price goes up each time, as well as our rank. You can receive 8 alignments and reach level 8 in the Hubbologist for a whopping 19,400 caps. Not a small amount by any means, and other than receiving a fairly high dose of radiation by the end of it, you might not even immediately notice a difference. But each alignment did actually raise your intelligence stats by whatever number alignment it was. +1 for alignment 1, +2 for alignment 2, and so on, with them all stacking. So if you do all 8 alignments at the same time, you gain +36 intellect. And you may even be able to see why you just wasted all that money. It does work though, which adds more weight to what the Hub preached. They did create the alignment technology and they did have an alien blaster, so maybe they did actually meet the Starfather. Looking at the chair closely, we can see a resemblance to something else as well. The radiation emitters on either side of the subject's head look very similar to the Zeta gun that we can get from Jack Cabot's body, or in his house while doing the Cabot's questline. As we mentioned before with Ugg Qualtoff, Lorenzo Cabot, many years before the Great War, was convinced that humans were only the latest intelligent species on Earth, and that before them, there had been another extraterrestrial race. He was laughed at by everyone else in his profession, but eventually found the ancient city Ubar in the deserts of Rub al-Khali. Despite numerous setbacks, like the desert itself was fighting him, he eventually made his way deep into this lost city and found alien remains, tools made for inhuman hands, and the crown he still wears to this day. It gave him immortality, psychic abilities, and, unfortunately, psychosis. He became incredibly violent, and his son Jack had to contain him to stop him causing more damage. Jack's been trying to remove it all these years, but has only made a few breakthroughs. The Abremlin field, which contains Lorenzo, the serum that has kept him and his family alive all these years, and the effects of Zeta radiation. Lore-wise, Zeta radiation is harmless to people, although it has a detrimental effect on Lorenzo and his crown. In fact, when Lorenzo is breaking out, Jack has the sole survivor flood his containment room with Zeta radiation. And Jack always carries a modified gamma gun that can utilize Zeta radiation in case it's needed again. It's worth noting as well that the hubologists aren't the only ones contacted by something from beyond our planet that calls itself the Creator. In New Vegas, at the Rep Contest site, we can find Jason Bright and the Bright Brotherhood. Jason is the prophet of the Great Journey and has been receiving visions from something he calls the Creator since some point after he became a ghoul. In the visions, he sees a place called the Far Beyond, where ghouls could find a paradise and heal with their creator. And their method of getting there? Rockets. The Far Beyond is somewhere in space, though Jason believes it is somewhere that only ghouls can go due to the radiation. It certainly all sounds very similar to hubology. It does make you wonder whether the Starfather is real and is from the race that lived in Ubar. Maybe they did create humans before setting off to some other star system. In The Mountain of Madness by H.P. Lovecraft, my favourite Lovecraft book, the Elder Things predated humanity and waged wars as new entities from the stars came down. They created life on Earth and what would later come to be humanity, along with other things like the horrifying Shoggoth, until the Elder Things had to retreat into slumber or leave to another planet or just passed away from the extreme cold. There is a lot of cosmic horror in Fallout, and you can see my full video on it here, but maybe the Starfather did create all life on Earth, before some other species forced them to leave for now. Which neatly brings us to Fallout 76 and the invasion of Zetans. Fallout 76 expanded on just how prevalent Zetans were in American media in the Fallout universe. You can obtain framed movie posters for your camp that clearly show Zetans, and with names like the invaders from beyond our galaxy. Appalachia in particular has a close history with the Zetans. The Flatwoods monster has been around Appalachia since before the war. We know that from its appearance on the Tales from the West Virginia Hills magazine and holotape. We can even find a tape about Colson Pickens being abducted and experimented on, though whether he was just incredibly drunk is up for debate.
This is Deputy D.B. Walton. Interview started at 3:35 a.m. All right, Mr. Pickens. Tell me everything that happened by starting from the beginning.
I was out behind my hot dog stand taking out the trash, and I saw this light shining from the woods. At first, I thought it was a hunter with a flashlight. But then, the light started changing.
Changing? How?
Well, the light started turning different colors. First it was blue, and then green, and then red, and then back to blue. Wait, maybe it was green, blue, red. No, actually it's red, blue.
Yep, we get it. What happened next?
I suddenly got real dizzy, and I dropped the trash bag I was carrying. Next thing I knew, I was on the ground. I don't even remember falling. I looked up, and that's when I saw it.
Can you be more specific?
It was a man, but it also wasn't a man. It had gray skin and these huge black eyes, and it was wearing like a spacesuit or something. What was really weird was that it wasn't saying anything, but I could hear it anyway. In my mind, it told me to follow it onto its spaceship.
Flatwoods monster again? All right, I've heard enough. Colton Pickens, I'm arresting you for drunken disorderly conduct and indecent exposure.
Indecent what? What are you talking about? I didn't do anything wrong.
Cole, we found you on the roof of your shack, buck naked, yelling at the top of your lungs. Your blood alcohol was .23. It took 4 deputies to get you into handcuffs. We all go on a bender now and then, but you need to keep it at home. What? No! Come on! You have to believe me! The monster made me drunk. It was experimenting on me, controlling my mind. When are you people gonna do something about the Flatwoods monster that needs to be killed? I've had enough. Just get him out of here. This is Deputy D.B. Walton. Interview terminated.
The Flatwoods Monster is a creature in a floating suit with purple haze coming off of it that you can use to mind control other creatures nearby. Supposedly, this is how it got Colton onto the ship. If we get up close and personal with the Flatwoods Monster and take it down for the good of the wasteland, we can see that it's tiny little green legs, and using photo mode to clip into the helmet, it's definitely a Zetan. Maybe something about staying on our planet long term has caused it to mutate, and now it needs the suit like a high-tech wheelchair. Or it's just another result of the Zetans messing with DNA like with the Abomination. The Tales from the West Virginia Hills raises some questions about a character we previously met as well. A young pioneer scout by the name of Fred Fisher was out camping with his troop when they saw lights flashing through the sky. His friends dared him to investigate, and when he did, he blacked out, waking up in a dark place, with a girl named Sally talking to him. As they talk, Fred becomes increasingly worried about the people Sally says want to play with him.
Tonight, we bring you the final chapter of Who Goes There? A Strange Encounter in Flatwoods. In the last episode, Pioneer Scout Fred Fisher met a curious girl named Sally while hiding in the dark. But, as it turned out, they weren't alone.
There are other people here? Yeah, they probably just went to get more food. They'll be back soon enough. You can wait with me, and they'll give you food too. You just have to do what they want. What do you mean? When they want to play games with you. Games? What kind of games? I'm still learning the rules. Mostly, they're kind of boring, and only hurt when you use the needles. Needles?
Then, a bright light turns on as Sally begins to chant. There are a couple of ways we can take this. Maybe Sally has been with the Zetans even longer than we thought. We know that the Flatwoods Monster can mind control creatures, so maybe they've messed with her mind over the years and the backstory we got was wrong. They used her to see how she interacted with new kids, or just because they didn't have enough holding cells. The helmet she wore and the marks left on the side of Fred's head do indicate that something was being done to their brains. Or maybe a Zetan was impersonating Sally. The strange helmet was one of the helmets we've seen them wear, and in the dark, Fred didn't know who he was talking to until the lights came on. It could even be that Bethesda just threw it in as an Easter egg or a random occurrence. Either way, it's yet another reason to not trust Sally. She did seem awfully capable of traversing the ship, and even taking over the controls. It also makes me think of the Forecaster and his psychic abilities. We know the Zetan experiment on those they capture, and here they did something to Fred's brain. The psychic nullifiers were also made using their technology, so maybe the Forecaster was abducted at some point, and that's how he gained the ability. Maybe that's where his parents are. Sally is still alive on the ship centuries after being abducted, but her sister doesn't appear to be. Some people are released, some are experimented on, and some don't ever wake up. The Flatwoods Monster isn't the only potentially extraterrestrial entity we can meet on the lonely roads of the Appalachian Wasteland either. The Smiling Man is a rather creepy figure you can meet as you wander. You can talk to him, at no point will he drop the smile. He will though mention his name is Indrid, and if asked about his coat will say, "I am cold." Indrid Cold, also known as the Grinning or the Smiling Man, first supposedly appeared in the real world just before the first sighting of Mothman, and the two have been connected ever since. When Woodrow Derenberger was out driving one night, he came across an unidentifiable vehicle with a strange man who never stopped smiling. He kept his hands pinned under his armpits as if cold and only used his elbows to gesture. Speaking telepathically, he told Woodrow his name was Cold and wished happiness upon him, revealing that he just wanted to know about humanity and that he was from planet Lanulos in the galaxy of Ganymedes. We aren't the only ones to meet him though. It seems he's been going around and worrying locals just by his mannerism. For example, in this terminal entry from the Middle Mountain pit stop, Clyde details talking to a strange man. Some freak came into the bar last night, didn't even see him come through the door, just looked up from cleaning the counter and there he was, grinning from ear to ear, wider than should be possible. He didn't greet me, in fact he said nothing at all the whole time he was here. He put exactly 10 caps on the counter, one at a time. That's how much a drink costs, so I handed him a beer. He took the bottle and sat by the fire, for hours. Didn't speak, didn't move, didn't even drink the beer, the ungrateful bastard. Only sound I heard him make was a faint chuckle under his breath. Freaked me the fuck out. Gonna keep my shotgun real close from now on. Indrid doesn't seem hostile at any point though, just inquisitive. He was also used to hint at future cryptids before they were released, such as the Blue Devil and Jersey Devil. While we can't tell him about it, there is a location that he might be interested in. The mysterious guide stones are a set of carved stones stacked together on a hill overlooking the Federal Disposable Field HZ-21. And it appears we aren't the only ones who find them interesting. At Vault-Tec University, we can find Michael Blake's terminal, and the following two entries are pretty interesting. Jacqueline bought more of her notes around the other day, still not sure what to make of these runes. They don't match any of the native petroglyphs in the area, nor do they match any of the old European runes I would have expected. Still, I'm confident I will find a match somewhere, and if not, there may be enough to go on to piece together a rough idea of what they say. Anything. I'm beginning to think it may be nonsense, but I am intrigued. Jacqueline has instructed me that she would feel safer if I move the translation key offline. The woman is paranoid, but I don't disagree that it's for good reason. It is because of this that she insists on keeping the original notes with her. She says it's for the best just in case someone gets to one of us, so none of us have all the pieces. Even Agent Wilson's taking precautions. We could be onto something big here. Then again, I still maintain the runes as simply ancient petroglyphs left by the indigenous people of the region. Jacqueline believes they may be extraterrestrial in nature, but I'll stick with Occam on this one. A hypothesis with a fewer assumptions is often the correct one. Agent Curtis Wilson is an interesting character who has connections to a lot of different mysteries, and we can find his terminal at the investigator's cabin. He does have a file on the guide stones and a mysterious signal among other mysteries, but all it says is access denied. The one entry we can open is, "My name is Curtis Wilson. The BADTFL originally sent me out here to investigate the Free States movement. I worked closely with a local sheriff, Scott Darcy. However, during the course of the investigation, we turned up vast conspiracies originating from our own government institutions. It became clear that if I wanted to get to the bottom of this, I would need to quit my job and do my own investigations. Then the war happened, and we survived. Suddenly, doors that were shut tight were now wide open and unguarded. But before we could get our answers and finish our investigations, Sheriff Darcy turned up dead under suspicious circumstances. I'm taking it as a sign that I should leave and continue my investigations elsewhere when the time is right. The contents of my findings will remain inaccessible until then. The world needs to know. Maybe when the time is right, the terminal entries will actually finally be accessible." Now, the data mining Discord went deep in this one and did what Michael Blake was unable to do, discovering a message from something out in the stars. Hidden within the game files was a guide to an alien language that was composed of a bunch of different symbols, which were merged across these slabs. And to start with, these made no sense. However, at the National Radio Astronomy Research Center, there was a terminal requiring a password that didn't exist. The terminal entries turned out to be the key and also incredibly ominous. To do, remove actual translations, add alien font tags. Long have wait, arrive, stars listen. We are going to come soon. Prepare yourself for destruction of your life by fire when you arrive. Life weakens. Protect what remains here on Earth. The terminal entries that we do have access to in this building all talk about a mysterious signal they received that they aren't to talk about. Suddenly, people started retiring at very young ages and moving to different parts of the country. Even one of them who had no family. Using this information and the codes on the locked terminal, the data mining Discord managed to get this from the guide stones. "We have traveled for so long. Soon we will arrive. Your planet weakens. When the war/destruction comes, save yourselves. We are coming from the stars. Listen for our signal. Look for our arrival. We are coming to Earth. Kind of indicates there are some saviors coming from a distant star system to save humanity after the war. During this, it was found that the alien symbols don't match those of the Zetans, so we have yet another alien species targeting Earth, though these ones may be benevolent. It sounds to me like it may even be the Starfather coming to protect those faithful that were left. Carrying on, we could find an alien blaster back on launch that looked identical to the Fallout 4 one, but finding it and its ammo would take some legwork. At the toxic pond and wreckage in a pool of toxic water is an open safe, containing an alien blaster and a rusted key. Taking the key to Freddy Fear's House of Scares, the rusted key unlocks a room on the top of the building. A note slid under the door reads, "They're onto us. I was fired. I'm leaving town tonight. Stay safe. LS." Inside on a desk is the stolen terminal passcode holotape, which is a key for our next location, the Shadowbreeze Apartments in Morganstown. Using it, we can access Trevor Mormon's personal terminal and find out who LS is. Mr. Mormon, your new housekeeper, Mr. Arnold Butterwood, is available to start immediately. Please let us know what time would be the most convenient for you for him to begin. As per your request, Miss Lena Stark, your former housekeeper, has been terminated. Additionally, we have forwarded your concerns to the authorities. Please do not hesitate to contact me personally with any further concerns or questions. Thank you for your business. Samuel Wellingsworth. It seems Lena Stark was fired for stealing the alien blaster, but we still have further to go yet. Trevor, I'm moving everything to a more secure location. Reset your access code if you lose the holotape. I understand it can seem overly cautious, but we can't take any risks. I think someone has taken an interest in our work. I will let you know as soon as I know more. This lets us create a code that we can use at the Pleasant Valley Cabins, gaining a one-time use code that lets us obtain the TNT Dome Key 2 from a hidden lock safe under the building. Here we can finally find some rounds for our alien blaster along with a skeleton and the same style of cryopod that we get frozen in Fallout 4. There's also a note by the power cells. Initial tests indicate these could very well be of alien origin, potentially our most significant find in a long time. The material inside is complex and destructive, so take care when handling the samples. They weren't the only ones in the region investigating the aliens either. Or we can find all sorts of different creatures that the Enclave was studying, including a scorched Mothman. In room Z05 we can find several dead Zetans, and a nearby terminal only says that the data was redacted, and to destroy them immediately. Seems the Enclave did something they shouldn't have here. Maybe the Zetans managed to get a distress call off? Which brings us to limited time event Invaders from Beyond. Across the map, Zetan patrols began to spawn, and on the hour, an invasion at one of 6 locations take place. Upon entering one of these locations, Homer Saperstein will contact the player and ask them to help fight off the Zetan invasion. This involves fighting off waves of Zetans, fighting a commander, and destroying a brainwave siphon 3 times. There is a lot going on with this, so we'll just start with General Zeta, the third and final commander that you need to defeat. He doesn't look like a typical Zetan, larger and more human, though he could be similar to the Flatwoods monster and just be inside some kind of mech suit. There's a couple other theories we can look at just from his appearance though. To start with, Fallout 76 takes place only 25 years after the bombs dropped, and we know for a fact that the aliens were abducting humans before this period. Maybe the project to create abominations had been ongoing. Before the war, radiation wasn't as rampant and neither was FEV, so they had purer samples, similar to why the Institute needed a human from before the war to create their next generation of synths. General Zeta could just be one of the last remaining human Zetan hybrids, before they started running into the abomination war with the tainted humans. The other theory requires some more legwork and a lucky encounter with a man in black. The Emissary is a rare encounter you can have across the map while the event is ongoing. Similar to the Smiling Man, he looks human enough, but his interactions aren't normal. He talks about other worlds and the stars aligning, bringing humanity into a new golden era. He even mentions the Guidestones, saying they seem otherworldly, and that he has a friend to meet there. He specifically says our friend, and it could be the Smiling Man, our other wandering humanoid extraterrestrial, or it could be something to do with Homer Saperstein. The Emissary is a reference to the Men in Black, who were said to go around after UFO sightings and harass witnesses. They were said to be uncanny, seeming off to the people they spoke to. In UFO lore, they're meant to be aliens masquerading as humans, which could explain how odd the emissary is and also his name. Who is he the emissary of? There aren't many governments left for him to be a diplomatic representative. One of his lines is a bit telling in this context.
What planet do we have to invade to get a decent slice of pizza?
Sounds like he's used to traveling between different worlds, and given the state of society, I can believe that it is difficult to get some good pizza on Earth right now. If you kill the emissary or happen to find his corpse after the Zetans have found and disposed of him, he has a chance of having a mysterious key on his body, which will lead us to Homer. You can find Homer, or at least his designed likeness as he calls it, in TNT Dome number 8, where he is on a large screen. Apparently, he spends most of his time working here, but he isn't very good at social interactions, so when someone gets close, he retreats to his own bunker. He asks the player about the aliens, wanting to know how they feel towards them, and if responded to with violence will call it alarming, but is puzzled if the player instead shows empathy. He also consistently mentions things about his understanding of humanity growing every day and says his designation is Homo Sapperstein. He can even understand the alien language to a degree, stating simply that they're here for research, determining what to do with our planet. A lot of his voice lines really seem to indicate that he's actually studying humanity and determining our worth from our reactions to the alien threat. And when you consider the emissary had the keys to this location and his name, Homo Sapperstein, Homo sapien, Homo Sapperstein, it really seems like he may be an alien studying us. Especially when you consider that the aliens we defeat during the event drop mostly circuitry and antiseptic. It could just be an army of robots he's using to either test or train humanity for the Zetan threat, which could also explain General Zeta. He just made him that way because that's what he thought humans would expect from an alien commander, though he does actually at one point seem sad at the amount of slain Zetan soldiers. He saw them as expendable in the name of science. As he interacts more with humans, he wonders if maybe the research should be done in another way. Either way, things from other worlds seem to be studying humanity and deciding whether to get rid of us. We've talked about a few different alien races interested in Earth by this point, but there is potentially the body of one we can find in the deep. Tucked away in a hidden chamber surrounded by glowing plants, we can find the visitor curled up into itself, its body emitting some kind of black particles. And within the deep we can find the holotape, residents' eyes only, which may give us some clues.
This here is James Addison of the White Spring Resort staff. I tell you, they never thought I was telling the truth, but I found it. I swear by all that is holy, I found it. I knew it was there all along. See, it started with the road. We had some minor earthquakes. You heard me right. Earthquakes of all things in this neck of the woods. I knew something. I was gonna prove them all wrong. All the other people at the resort just laughing at me. Well, who's laughing now? I just discovered a fucking underground spaceship and the rocket fuel leaking off of that thing. Hell, it's making even the rocks glow. I gotta tell the president. I gotta tell the president if it's the last thing I do. I'll be an American hero. Get the Medal of Honor, I bet. All right, enough talk. Time to swim back home to glory and to wiping that damn smirk off Robbie's face. James out.
Seems James found a ship down here, and while we don't find one, and he could even be talking about the Chinese facility, the fact that we find this strange creature down here, and in the game files it's called Visitor's Corpse, could mean he was right and this was another species of alien that has at some point arrived on Earth. Maybe Homer is from this race. Maybe it's the one that sent the message about saving us. It could even be an old god. We did a full breakdown of all the Lovecraftian stuff you can find here. Stephen Scarberry is one of the camp companions you can get in 76. And other than just being obsessed with Mothman, he also drops mentions of other cryptids and false gods he's encountered.
Not yet, but I did see something strange. I saw a light fall from the sky. I hoped for him, but instead found metal, smoke, and debris. Nothing else except for a fuzzy painting of a man in a blue shirt.
That's right, once again the aliens were interacting with a genuine Velvis. It seems like multiple aliens were looking for Elvis, not just the bone aliens from the original Fallout. Maybe there was more to Elvis's story than we thought. And finally, the crashed space station. Munch, the ever-reliable raider who definitely doesn't make things up, does have a note we can read about the Nova Orbital 1. Long before we ever landed a man on the moon, USSA had already launched a top-secret program to create the world's first space station, the Nova Orbital 1. The space race was real, but the true mission was to gather information on the alien spies that infiltrated our planet. The town of Flatwoods had already seen them. We knew they were out there, but we couldn't have a panic on our hands. We didn't know the alien motives, so the public could know nothing. Once the Great War hit, the aliens made their move. They knocked old Nova Orbital right out of the sky, and here she lies. We found her, we rebuilt her, and now she's Outpost Crater 1, the best home in all of Appalachia. Which could be nothing. It is Munch who admittedly lies to spice up history and keeps the younger raiders interested. But on Caleb Fisher's terminal, we can find evidence that may indicate this was true. I'm not sure what sort of work they were doing up on the space station, but I dug into some of the surviving documents. This thing they were building, it's not like anything I've seen before. Is it communications? A weapon? I don't know. There's a lot of missing information. I've decided to call it the Space Beam, for lack of better words. Munch wanted to call it the Angel Piss Project, of course, but I quickly put an end to that. It could be years before I figure it all out, let alone getting it running. If it was for communication, the Zetans have proved to not be a big fan. And if it was a beam weapon, of course they'd want it out of the sky. They didn't want humanity having a method to take down their motherships. So maybe this time Munch isn't stretching this truth as much as he thinks he is. Now that's every little bit of alien lore I could scrounge up. But how then were they the cause of everything? It seems pretty far-fetched that they would go out of their way to nuke us, especially with the power of the weapons that they have, but it's more indirect than that. In the 1960s, Colonel Hartigan was abducted, and according to the official game guide, this was the first known contact with aliens. However, codename Paladine crashed in 1962. They never did recover anything from this crash. There were some things before this point that diverged from our own timeline, like Vicky and Vance, but it wasn't until after the 1960s that technology really started to diverge from our own, eventually leading to the resource shortage and the Great War itself. If you wanted to be really pedantic, given the fact that it is even a possibility that we were created by aliens and that they warned us of the coming nuclear fire, you could lay everything at their feet for creating us and setting us on what seems a pretty predetermined path. Were humanity really just one big science project to them? Maybe the Zetans are test subjects just like us, and it's the Starfather, or one of the potential other alien races that are the real problem. All we really know can be summed up by this Magic the Gathering card. No one knows what the Zetans wanted, but whatever it was, it involved cattle. It's October 2008. You've made it to the weekend, pizza has just been delivered, and Fallout 3 has been released. Life is good. While exploring the capital wasteland for the first time, you come across a tunnel leading underground into the metro and decide to explore. As you head down, the ambience changes. The tunnels are darker and confusing, and then you hear it. The sound that still haunts you to this day. And from the shadows rushes a tide of ghouls. Trying to escape the horde, you end up in one of the claustrophobic utility tunnels, and as you press forward, you hear that noise again. That was a rather dramatic recreation of when I first encountered feral ghouls in the wasteland. Of course, there weren't huge masses of ghouls coming from every direction, but hearing them alert in the darkness as a kid definitely left me feeling that way. And even now, the metro in Fallout 3 creeps me out. Throughout the years, we've seen many different forms of ghouls, and with the release of Fallout 76's Ghoul update, we get to not just play as a ghoul, but also see a method of turning into one. This isn't technically the only time we've been able to play as a ghoul, but we'll get into that. The best place to start in the original Fallout has to be the Necropolis, a city entirely made up of ghouls. Back before the bombs dropped, this lovely area was Bakersfield, and Vault-Tec built Vault 12 here. A vault that not only had the latest in Vault-Tec purification technology, something that would be important for the Vault Dweller, but also had a particularly dedicated group of residents who even earned the Pressed Vault Suit Award for their efforts at being prepared for the eventual bombs hitting. Unfortunately, as we all know, this is Vault-Tec, so we know things weren't planned for things to go smoothly, no matter how much the residents prepared. Nearly every vault, apart from the control vaults, is an experiment of some kind, and Vault 12 was all about radiation. Vault techs sabotaged the doors, making it so they would never actually close, allowing the radiation to seep into the shelter as Bakersfield was devastated by nuclear bombs. Those inside and on the surface either died or ghoulified. Eventually, those inside the vault left and joined those on the surface, founding the city of Necropolis, a city full of ghouls and radiation that is considered dangerous to smoothskins, with rumors of those going there never returning. Though, given the fact that most of the ghouls on the surface have all of their limbs crippled and can only shamble towards the Vault Dweller, they can be some easy XP for some long-range shooting. A select few smoothskin caravans do trade with them though, and the Vault Dweller can meet Set, the leader of the ghouls here. Set has seen better days, as have all the ghouls here to be honest. He's pretty brutal in his control of the area, which is where the rumors of people disappearing come from, but he's not above asking for help. A while ago, a super mutant contingent was sent by the Master to take the vault and bring back the Vault Dwellers who hadn't been affected by radiation. Unfortunately, upon encountering the ghouls, the super mutants thought they were monsters and began fighting. Set eventually managed to convince them they were sentient beings and that they were actually the Vault Dwellers they were looking for, albeit pretty irradiated at this point. Things have kind of settled into an uneasy truce when the Vault Dweller first arrives, and the super mutants have taken over the watershed, controlling the supply of water to keep the ghouls in line. Set asks the Vault Dweller to deal with them and repair the watershed pump so the ghouls have water. If the Vault Dweller does this, they can descend into Vault 12, meet some of the only sentient glowing ones in the entire series, and take the water chip, saving their own vault. The ghouls in the vault and the sewer are a peaceful faction, forced down there by Set but still sent water. Set doesn't like them, but he's afraid he wouldn't have enough men if they were attacked, so mostly tolerates their existence. They're mostly peaceful towards the Vault Dweller, asking them to fix the watershed, but if the Vault Dweller doesn't and instead actually just steals the water chip, the glowing ones will turn hostile. Which brings us to a very important point in the investigation. The ghouls here will then die of dehydration, which will become a point of contention as we go through the series. Some people turn into ghouls through regular radiation, and they still require food and water. We do have a ghoul in Fallout who had a different origin though. Everyone's favourite tree man Harold was not always so stationary. In the original Fallout, we could meet him in Old Town where he would tell us about himself and the Master. Harold was one of the caravan bosses and made a good living until mutant attacks began to rise. The caravan could defend itself with enough guards, but there were still losses. Eventually, Harold and several other notable figures such as the man who would become the Master set out to find the source of all these mutants. They eventually found the Mariposa military base, a location that had been conducting the majority of the FEV experiments. After battling through hordes of mutants and a lethal security system that saw them as a threat, only Harold and Gray made it into the FEV storage. And, after all of that, they were taken out by a robotic crane arm. Gray fell into the vats of FEV and would later become the Master. Harold was knocked unconscious and woke up in the desert, somehow, beginning to mutate due to his exposure to the FEV. None of Harold's companions made it back, and he was too scared to return to that place to try and find them. Over time, Harold turned more and more ghoulish, losing clients and friends until he moved into an abandoned building in Old Town, which is where the Vault Dweller can meet him for the first time. Also, just because it really tugged at my heartstrings and may be the only piece of sympathy you'll ever feel for the Master. Both Harold and Gray thought the other was dead. Harold saw Gray fall in the vats and assumed he died in them, but in a holotape we find, we can hear Gray say he must have been killed or he would have tried to help me. Gray is a terrible person even before his transformation, but here we actually see some humanity leaking through, and maybe things would have been different if Harold hadn't been knocked out, or even went back for him. I might do a deep dive on the Master if people are interested in the future. Harold is fairly unique throughout the games, both from his mutation and what he later becomes. We mentioned the Master wanting Vault Dwellers, people who hadn't been exposed to radiation. The reason for this is that most Wastelanders have been exposed to too much radiation. So when the FEV mutates them, it results in an increase in strength, but a lack of mental capabilities. The Master had come from a vault, and while he'd been out in the waste for a while, He reasoned his lower exposure compared to someone who lived on the surface all their life was why he retained and even increased his mental capabilities. Harold was also from a vault and only spent a couple years more in the wasteland than the Master. He also had only a small amount of exposure to the FEV in comparison to the Master, who literally bathed in it. We can next meet Harold in the Gecko City power plant. He's the foreman and trying to keep things ticking over. He also has a new companion called Bob, who's a little sapling sprouting out of Harold's head that just kinda grew out of there. Gecko once again grew from a ghoul population that was rejected from everywhere else, all gravitating towards a source of radiation that no one else wanted to go near. Unfortunately, ghoulification isn't great for the old brain cells, and after years of mismanagement when Harold arrives, things aren't in a great place. At one point, he has to step in as a ghoul has reported the coolant levels being too high, and they just want to shut off the coolant, leaving the reactor to overheat and go nuclear. The plant is also missing an important part that's slowly but surely polluting the water and ground nearby, creating friction with the nearby Vault City. Harold is aware that the city could help them, but given the fact they shoot ghouls on sight, he's been unable to strike up trade with them. At the same time though, if he doesn't fix it, then they'll probably march in and take out all the ghouls anyway. The Chosen One can intervene, help Vault City get rid of the ghouls, or broker an agreement to encourage the ghouls and humans to work together. While trying to get Vault City to step down and help the ghouls, the Chosen One meets the Brain, a mole rat mutated through FEV who wants to take over the world. Brain has raised their own cult in Gecko, consisting of ghouls and glowing ones who want to return to humanity, find a way to turn back the clock on their mutation and just be human again. Of course, while Brain is mostly doing this to further their goals of taking over the world, part of them helping is to attain Vault City's medical knowledge to see if there is a way to cure ghoulification, though sadly we never find out if they're successful. Given that we again meet Harold in Fallout 3, it's unlikely that they did find a cure. Maybe it's due to Harold being a result of FEV and not just radiation, but he'd probably mention it at least. And when we do meet him again, Harold is looking a bit different. After the events of Fallout 2, Harold once again set off on a journey into the wastelands. Maybe looking for more lost souls he could help, or simply because he didn't want to stay in one place. Either way, the choice would be taken from him. Bob, the little sapling sprouting out of Harold, continued to grow till it was becoming too much for Harold to bear. And when settling down to rest one day, he awoke unable to move. Bob had taken root and trapped Harold there, leaving him nothing to do but wait. Over the years, Bob dispersed Harold's internal organs till there was no way to remove Harold from the tree, and he spent his time spreading Bob's seed around himself to both amuse and try and entice people to find him. Eventually, a wanderer who would later take the name Birch found Harold and started a cult to protect him. Bob produced incredibly hardy fruit that was able to take root and thrive in the harshest of conditions, creating a spot of green paradise in an otherwise barren wasteland. Harold's predicament eventually led to him wanting to just end everything. When he asks Birch though, Birch just sees it as a test and carries on doing what he's been doing. Harold carried on trying to attract more wastelanders, but every time they arrived as part of the purification ritual, Birch made them drink a hallucinogenic sap derived from Bob. It made people either go insane, or at the very least when they came out of the trip and saw Harold there being part tree, they would run screaming. Eventually, the lone wanderer finds them and is given several choices. Finally end Harold's long years of boredom and torment, leave him contained to this one area, or help him spread across the wasteland. It's worth noting as well that the trees spreading from him seem to be part of him as well. He mentions seeing the lone wanderer approach through the leaves of the other trees, though this makes Bob get jealous. Maybe eventually he'd disperse his consciousness among all the trees if he spread enough, and become similar to a kind of nature god. Though, given his lack of agency, that may be condemning one of the nicest characters in the Fallout universe to a fate worse than death. While writing this, it actually kind of struck me what perfect opposites Harold and the Master are, and shows that maybe mentality has an effect on the direction mutations take. Also, completely submerging may have had some effect on it. The Master was a murderer before ever even meeting Harold, and his mutation and merging with computer parts seems to represent the darker parts of humanity, with technology having caused the end of the world and his army driving life on Earth towards an even darker future as an amalgamation of twisted flesh. Harold, however, is always shown to be kind and understanding. For example, if the player in Fallout 1 has a low int stat, most people don't even want to interact with you. But Harold shows concern and compassion, maybe due to the scorn people showed him when he mutated. But either way, he tries to help others, and he doesn't choose this, but when he amalgamates, it's with a seed, a sprout of life, that ultimately brought new life to the wasteland. I just thought it was interesting to see the difference between these two characters. As a side mention, Harold did also turn up in Fallout Brotherhood of Steel, though this game has been confirmed by Todd Howard and Interplay employees on the old forums as being a different continuity of Fallout, so nothing in it is fully canon to the main Fallout games. In it, you meet Harold, who has lost a few body parts, an arm, an eye, and a toe. He just wants you to collect them so that he can pop them right back on, which actually is a thing that ghouls can do. Over in Fallout 3, we can visit the Underworld, DC's City of Ghouls, a place where they can exist without the prejudice of literally every other group. Inside, we can meet a lot of interesting characters, but let's start with the town drunk. Patchwork, or Patches, as his friends would call him if he had any, spends most of his time so inebriated that he's constantly slurring his words. Most of the city ignore him and treat him like he doesn't exist, and he's actually confused when the Lone Wanderer actually talks to him. He's quite happy with the title of Town Drunk and asserts that he'd spend a lot more time crying if he wasn't as drunk as he always was. He'll mention how the others make him hurt himself sometimes, and that if the Lone Wanderer spots any body parts lying around, they're probably his. He's constantly losing them, and then Dr. Barrows has to help him and find them and sew them back on. Last week, he lost a finger, and the Lone Wanderer can even hear him talking to Cerberus, asking him if he's seen any toes lying around anywhere. It's actually how he got his name Patchwork. He kept losing body parts and getting sewn back together until he became just a patchwork of parts. We don't know how long he's been here, and despite the fact that it's common that he loses parts and has them sewn back on, all of his body parts seem to be there and nothing looks rotten. Or any more rotten than is usual for a ghoul anyways. We mentioned Dr. Barrows there. He's the owner of the Chop Shop, the Underworld's resident doctor and de facto mayor. That's secondary to his real research though. He's currently working on a way to prevent ghoulification and eventually to turn someone back. He has plenty of ghouls to research and even has some glowing ones locked away, but he's always in desperate need of human samples. Occasionally he'll get the chance to take hair, skin, or even organs from humans, though he does have a moral code and won't just take what he needs. He takes his oath seriously and even states that if a super mutant came through the door needing healing, it'd be his job to heal them. Unfortunately, we don't ever get much insight to his research or what stage he's at, other than the fact he says he's the foremost authority on ghouls. While in the Underworld, we can rent a room and get some food at Carol's place. And if we're nice to Carol, she'll give us a first-hand report of how life was as the bombs dropped and how she became a ghoul. Carol was a little girl when she first entered what would become the Underworld, which does raise questions about how ghouls age, but we have no idea how long it was before she started changing. She just mentions that it was sometime after things on the surface calmed down. I mean, who knows how long people were looting and burning the city down. We do know that it was up to a year for the transformation and that the city was on fire for potentially months. It could be that she carried on growing for some time and was kept in an ageless stasis like other ghouls. Or maybe she isn't remembering her age well. 200 years is a long time to remember something, especially when ghouls are shown to have degrading mental faculties. Plus, to someone over 200 years old, I'm sure even a 20-year-old is just a child. Add that on top of the fact that we can only tell she isn't a child by her height because most of her features are rotted away. She does also bring up an interesting social dynamic though. According to her, ghouls aren't capable of procreating anymore, and so she took Gob in as her son. Gob has left home, and while traveling ended up in Megaton, where he is basically a slave now. I don't think there's a better representation of how a lot of people treat ghouls than Gob. Gob is always nervous, expecting to be beaten at any moment. He set out from Underworld to explore the world and somehow ended up being caught by slavers. They sold him to Moriarty 15 years ago and he's been working off his debt ever since. Seeing as he's charged for food and board though, it doesn't seem he'll be free anytime soon. Gob is forced to be polite and welcoming to customers, but is almost constantly on the verge of begging them not to hurt him, due to the way Moriarty treats him. If the Lone Wanderer shows him even the littlest of kindness, he'll be prepared to risk Moriarty's wrath by giving the Lone Wanderer a discount, and he'll even be excited to see the Lone Wanderer. You can tell Carol about his predicament, but she just wants him to stay where it's safe rather than travel again. Though, if you happen to erase Megaton from the map, it's not such a safe place. You can even brag to Carol that you did it, which results in most of Underworld turning aggressive, and is just kind of an ass move, honestly. One last thing to mention about Carol is her depression. Ever since Gob left, she's been getting more depressed and it's affecting her sleep, resulting in brain fog and forgetfulness. Her partner Greta has noticed, and so have the customers. Azrukal even has plans to get rid of Greta so he can hook Carol on some of his special stock. Azrukal is one of the few very evil characters in Fallout 3, and has a couple other interesting rabbit holes to go down. For a start, he sells Jet to Snowflake, the local ghoul hairdresser. If the Lone Wanderer asks him about his Jet usage...
I just sharpened the knives. Have a seat and we'll give you a new look. Well, yeah. So, what else do I have to do except get high? You think that I need to be sober to cut a ghoul's hair? Half the work is cutting the skin off. These guys don't care how they look anyway. They just humor me.
I'd definitely think twice about letting him near my head with a sharp implement, but we don't know how much the Jet actually affects him. Over at Northwest Seneca Station, we can meet Murphy, the ghoul scientist. He's been working on Ultra Jet, a much stronger version of Jet that'll affect ghouls like Jet does for regular folks, as it barely has any effect on ghouls. It takes 3 things to make Ultra Jet. He has 2 of them, one of which is likely the Braxo cleaner that is all over the place. And the thing he's missing is sugar bombs. You know, the healthiest breakfast cereal around. Unless, you know, you use it to make mega drugs or add it to some fuel and make a bomb. But going back to Azrakal, you may have noticed his ever-present loyal guard in the corner. Karen was brainwashed by a group that we don't know about and will obey anyone who holds his contract, no matter how badly he wants to kill them. What's more interesting to us right now, though, is his inability to sleep. Fallout 3 Game Guide has this to say about him. Karen is Azrakal's personal bodyguard and soldier. He's quiet and scary. Every couple of days, Azrakal sends Karen out to run some kind of errand. He always leaves packed with weaponry and returns with a bag of caps. He's loyal to Azrakal beyond question and will do whatever his employer orders. Karen never sleeps, a strange trait even for a ghoul, and when he's in Underworld, he hangs out in the bar. There are rumors that he is unhappy with his position but can't leave Azrakal's employ. Which is interesting, as it's highly hinted at that the fact Carol isn't sleeping is part of what's affecting her mental faculties. Yet Karen never sleeps, and despite his standoffish demeanor and need to serve an employer, he doesn't seem any worse off than most ghouls. After the events of the original story of Fallout 3, with the water purifier being activated and the Broken Steel DLC installed, the Lone Wanderer could carry out their journey and eventually bump into the Holy Light Monastery. The people here are an offshoot of Megaton's Holy Atom Church, but rather than seeking division, which essentially means going to heaven in a holy conflagration of nuclear fire, they instead seek enlightenment. Mother Curie, the head of this church, was part of the original Atomite Church, until one day she had a vision from Atom himself, telling her that they must seek enlightenment and accept Atom's gift, ghoulification. So, Curie convinced others of the church and they left and set up this new church in Springvale to start spreading the news and helping people. One day, while meditating, Curie was approached by 4 armored angels who bestowed upon her water and a mission to help everyone. So, obviously, Curie began irradiating the water and handing it out to people. Of course, these were no angels, but the Brotherhood of Steel handing out Aqua Pura. This shipment was intended for Megaton, but Curie has things twisted with her religious dogma and genuinely believes she's saving the wasteland and all those in it. We can see how committed she is to this role just by looking at her son, the shining son of Atom. She irradiated him until he became a glowing one, who is actually peaceful, and we find out why in the official game guide. When a human transcends mortality and straddles the ether, they can be seen to be both living in the real and spiritual realm. Mother Curie III firmly believes her own son to have taken the final steps on this journey. In fact, much of her son's higher functions have disappeared, and only instinct is preventing this confused glowing one from attacking. Something similar is said about Atom's champion, another friendly feral ghoul who still has some small vestiges of functioning brain matter. The only thing currently stopping them from attacking is time. Time for those instincts to degrade, and time for those last few brain cells to be eaten away by the radiation. It is interesting as well that the Lone Wanderer can actually impersonate Atom during this quest. All they have to do is become so irradiated that they begin glowing, and Curie will believe them to be Atom, as no normal person could take that much radiation without being overcome. Obviously, Curie has never heard of plot armor. Honestly, the religion of Atom is really interesting, and if there is interest, could be worth an entire video in its own right. Over on Point Lookout, we've talked about the brain before, but never looked much into Desmond. Well, the Fallout Game Guide has this to say about him. Desmond the Ghoul. Desmond was a player in international intelligence at the highest levels. Desmond's motives and obsessions have been scarcely affected by the apocalyptic devastation of the planet. Desmond, and those he would consider his peers, knew for some time that the Great War was inevitable. Desmond himself could have been directly involved in the actions leading up to the nuclear exchange. Facing the nuclear holocaust, global leaders and members of the intelligence community made their personal bids for survival in the new world. FEV, cryogenic stasis, AI consciousness, even, in Desmond's case, controlled exposure to normally lethal doses of radiation were among the wildly risky and experimental techniques pursued in the names of survival in a world without modern infrastructure. Old rivalries and vendettas were not forgotten in the ashes of nuclear winter. Those who managed to survive quickly set about doing what the bombs had not, wiping out any remnants of the old world that may be a threat to personal and political agendas. Now, even so long after they should have all died, naturally, these scattered figures seek power and jealously guard their secrets. Desmond's mission has long since ceased to be political or ideological. He knew, as experience has proven tenfold, that as long as any of his colleagues lived, he would be hunted. His purpose is simple: kill or be killed. He actually was created as a ghoul, using controlled radiation in large doses. We're starting to see that this was something people knew about pre-war, even if it was extremely risky. We can actually see more of the blatant hatred of ghouls at Tenpenny Tower as well. When you first approach, Roy Phillips will be trying to gain entry for him and his ghoul friends. The residents aren't too happy about that, and most of them want you to eliminate the threat. Now, you have a couple of ways to deal with this quest. You can talk to Roy and try and convince the residents that ghouls will be friendly and they don't need to worry about them going feral or murdering everyone. If you do choose this path though and manage to actually convince the residents, then eventually when you return, Roy will tell you they had a disagreement and they did actually in fact murder all of the human residents. So maybe not the best choice. And finally, you can choose to help let Roy and his ferals in the building to kill all the residents and take over the building. What's interesting about this route though is that once you've opened the path in the basement, Roy will meet you out front and give you a ghoul mask that makes the ferals think you're one of them. While wearing the mask, no feral ghoul will be hostile unless you attack, which is interesting. The ghoul mask is made from several pieces of feral ghoul skin that have been sewn together, meaning the ferals are recognizing either the change in appearance, some kind of change to the skin after being irradiated for that long, or maybe even just the remnant radiation left on the skin. Either way, it's interesting to see how they recognize friend from foe, even with most of their brains fried. Next, we have something a bit different. Into the Pit and later Fallout 76's expeditions have a unique enemy type called Trogs, degenerated humans that attack on sight. These Trogs were once humans, but the very air of the Pit is toxic. Before the war, Pittsburgh was a major industrial powerhouse in America, which made it a target for the Chinese. The resulting combination of radiation and toxic waste have created a disease unique to the Pit. Troglytic degeneration contagion, or TDC for short, affects nearly everyone who enters the Pit. The symptoms can be as mild as some skin lesions or maybe a mutation like a sick toe, but for around 20% of the victims, this disease progresses further, first affecting the mind and causing them to become more violent, like the wild men. They eventually degenerate into a trog, attacking friends and foes alike. Though some say they do recognize loved ones, this is most likely a hopeful myth. The infection rate on any younglings born into the pit is also 100%, apart from the one unique case, Marie, who may also be the only chance of a cure. While these aren't technically ghouls, the approach to turning is similar. Requiring a large amount of radiation and some pollutants, only 20% fully turn. And we also know the ghoulification process also doesn't have a 100% success rate. Maybe without the industrial pollutants, these individuals who turned would have become ghouls from the same amount of radiation. Finally, in Fallout 3, let's talk about something a bit more eldritch. Dunwich Building is a memorable place for anyone who stumbled upon it. Items move with a will of their own, doors open and close, and the lone wanderer experiences visions of the past. Down in the very caverns below this building is an obelisk to Ugh-Qualtoff, an old god with a peculiar effect. However, what we want to discuss now is the effects it has on humans. You see, going through these buildings, we could find tapes and terminal entries from Jamie, a kid just trying to find his dad. His dad found a book during an expedition and brought it to the Brotherhood, thinking he could make some caps. When they didn't want it, he began to follow its whispers, leaving Jamie behind and eventually heading to the Dunwich Building. Jamie tracked him all the way here and found the book, along with his father as a feral ghoul. Having the book and being near the obelisk changes Jamie though, and we get this amazing holotape.
Can't forget the book. All I have left of him. It's warm against the stone. I'll just rest a while.
The obelisk does give off some radiation, but at a rate of only 1 rad a second, and we have to be extremely close. Maybe Ugh-Qualtoff can extend the range, or there's something more in this location that turns people into ghouls. Now, come fly with me while we head over to New Vegas and some ghouls trying to head to space. At the Repcon test site, we can meet Jason Bright, prophet of the Bright Brotherhood, and one of the only friendly and talkative glowing ones we'll ever meet. Jason is the prophet of the Creator, who's shown him multiple visions of the far beyond, a place where ghouls could be safe and heal, a paradise far away from the bigotry of humans towards his kind.
We wish to escape the barbarity of the wasteland, especially the violence, bigotry of its human inhabitants. The Creator has promised to my flock a new land, a place of safety and healing, a paradise in the far beyond. Preparations for the great journey were nearly complete when the demons appeared.
Jason intends to get there by repairing several rockets and flying out to the far beyond, where the radiation will be harsher, but as ghouls, they'll be okay. While he has the vision and the plan, Jason isn't the kind of expert needed to repair old pre-war rockets. So in steps our tragic hero, Chris Havisham. Chris was from Vault 34 and he was maintaining the reactor there until he left because he began to ghoulify, starting with his hair falling out. He eventually found the Bright Brotherhood and joined them using his engineering expertise to repair the rockets. The only problem is, Chris is still human. He did work on the reactor in Vault 34 and his hair did fall out, most likely due to male pattern baldness than anything else, but this caused him to believe he was a monster. He's even developed the ghoul's unique way of talking, but he is still human.
Haverson won't mind getting irradiated. Haverson won't mind mutating. He's already ugly as it is.
Jason has tried convincing him, but eventually has let him work for them, as he was clearly sent by the Creator to help. You can help him realize this, and he'll ask you to sabotage the rockets with sugar bombs for some explosive results. Or you can help him forgive them and send them off to the great beyond. Ironically, when he left, the reactor actually did melt down, flooding the place with radiation and turning those that survived into ghouls, whether just paranoia or clairvoyance. Either way, it actually saved Chris's life. While playing New Vegas, you've most likely encountered Obsidian's attempt to teach you about greed and letting go. Of course, all it actually did was make people get creative about how to steal gold. But what we're looking at today in the Sierra Madre are the ghost people. While not technically ghouls, they're fairly similar. Big Mountain had a contract with the owner Frederick Sinclair for running experiments in the Sierra Madre, which started off with testing a toxic gas. Due to Frederick cutting corners as he was nearing bankruptcy, the ventilation system was not well maintained, and eventually the gas, what we know as the cloud, started to spew forth. Frederick negotiated with Big Mountain for another experimental tech, the chemical hazmat suit, but didn't realize this was just another experiment to the Big MT executives. Those that entered the fog in the new suits found the latches to corrode, locking them inside as the gas began to fill the suits. Eventually, they managed to cut the suit off with some cosmic steak knives, much to the Doctor's displeasure. After the war, the cloud grew to envelop the entire area, keeping it safe from outsiders. But those inside seemed to have donned the chemical suits to try and survive. Unfortunately, they did. Just not how they wanted to. The gas once again corroded the locks, so those inside are unable to escape and the suits are full of the gas. When shot or stabbed, the gas will leak out and it appears to have enormous regenerative abilities. Not only has it kept these people alive since the war, but the only way to stop them is dismemberment or disintegration. Otherwise, they'll just keep getting back up, healing from whatever you've done to them. It would be interesting to see if, like ghouls, they're capable of reattaching those lost limbs. Given their regenerative abilities, I would assume so. Obviously, this just wasn't within scope of the game engine at the time. They don't appear to be sane, attacking anyone on sight apart from the holograms that they appear to worship. But they also don't seem fully feral, capable of using weapons and even setting up traps. It may be as Domino says, without a goal, something to focus on to get through the day, they lost their mind as the gas wouldn't let them pass on. Now they're stuck like this, and it would appear that given they can't remove the suit, they also just subsist off of the gas. Maybe its incredible regenerative abilities remove the need for sustenance. For our next group of ghouls, we'll be visiting another New Vegas DLC, and the Courier's own dark past. In the Lonesome Road DLC, we find out that before the events of Fallout New Vegas, the Courier made multiple trips out into a place now called the Divide. They supported a growing community that could even come to be as powerful as the NCR or Caesar. This, however, wasn't okay with either side, and so they descended and began fighting over the location until one day, the Courier delivered a parcel that would destroy everything. They'd been given it by the NCR, and as was usual for them, after delivering it, they went off on another job with no idea that they'd doomed everybody. The device had the launch codes for all of the hidden nukes under the Divide, old war relics that had been sleeping until the codes were sent, activating them. Buried underground, they launched and collided with the top of the silos, causing the Divide to become what it is today. The nuclear wind makes this place inhospitable for nearly everyone. In fact, many were wiped out completely, but some did survive. Most of those who did became the Marked Men. Mutating from the radiation, they ghoulified, but with a few distinct differences. The wind in the Divide is brutal, unrelenting, and strong enough to scrape off skin, and that's exactly what it did. The Marked Men have no skin. Their forms are made of exposed muscle, the regeneration from being a ghoul keeping them alive, but anytime they manage to regrow any skin, it's just torn off again, leaving them in a state of eternal torment and pain. The other difference may even be a result of this torment. The Marked Men aren't quite feral, but they also don't seem as cognizant as a regular ghoul. Despite being from opposing armies once, now the NCR and Legion can be seen fighting any outsiders together, and they still use weapons as well. They also have absolutely no interest in communication with outsiders. It may just be they're like regular ghouls, but the constant pain of having their flesh ripped off and their muscles sanded down has caused them to lose their mind, or, as they were all irradiated at the same time, they are all in the same state or close to it of becoming feral. Maybe if the Courier had waited a bit longer before chasing Ulysses, then everyone on this road would have become feral and much easier to deal with. Though we've not seen what causes people to become feral, and it doesn't seem to just be a time thing. So who knows why they're all this way. I think they just lost it from the constant suffering. One other group to note from New Vegas are the poor and unfortunate souls at Little Yangtze and Big MT. Due to the war, America rounded up their own Chinese citizens and sent them to camps. Most were typically operated by the government, but some, like Little Yangtze, were used by corporations. This one was for containing test subjects, primarily for robo-brain research. Due to the sheer number of prisoners, escape attempts were constant, until they decided to place bomb collars on everyone. If they left the perimeter, their heads would explode, which is exactly where we find them. Left behind by the military, the radiation ghoulified them, but they were still unable to leave due to the collars. For 200 years, they've had no food or water, potentially feasting on any lobotomites that wander into their cage. Or, possibly, given the numbers that were said to be here, maybe cannibalism. Though it's worth noting that some may have escaped, as up in the hills we can find some of the prisoners dressed the same way, with collars on, but somehow still intact. Maybe it's just the remnants who couldn't escape left in the camp. Fallout 4 has a lot of ghouls who carry on this theme of isolation and starvation. Take for example the Gibbons. They can be found in their bunker on Cranberry Island Bog. When the bombs dropped, those who were home all ran into their bunker, but due to a malfunction, the doors stopped working once they were inside, trapping them. Over time, radiation trickled in and turned everyone inside into a ghoul. And when we arrive, they're all feral as well. Locked in a box for 200 years, they most likely ran out of supplies. Not everyone locked in a box loses it and becomes feral though. So, of course, we need to talk about the kid in the fridge. Kid in a fridge is one of those quests that has caused countless arguments. You see, while wandering the wastes, you may stumble upon a fridge with a child shouting for help. Upon letting them out, you meet Billy the kid. When he heard explosions, he hid inside the fridge, surviving, but it locked on him, and there was no handle on the inside. Locked inside, Billy ate everything. A long time ago. The sole survivor can promise to take the kid home to Quincy, where we'll actually meet his parents. Both still alive and ghoulified, which shocked Billy. He hasn't seen them since they turned. His dad says they were just lucky that they all turned instead of dying from radiation sickness. Of course, you can also take the evil route and sell Billy. Soon after saving him from the fridge, the sole survivor will be met by Bullet, who wants to buy the kid.
Cute kid. Is he for sale?
What's a ghoul child worth?
Hey, you can't sell me.
Plenty. I'll give you 200 caps. Ghouls are immune to radiation, don't age, and don't need to eat. You can work them real hard.
Which, given what we've seen so far, could go either way. Some ghouls appear to not need food, others definitely do. Billy has been in a fridge for 200 years though, so maybe he doesn't need food? Billy is also unique, not in surviving in the fridge, that surprisingly happens more than once in the series, but by being a ghoul child. We mentioned earlier about Carol being a child when the bombs dropped, but she's an adult now. Billy is still a child 200 years later, and may be cursed to live in a child's body for eternity, or until someone sells him. This could be a difference in mutation or environment. Somehow his body didn't grow as it knew there wasn't enough space within the fridge for him to grow. Maybe now he's out, he'll mature, or it could just be that he was never going to grow up and he's stuck like this. After that, let's look at something a bit brighter, or at least pinker. Before the war, Jackie Hudson, the principal for Suffolk County Charter School, made a deal with Vault-Tec and the government. In exchange for more funding, all students would be required to eat a new pink paste that Vault-Tec was developing. All outside food was banned from the school, and it became mandatory to eat the paste. The decision was made without consulting anyone else, not staff, student, or parent, and so the news was met with resistance. Unfortunately for all involved, Jackie persevered with the experiment and they soon started encountering side effects. The behavior of the children grew worse, more aggressive, and everyone started to become a little bit more pink. We can even find some raiders out in the wastes who started taking this stuff and had to have an intervention because one of them started becoming too violent. Hank, you've been eating a lot of that food paste that we got from the Suffolk school. It's affecting you, like in a real bad way, man. You've been flying off the handle at every little thing. Always have this crazy look in your eyes. Heck, during that last farm raid, you even shot up a couple runners. We don't kill them when they're fleeing, man. We're better than that. I know the stuff tastes great, but is it really worth all this? I mean, I had to write this down because I'm scared you would shoot me in the face if I said anything in person. We're your friends. We just don't want to see you go down the wrong path. Just drop the paste, man. Seeing as they're all dead, though, I'm guessing it didn't go well. Though, Jackie also just denies all of this.
Happy Friday all. The NAPP program launched this week with success, but not without problems. I hate to have to throw away your mother's carefully packed lunches, but I am afraid we must put our foot down on this issue. I am assured all of you will get used to the flavor of the paste. Also, I have been informed that flavor varieties will be on their way pending continued success of the program. How exciting! To those complaining, I will repeat. There are absolutely no psychological or physical side effects from participation in the NAPP. Any observed effect is assuredly psychosomatic, and possibly related to a lack of trust in the government. Remember, our participation in the NAPP not only helps our school, but in the long run benefits our nation. Thank you for your attention. This is Principal Hudson, signing off.
In the school, we can find possibly the remnants of the students and teachers. The first time the Lone Wanderer enters the building, it'll be full of ghouls, who are a bit more pink than we're used to. Whether they were remnants of the people eating the paste before they changed, or just ghouls that wandered in and began feeding on the pink slop, is up for debate. Also, due to ferals being extremely aggressive, we can't see a difference between regular aggression and pink paste aggression. All we do know is we should be careful eating the stuff ourselves. Now, everyone knows our favourite detective synth, Nick Valentine, whose personality comes from a pre-war detective, whose last and greatest case was Eddie Winter, a crime kingpin in Boston. Unfortunately, after compiling the evidence and catching him, the Bureau of Alcohol, Drugs, Tobacco, Firearms and Lasers gave him a deal. If he turned over all the other big-time players, then he'd get to walk free. This broke Nick, and as part of a therapy process, he had his brain scanned, which resulted in the Nick we work with today. But 200 years later, Eddie is still around.
Claire, it's me, Eddie. It's been too long, I know. But I'm okay. We're okay. I know it's weird me disappearing just when the heat died down, but there's a reason. What we talked about, it's happening soon. Bombs, missiles, I don't know what, but the end is coming. I can't even tell you how much I paid my cloak and dagger friend for this info. So I guess me building that shelter was a smart idea after all, huh? But look, baby, there is one more thing. The reason I haven't been around for a while. You know those idiot brothers at Wicked Shipping? The ones smuggling the radioactive material? I put the screws to them. Got some of the stuff. I've been working with this doctor in East Boston. The guy's a fucking genius. Listen, I know it sounds crazy, but he had this theory. The right kind of radiation exposure at the right amounts, it can change human cells. Mutate them. Baby, I can live forever. Yeah, I know, it could kill me. I'm willing to chance it, but I can't risk losing you. So I'm the guinea pig. And I've been getting treatments. But don't worry, I'm fine. More than fine. I feel great. Amazing even. I think this crazy shit's really working. Eventually, this war will blow over. And when it does, I'm gonna walk out to Boston and pick up where I left off. I'm gonna own the future. I'm assuming you'll be dead by then, of course. But let's not dwell on the negative. So look, you come to the sub shop tomorrow night. You and I will go into the shelter together. Seal it up and wait for the big kaboom. Just, you might want to prepare yourself a little. Mentally and such. I look a little different now. But love is only skin deep, right?
He found a way to avoid dying, and it was through ghoulification pre-war. Again, mostly using radiation, but who knows what else the scientist was using on him. It sounds like it was just small doses of radiation to slowly mutate his cells. He's not the only one in Fallout 4 that we find using radiation to turn as well, though the next one doesn't go as well. In an abandoned house in Charlestown, we can find tapes left behind by research assistant Peters. Working on a way to combat radiation poisoning, Peters was themselves the test subject, and well, it's best to hear it from them.
Entry 3, recorded by research assistant Peters on February 26, 2077. Time, it's 12:35 hours. Subject's direct radiation exposure level increased to 2 sieverts per 24 hours. Intravenous fluid intake increased to 1 liter. Subject reports localized pain in frontal and parietal lobe, accompanied by severe nausea, with vomiting on average 3 to 6 instances per 12 hours. Solid food no longer viable by oral intake. Other symptoms include general weakness in limbs, bleeding of gums, severe abdominal cramps, and diarrhea. Dark stool indicates possibility of intestinal bleeding. Shortness of breath also an issue. I will now describe changes in mood or thought process. I have never in my life felt as horrible as I do right now. The discomfort is almost too much to bear. I often contemplate termination of this trial. But I know it'll only be a few more days before I reach 6 sieverts. Then I can administer the serum. We'll get our contract renewed. The serum will go to the market, and it's going to help people. It's really going to change the way we live. And me, I'll be fine. I'll be fine. Cyclical thoughts. No other developments to report. Entry 6, R.A. Peters. It's March 1st. The subject has reached saturation threshold safely. Taking measurement now. Confirmed 6 sieverts. Rapid fluid loss due to fever. Upped IV intake. All previous symptoms are still present. Tissue damage visible on arms, neck and hands. Necrotic sloughing of the skin. Topical and ingested antibiotics applied to control infection. Now injecting first dose of serum sample 42BA7 into bloodstream. No immediate effects observed. Animal trials yielded results in less than... Second dose of sample 42BA7, injected hours ago. No effect. I contacted the lab to terminate this trial, but I need a doctor. Hang on. What's that? Oh, my teeth. Oh, several teeth dislodged. Feels like necrotic tissue damage throughout oral cavity. Serum is ineffective at toxic levels. Request to terminate trial was... Orders are to remain in quarantine for the duration of the experimental period. I understand. I'm going to die. That's obvious. It's right here. Our failure. If you would, Dr. Roberts, please deliver the following to my family. Mom, Dad, I love you. Yes, I volunteered for this. It sounds crazy, but I believed in it. Probably nothing left worth bearing. Just know no, that's a bit too sentimental. Let me think about it.
The change seems to have been a painful process for them, and if we search the house, we can find a glowing one still locked away after all this time. Fallout 4 also had a glowing one who was sentient, Oswald the Outrageous. When the bombs began falling, Oswald and a group of survivors took shelter in Kiddie Kingdom in Nuka World. As the world began to fall into chaos and raiders rose up, He rigged the sprinkler system to spray irradiated water everywhere. This worked, but over time it turned them into ghouls, and eventually they had to begin locking up the ferals. Now, Oswald is the only one with any grasp of his mental faculties, and the area is full of ferals that he sees as his family. We do actually get an interesting terminal from him about a glowing one's capability though. There was a big attack today and Dean got hit by a stray bullet. The thought of losing another of us caused me to snap, and suddenly it was as though energy was literally flowing from my body. Then Dean just shot up and gasped for air. I healed him, but I have no idea how. After the attack it hit me. Was this some sort of mutation, or was it real magic? I mean, given the circumstances, who could tell the difference? Even if we had a scientific explanation, does that really make it any less magical? Regardless of what I want to call it, maybe I can use my powers to help the afflicted. Obviously, it's not magic, but this is the first time anyone has actually talked about the glowing one's abilities to heal, and even seemingly resurrect ghouls. Oswald is just here protecting his family, waiting for his lover Rachel to return with a cure. Unfortunately, the lone survivor can find her body, and she didn't find any kind of cure. And as it's part of the Evil DLC, the only way to leave Oswald in peace is just to not complete it. Finally, in Fallout 4, we have another Dunwich location, the Dunwich Borers. Taken over by a raider gang, as you delve deeper, eventually it's filled with just feral ghouls. And at the very bottom, you see a vision of the past. A sacrifice being carried out before coming back to the present and seeing all of those people now as ghouls. And where the altar was, is a pit into the earth with an eye staring up. It's fairly heavily implied that once again those who were here were transformed into ghouls through the presence of something eldritch. Now, we have one more piece of media to dive into before we reach 76. The Fallout TV show did pretty well for itself, winning the Game Award for Best Adaptation, but caused quite a few arguments online, especially about the ghoul. Born before the Great War, we haven't seen how he mutated yet. I'm assuming those flashbacks will be coming in Season 2 and may discredit any theories I have about him. So, as usual, we may be donning our tinfoil hats. The ghoul brought up something we haven't seen before, a dependency on a chem. It's never explained much other than ghouls need it. When he meets an old acquaintance who's turning, all they need is one vial to keep them from turning feral. When the ghoul runs out of said vials, he begins collapsing, unable to breathe. Also, we do actually see a couple of ghouls on the point of turning, and it's thoroughly depressing. They can feel their minds slipping, and all they can do is try and remind themselves of who they were by repeating their names, until even those final vestiges of humanity slip away, and they attack even their own savior. It's incredibly sad watching them wrestle with their own mind before it's all gone, and I really hate to say it, but it does reinforce some of the bigotry that places like Tenpenny Tower have. At least with the newer ghouls, if they hit hard times, or there's a shortage in the supply of the vials, then they could be a ticking bomb waiting to go off and rip your throat out. We'll talk about the vials in a moment, but first I just want to mention some other behaviours that the ghoul exhibits as well. First off, he does show ghouls to be capable of reattaching body parts. When Lucy bites his finger off, he calmly sews it back on later on. Though Lucy also has someone else's finger attached to her own missing one, and she isn't a ghoul, I'm actually very surprised that worked as well as it did. We also see the ghoul drinking a lot. They're in a desert most of the time. He probably needs it to keep from crisping up even more. And when he does encounter his friend who's going feral, after putting him down, he begins carving up his ass to make, and I quote, ass jerky.
Ass jerky don't make itself.
I'm not sure if he needs sustenance or he's just a psychopath who's a cannibal on the side. It could go either way. We do see someone in the midst of transforming into a ghoul, or at least the very early stages. Thaddeus becomes Maximus's squire, believing him to be Sir Titus. After finding out the truth, the two fight and Maximus crushes Thaddeus's foot before Thaddeus is able to remove the power core from the suit, leaving Maximus in his own coffin. Thaddeus's foot is a mess though after this, and when he meets the snake oil salesman, he agrees to pay the price when he's told that he could heal his foot. The salesman mixes up a concoction that's yellow in colour and gives Thaddeus it in an inhaler. The effects are fairly instant, immediately healing his foot back to normal. But before leaving, the salesman also hints that Thaddeus no longer needs to worry about radiation. Later, when confronted by Lucy and Maximus, Thaddeus gets an arrow through the neck. Pulling it out, his blood is thick and barely runs before his neck completely heals up. At which point, Maximus says he thinks he's turning into a ghoul. It could be that Thaddeus is turning into a ghoul, or maybe even a super mutant, or some other mutation. But given the heavy focus on ghouls in the show, and the fact that the yellow mixture the salesman creates looks an awful lot like the vials the ghoul uses to stave off becoming feral, I think for now it's fair to assume that it's the same stuff, and can turn someone into a ghoul as well as stopping them from turning feral. Maybe the regenerative properties seen in Thaddeus work on the brain of a ghoul, stopping it from degenerating and turning them into a feral. It certainly doesn't do much for their skin like we see with Thaddeus. Which would be where this ends, if not for the new update in Fallout 76, The Ghoul Within, actually allowing players to become a ghoul for not quite the first time. But we don't talk about Kane. Meeting Lemon Price, who was ambushed by masked bandits, you find out his bullet wound is only a scratch, but he also has something terminal, caused by the radiation from his day-to-day job working in an irradiated mine. Luckily, the doctor has heard of a radiation specialist up on the hill, so you can meet Lemon up there, where he's held at gunpoint by a ghoul, who was leader of the gang that actually took out Lemon's friends. Things are getting tense before Parthenia Blankenship walks in and begins trying to convince Lemon to become a ghoul. While he mulls it over, she's missing one final piece for her mixture, which is just some irradiated ore from the nearby mine. After returning with the ore, you can help Lemon make his decision on whether to die a human or become a ghoul and survive. Following this quest, Parthenia will talk to the player about becoming a ghoul themselves. If they accept, the process is very simple. All they need to do is use the inhaler with her ghoulification mixture, and then go and soak in a ton of rads from the nearby nuclear warhead. Afterwards, they wake up having completely turned into a ghoul. While there is a way of turning back and forth through spending atoms, the in-game currency, this is only for mechanics, and in canon, the change is irreversible. It does, however, come with some perks. For example, radiation now makes you stronger. However, some factions will also attack you on sight unless you're covered up in a disguise. And there's the reliance on chems. Over time, you become more and more feral unless you stave it off with chems. This comes with upsides and downsides. Ferals are stronger physically, but they lose some of their fine motor skills, so guns are harder to aim, but hitting someone with something becomes a lot more effective. After transforming, we can find Parthenia and actually learn a bit more about how she created the formula.
My father was a general, stationed on site here at the silo. I was an adolescent bag of ailments. My health conditions kept me largely isolated and immobilized, and he was the only family I had, so I had an exception to stay here with him. Well, one day, the war happened, and everything went terribly, terribly wrong. A very loud noise, lots of distant panic in the other rooms, and then, well, I noticed it was very quiet. When I finally left my room, the place was empty. I guess everyone evacuated, or, well, I don't know. I was alone, like I had always been, taking care of myself. Reading, learning, and now all of their military resources were at my disposal. Books, research documents, laboratory equipment. A whole new playground for knowledge. And most intriguingly, I found an assortment of chemicals ripe for experimentation. I soon found that one of these chemicals had fascinating effects on the human body. Regenerative effects. My analysis and experimentation with this chemical led to the highly functioning flesh chassis you see before you today. I ailed no longer. I was reborn. Fantastic, isn't it?
She was bedridden with an illness and was left in this place for a leaking warhead. Most likely the thing that set off the alarms, and her father was just a terrible person who left her behind. Luckily for her, they had some chemical capable of regenerating the human body, and between that and the radiation leaking, she turned herself into a ghoul. If we ask her about it, the documentation was mysteriously lacking. Almost as if the scientists were hiding they had it. We're left to theorize on what it could be, and the only thing that really makes any sense at this point is FEV. They had it at West Tech, so maybe some scientist was using it here for personal experiments for some unknown reason. So, just like Harold, all we need is some FEV and some radiation. Maybe it's the extreme dose of radiation or the small diluted amount of FEV that decides whether you become a ghoul or a super mutant. But all we know is once you're a ghoul, you no longer need to eat or drink, and you do become reliant on drugs to stave off going feral. For doing the questline, you even obtain something called the Fix that removes a large part of your feral meter. The in-game model is a syringe, but given the medicine to change you into a ghoul was an inhaler, I assume that this will eventually become an aerosol as well, like we see in the TV show. And that's pretty much everything relevant to being and becoming a ghoul, but if you're confused, I'm not surprised. We've had ghouls die from dehydration. We've had ghouls live for incredible amounts of time without food. Take, for example, the other notable ghoul in Fallout 76. Hidden away in the basement of the Robco Research Center. Before the bombs dropped, they were experimenting with advanced interrogation tactics. Definitely not torture though. And in the locked room, stuck there for all these years, is a ghoul with no food or water, just walking around the same four walls. For the ghouls who do survive this long without food or water, it's possible they go into a kind of stasis. Take, for example, the ghoul from the show. When he's first brought into the picture, he's buried underground with an IV drip and only brought above ground around once a year. Well, in Fallout 2, we could get a request to rescue Coffin Willie, and when we find him, he's been buried in an unmarked grave for who knows how long. Turns out the people in New Reno don't like ghouls much. And again, with isolated ghouls in bunkers, we see those that should have starved, but haven't. Maybe they can slow their metabolism down enough that they can wait all these years, not moving in the dark, just waiting for something or someone to eat. We even see experiments across the games, pre-war civilians who were experimenting with immortality and became ghouls through long exposures to radiation and maybe in some cases other elements. Then why are ghouls so contradictory? Some can starve, some are immortal, others need chems to stay sane, and honestly I think it all just comes down to nature and nurture. Not everyone seems capable of turning into a ghoul, even if put in the exact same circumstances as other people who do turn. So DNA seems to have at least some role in the change. Maybe there's a gene that's needed, or it's just luck with how the cells break down from the radiation, mutating in different ways. And then we add in environmental factors, like being near a West Tech facility or some other source of FEV, which we've seen has had its own effect on the way ghouls transform. Those in an area would reasonably mutate similarly if they had the same environmental factors, though their DNA could affect the process. Paraphenia does talk about the difference in the change between natural ghouls and those who take a ghoulification process. Naturals change slowly over time, losing skin and body parts like teeth slowly, while those who use her medicine have a much more accelerated timescale, with all the changes coming much faster, which may even explain the need for the fix. If it is a much more accelerated process, then it makes sense that the effects on the brain would also be sped up, resulting in the user going feral faster, unless they take some more of the fix, which, as I mentioned, seems to increase their regeneration speed, repairing the parts of the brain that were being damaged. Now, this next bit is a bit out there, so don the tinfoil hats while we try and make this make sense. 76 and Paraphenia's fix are only 25-ish years after the bombs dropped. Maybe, at some point, it was discovered that the fix also works on normal ghouls to stop them turning feral. I can imagine most people, when faced with a complete loss of self, would be desperate to try anything. The fix works speeding up the regeneration, but also speeding up everything else. So turning feral comes back faster and faster each time, until they're completely reliant on it. Just like the ghoul in the TV show, and the 76 vault dwellers who decided to become feral. Over time, it spread from Appalachia and even to the west coast, where the ghoul population now rely on it to stave off turning feral. Of course, it might be something completely different for the ghoul. Here's hoping a season 2, whenever that comes out, we get some actual answers from some flashback scenes as to how the ghoul became the ghoul. It could answer a lot of questions. Finally, just in terms of mutations, it seems that the DNA plays a part in creating things like the glowing ones, as they definitely need an increased source of radiation, but not all ghouls found together will become glowing ones, though that could also be influenced by exposure to FEV. In scrapped content for Fallout 4, the glowing sea was meant to contain a giant glowing one. Now, this never actually made it into the game, but in the tabletop RPG expansion Winter of Atom, we do actually encounter a giant glowing one. I don't think it's a coincidence that both of them would have been glowing ones, needing the increased radiation to feed the growth. But I think the other factor would have been FEV. The other mutated race we know that's been bathed in FEV is the supermutants. And what happens when a supermutant is able to stay alive over a long period? They eventually grow and become behemoths. There's no set limit for how big these could be from what little we know. Maybe FEV and radiation eventually could cause creatures to become truly gigantic. Look at the Master. He was just a giant mass of flesh by the time he was ended, and he was still growing his unity. We also know from the Master searching for untainted vault dwellers that radiation exposure affects how FEV interacts with the brain, leaving those with large exposure to both barely brain dead. Which could explain feral ghouls and how over time they take in more radiation and become mindless. It'd also explain why we encounter so few sentient glowing ones. They've taken in the most radiation to become what they are, and as such, their brain has very seriously degraded. And of course, finally, there's the eldritch explanation that those who spend too long near an old god are changed, transformed into unthinking thralls who lurk in the dark passages by their god's altars. Maybe the gods need an army, or maybe just being near them is all that causes the change. They give off a slight amount of radiation, usually nowhere near enough to ghoulify, but over long periods of time, it might be enough, though the change seems to happen fairly quickly for the guy from the Dunwich building. What do you think? FEV contamination? Long exposure to radiation? A different kind of mutation of the DNA, or even the start of an old god invasion? You sigh as you wait for a bite. The fish have been weird recently, much like everything has since the world ended, you guess. You weren't even sure if they were safe to eat, but fishing was all you knew, and nothing was taking that away from you, even if the fish glowed sometimes. It's nothing some radaway wouldn't fix. Suddenly, off the bow, something truly gigantic rises, something you've never seen before, and the last thing you hear is the wet slap of webbed claws behind you. You didn't know it, but you were the first victim of the new apocalypse that no one saw coming. The ocean is beautiful and terrifying. In real life, we have creatures like the big fin squid or anglerfish, and the deeper you get, the creepier things become. Now, what happens when you take that, add radiation, FEV, and Lovecraftian horrors from beyond? You get Fallout, and the next great threat to humanity. Buckle in. Now, we'll be investigating all the sea creatures we've seen in Fallout and the new connections between the Lovecraftian entities of Fallout and the ocean. Now, for some backstory, before the Great War, fishing was a huge industry. Companies like Macro Fish Packing were in constant competition trying to sign up any independent fishing boat they could, especially if it could reduce their competitors' inventory as well at the same time. Unfortunately, this is the Fallout universe, so what would it be without corporations taking the shortcut for profits and not caring about the consequences? The Nahant Oceanological Society was exploring this very thing before the bombs dropped, and what they found was disturbing and laid the foundation for the wasteland we know today. Now, I apologize for the next part. Lake Quannapoet, I probably butchered that, was once a popular tourist attraction with an annual bass fishing tournament. The The Massachusetts Department of Natural Resources was monitoring the lake, and when they detected an increase in radiation and pollutants, they reached out to the Nahant Society to check their findings. What they found was the toxicity levels were 15 times higher than the previous year, and well beyond safe levels for people to be swimming. This turned out to be due to Mass Fusion pumping out their toxic waste into the water. Of course, the mayor didn't listen when told the water wasn't safe, and went ahead with the tournament, resulting in 27 individuals suffering from radiation sickness, 1 boat sinking, and the 2 survivors needing treatment for radiation burns. Not a single fish was caught that year. This was fairly indicative of a larger problem across the country. The Nahant Society was tracking toxicity levels in wild cod and barnacles, and found a 34% increase month to month compared to those they kept as a control, though no one at the Boston Port Authority would take their calls to even listen to their concerns. And perhaps more interestingly, the average mass of crabs and lobsters was found to be increasing, with a 14% increase in crabs and a 12% increase in lobsters, which they believed would cause a colony collapse due to the increased pressure placed on their food source. Of course, again, no one took them seriously, and when they brought their findings to Galaxy News Network, they did do a report on it, about how great the shellfish season was going to be. I do want to say my autocorrect changed that to shellfish season, and it's pretty appropriate for all of this. So, even without the bombs dropping, people were already dumping enough pollutants to begin mutating aquatic life. But what about after the bombs? Was fishing still in practice? Starting on the coast of California, back in the original Fallout, you could encounter a wary fisherman and his son in a random encounter. The two of them are nomadic, so as to avoid politics, as in his own words, "You know, there's too much politics in the world. I keep telling my boy that these politicians can't wait to blow up the world again." They've survived by fishing, gathering, and scavenging, drifting from place to place, but due to the recent explosion in the number of rad scorpions, scavenging is no longer safe, and now even the fish are becoming scarce. He does ask the Vault Dweller to be quiet so as to not scare the fish away, but then admits that it doesn't matter anyway, as it's probably Skunk that's scaring the fish away. Skunk is his arch nemesis, a giant three-eyed catfish that has been scaring everything away from his fishing spot. Though we never see the catfish ourselves, the fisherman is dead set on catching it, even stating, "I know it's just a saying, but I love the implication that Skunk could literally walk away, as if it had legs." Keep that in mind for later, as it will actually be relevant again. In Fallout 2, we get more confirmation that fisherman wasn't crazy to try survive off of fish. In Chinatown within San Francisco, many she merchants spend their days selling fish or in fishing boats off the coast, to the point that citizens can be overheard complaining about how all they get is seaweed and fish and a bit of rice. The soil in the surrounding area isn't very good for crop growth, so it's about all they have for nutrients. More interesting though is a random encounter in the coastal tiles above Navarro, where you can encounter a group of fishermen that worship the sea goddess. Just before a storm, they throw their spears into the ocean, and if they prove their bravery, then the goddess will reward them with fruit. At the beginning of the storm season, they throw Brock flowers into the sea, and then it's returned to them as Xander root. And once a year, they give tribute of Xander root to the sea, which, if they are found worthy, will again be returned to them as Brock flowers. Finally, after a bountiful harvest, they give tribute to the sea, and every year to reward them, the goddess sends spears on the waves to show that she is watching over them. So either there is a goddess watching over them, or another tribe up the coast has similar traditions, and they just keep swapping Brock flowers and Xander roots. Bar Harbor is another settlement that primarily lives off of the gifts of the sea, though they have a more antagonistic relationship with it. So far, we've mainly talked about the fish, and we'll get to some of the more Lovecraftian ones later on. But Far Harbor is as good a place as any to start looking at those other denizens of the deep that have landed upon the shores. Let's start with something that may have crawled from the abyssal depths onto land. This is an anglerfish. They live in the deepest reaches of the ocean and luring creatures for food by fishing. They have an inbuilt rod with a light on it to attract prey. Also, just on a side tangent about anglerfish, they have one of the craziest male-female dynamics I know. Males are absolutely tiny in comparison to the females, and upon finding a female, the male will bite onto her so that you don't get lost in the abyssal depths. Over time, the male body essentially melts into the female, until all that's left is a pair of testicles attached to her side. She can then use these whenever she's ready for children. This exists. It's real. I can't think of a more compelling reason to worry about FEV's effects on the ocean than this. And now, you two share this cursed knowledge. Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah. It seems that at some point, they decided the ocean wasn't enough for them, and journeyed towards land, massively mutating until they became more bipedal, with pronounced forward limbs that operate like arms. They've kept their terrifying faces and lights, and still use them to lure in prey. In Far Harbor and in the swamps of 76, lure weeds grow on top of the water. It's a prey plant that glows, and the anglers have adapted to have an appendage that looks identical. They'll find a patch and submerge below it, leaving just their lure hanging out until someone comes nearby. Then they burst from the water to attack. Also, in case I didn't mention it, they also spit fireballs, igniting a mucus they produce to fire at their prey. Absolutely terrifying creatures that leave you paranoid about every pool of water you come to. Now, speaking of horrifying, the fog on Far Harbor hides one of the most terrifying creatures in the game, the fog crawler. These oversized crustaceans prowl through the fog and are incredibly quick and deadly with their scythe-like arms. If you're smart, they can be avoided. All you have to do is listen out for their booming foghorn-like noises. Though, in the fog, it's not always easy to know where you're going. It's also stated that even Deathclaws would think twice about fighting one, which just goes to show how high up on the food chain the fog crawler is. Taking a look at the fog crawler's body, it seems to have mutated from some of the local shrimp, as it shares similar body characteristics, though it's nothing like the little shrimp we know today. And surprisingly, it isn't the only deadly shrimp in the series, though the next one never managed to make it into a game. You see, we did almost get mutant mantis shrimp, which would have been terrifying. Way back when Interplay was working on the Fallout MMO, Project V13, they also produced something called the Armageddon Rag, an in-universe newsletter on a prototype Pip-Boy that included news for the MMO and what would be included. One of these was a story called On the Beach. In the story, several mantis shrimp attack a group of Brotherhood soldiers, throwing punches at a supersonic speed, even being able to shatter power armor. The ones we have are tiny in comparison, coming in at around 30 centimeters, and their strikes have the equivalent power of a .22, which may not be the most powerful caliber, but it is still terrifying from something so small. And then you scale that up with mutant strength. These things could probably tear apart most fleshy creatures, having evolved to destroy shells. I mentioned earlier that before the war, crabs and lobster sizes were growing and would soon destabilize their own food sources. Well, somehow that turned out to not happen, and the inclusion of massive amounts of radiation and some potentially otherworldly influences has resulted in the Mirelurks we know today. There are several main forms of Mirelurks we've seen so far. Hatchlings or spawn, regular old Mirelurks, hunters, kings and queens, with maybe one more, which we'll get into. Hatchlings are fairly straightforward. If you disturb a nest, they can hatch and attack, or if you really upset a queen, she can also just throw her children at you to attack. We've only really seen one form of these, so the implication is that they are like ants and are a polymorphic species. This simply means that depending on a wide range of factors such as what the hive needs, or environmental factors, the hatchlings will grow to one of the adult forms. Whether that's a queen or a hunter could be simply based on what they feed them. Next, we have the regular Mirelurks, and in Fallout 3, we can actually get a report on them as to what they are. After going to enormous lengths to procure DNA samples of hypothesized forebears, we cannot explain why ancestry evidence is present from two vastly different creatures: the Limulus polyphemus, or horseshoe crab, and the Calinectis sapidus, blue crab. It's obvious that a mutation occurred, giving this creature bipedal movement and a massive growth, but I cannot explain the presence of multiple subphylum markers in DNA/RNA. Given their mystifying origins, I've decided the species deserves its own classification, and have thus dubbed them Scylla serrata horrendus. They can often be found in sewers and caves and should be considered hostile and very dangerous, as their chitinous shells provide excellent resistance to both firearms and handheld weapons. They are disgusting creatures, and I cannot fathom their popularity as a food source among the citizens of the wasteland. The regular Mirelurks are therefore definitely based off blue crabs and horseshoe crab, which the horseshoe crab isn't actually a crab, and definitely has its own reasons for wanting revenge on humanity. Seriously, horseshoe milking is really weird and messed up. We get a wide variety of Mirelurks, from the relatively weak soft shells to the more menacing blood ragers to the adorable, in an I'll murder you way, Red Death. In Fallout 76, we can find a corpse near several Mirelurk eggs, with a Mirelurk research note nearby that breaks them down in rather horrifying detail. The Mirelurks appear to be a fearsome and formidable creature. They are generally social with other Mirelurks, however, they tend to be aggressive to other creatures and one another if one gets too close to another. Their eyesight appears to be poor, but they have an extraordinary sense of smell. One would be advised to always stand downwind from them. After leaving the camp for a short while, I returned to find that it had been completely ravaged by the Mirelurks, and all my rations had been devoured. Their large set of claws appear to be used primarily for hunting. Once their prey has been captured, the smaller set of claws on their abdomen is used to strip their prey down to the bone in a matter of minutes. The large, hardened carapace on their back appears to be their primary defense mechanism. However, it is to be noted that most of the medium to large fauna in the area tend to ignore them. They also grow remarkably fast. It only appears to take them a few weeks for them to reach maturity. This furthers my theory that if these creatures could be domesticated, we could have a near limitless supply of food for the Free States. Tomorrow, when the nest is unguarded, I'll attempt to acquire a few eggs and return to base with them for the further study. Given that we find a body here, I think it's fair to assume that stealing the eggs didn't end well for them. Then we have the Hunters, and for clarity, we're talking about Fallout 4 and 76. In Fallout 3, Hunters seem to just be another stronger variant of the crab Mirelurk. The Hunters added in Fallout 4 are based off of lobsters, and given the art for them, we're lucky we didn't end up with some kind of horrific lobstermen. They're tougher than the crab Mirelurks and show up in smaller numbers. We don't know why they're called Hunters, but I assume, given their greater combat abilities, they are like guards for the other Mirelurks and work to help bring in food, though we have seen regular Mirelurks be capable of taking down enemies themselves. The Queens are huge, heavily mutated amalgamations of both Hunters and Mirelurks, with the lobster-like tail behind them and the shell on top. They also come equipped with giant scythe-like claws, and again, as I said earlier, the ability to spray their children at aggressors. Queens are typically found near nests and are highly aggressive, attacking anything they see to protect their clutch. You know, writing this, I realized Mirelurks are just the xenomorphs of the ocean. They have hives, queens, specific forms for specific jobs, and are horrifying killing machines. Before we get to the kings, because that's a whole other kettle of fish, excuse the pun, there is another creature that does seem to fit in with the Mirelurks. It's not the anglers, or the gulpers, but the much less seen hermit crabs. Honestly, the first time meeting these critters is horrifying. I had no idea about them the first time I met one, and I'll be honest, it scared the hell out of me when the random half a van I was walking past grew legs and began attacking me. Now, I'm not throwing them in here just because they're crabs, and I'm grouping all the crabs together, but more because of their children. When fighting a hermit crab, it may retreat into its shell and, just like the queen, unleash its hatchlings to attack. These hatchlings, except for the coloration, use the exact same model as the Mirelurk hatchlings. It's also worth noting that hermit crabs and Mirelurks aren't aggressive towards each other. In my tests, they never attacked each other once. It could be any number of reasons. Maybe they're advanced scouts looking for new Mirelurk nest locations. Maybe if a hatchling somehow survives on its own, it grows into a more self-sufficient form, finding armor to protect itself and gaining the ability to reproduce. Or maybe if we get a little crazy, Bethesda was lazy and didn't want to create a new model. Though them being friendly could indicate something more. The Kings have a similar issue to the Hunters, and we'll be discussing the Fallout 4 and 76 variations first, as the Fallout 3 King is more relevant later to the Eldritch Gods. Mirelurk Kings are interesting as they don't share any of the characteristics of other Mirelurks. In 4 and 76, Mirelurk Kings are more frog-like in appearance, capable of turning invisible to ambush prey with their fearsome sonic attacks and flexible claws. They're no pushovers. These kings have a distinctly humanoid form, though they don't typically walk on 2 legs. According to Jonah Loeb's ArtStation account, where he was creating this new form, he was trying to move towards a more bestial creature, but wanted to keep the evolution separated from the Mirelurks. You see, they have a somewhat parasitic relationship with Mirelurks, having gained the ability to dominate and control the less intelligent Mirelurks to do their bidding. Also, Jonah calls his creation a Lovecraftian monstrosity, which is worth noting. It's also worth mentioning that the kings have evolved both gills and lungs so they can be on land and below water indefinitely. Given their other abilities like camouflage and raising an army of Mirelurks to distract, they would make fantastic assassins, and I'll never feel safe near water again. Now, Fallout 3 and New Vegas's kings look quite different. You can't tell me that this isn't just a guy. Nicknamed the Snapping Turtle variant after a quote from the Fallout 3 art book, this variant displays similar sonic attacks to the frog version, and given the fact it looks so different, I would assume the same kind of domination ability, which we'll see more of. But first, I want to also mention the Point Lookout variation, just for being unique. These are called Swamp Lurk Queens, and have a more green coloration with green glowing eyes, and instead of a sonic attack, they have an acidic spit attack, just like Mirelurk Queens. In one of Fallout 76's more recent updates, we got fishing and a lot more Lovecraftian lore. It added the new location, Fisherman's Rest, that is home to some very unique characters. Now, while exploring the mire, you'll receive a new broadcast signal and the quest Casting Off.
Know that we have finally arrived. If ye possess a strong arm and an unwavering countenance, then ye be fit to fish the waters of the wasteland with us. Come find our stall at Fisherman's Rest in the Mire for the finest rods and tackle. Through our many hands, the secrets of these rivers will reveal themselves. Wait. What am I saying? What does that mean?
Something definitely seems a bit off, but it's time for some relaxing fishing. So, off to the Fisherman's Rest we go. At the Fisherman's Rest, we meet Linda Lee, a hermit crab that's taken residence in the remains of the actual Linda Lee boat. Let's try looking into that to see if Linda Lee was like a reference to something, but I couldn't really find anything. I did find a few boats named that, so it might just be a common boat name. There's also the fisherman, who is more concerned with his fish and just growls and grunts at you, and he's definitely a fishman. And finally, Captain Raymond Clark. The longer you talk to the captain, the more the cracks start to appear. Whenever he's about to reveal anything or say anything about his fishy friend, he appears to have a headache and change his tune, almost like he's being controlled. He gives you the tutorial quest for fishing to catch some fish that the fisherman will use as some kind of bait, but you don't appear to bring back the right fish, as they just need turning into fish bits and feeding to the Linda Lee, who's so thankful they throw up a random legendary weapon. Then every day the captain will give you a quest to go gather fish from areas around the map and then mark them down in his ledger so he can track the fish in the area. And that's the update. Unless, of course, you try digging a little deeper. When questioned about his past, the captain either has one of his changes of mind or moves on with something else. But scattered around the camp, we can find parts of his diary. Entry 1. Sold most of our catches for far cheaper than we ought this month, but I just can't bear to see the state of the poor souls that we meet in the ports. At least this way they can fill their bellies for a night. The men think I've gone soft, but they're forgetting how easy we've got it. Entry 2. Spied some almighty shadows beneath the ship of late. These waters grow more treacherous with every passing day. If it's not the sea herself, it's the creatures within. Entry 3. Blessed Poseidon have mercy on our wretched souls. The storm has raged at us for 3 days and nights. It didn't give us the faintest warning of its coming, neither. She better blow over soon, for Linda Lee can't take much more of this abuse. Entry 4. I feel I must be dreaming. I've woken up ashore? God knows how. Flashes of terrible visions plague my mind. I'll be damned if I can tell whether they're nightmares or memories, though. Same figure always lurking in them. It's hard to know what's real or not anymore. Especially now I'm plagued with these strange urges. Entry 5. Been following them for so long now, doing all kinds of strange things. Anything to stop the pain. Find myself in agony often. Or is it ecstasy? After this, the captain switched to holotapes, and we can hear him sinking into madness.
Ever since I washed up on these shores, my mind's felt more and more adrift. I'm hoping this might be a way to keep me anchored. My name is Captain Raymond Clark. My father was a bosun, and so was his father before him. My mother's name was Deirdre, and she had long flaxen hair. This is foolish. How do I stop this thing? It's been a few weeks, or months, since I recorded one of these. Whole season seemed to go by without my noticing. My head's been so clouded I can barely keep track of what state we're in. Come on, Raymond, hold it together. My name is Captain Raymond Clark. My father was a bosun. My mother's name was... Oh, confound it! My name is Captain. I'm a captain. It's my job to fish. To catch as many fish as we can. My father was a fish, and my mother.
This backstory leans heavily on Lovecraft's book, The Call of Cthulhu. I did consider Dagon, as they share similar themes, but a lot more lines up with The Call of Cthulhu. During the short story, the main character collects news and information from around the world surrounding Cthulhu and an earthquake that took place. At the same time, people around the world began to have terrifying nightmares, and artists were driven to create renditions of Cthulhu, without even knowing what they were creating. What's really interesting, and more importantly relevant though, is the voyage of Johansson on the Emma. See, the earthquake brought with it a terrible storm, and the Emma was stuck in it. Once they cleared the storm, they were attacked by another ship filled with loathsome men. Only a few survived the attack, but with the Emma sinking, they had to steal the attacker's boat, leaving Johansson and his remaining crew to push on, finding a landmass that shouldn't have been, the rotting city of R'lyeh. During their time there, they accidentally released Cthulhu, who wiped out most of the crew. Until, and I love this bit, using the steamboat they'd taken earlier, they managed to run into Cthulhu's head and pop it, leaving Cthulhu and the Nightmare City behind, while Cthulhu did rapidly heal and sank back beneath the waves. I just love the mental image of them being like, we're so screwed, and then just ramming a boat straight into it, and carrying on like nothing happened. After this, they were once again caught in a storm. Though Johansson was barely keeping it together at that point, they were somehow rescued. Later, no landmass was found. The second storm must have pushed it back beneath the waves. See, the parallels are definitely interesting. The captain also had his crew and ship stuck in a terrible storm, until they landed upon a landmass, and, after losing his mind, only the captain has returned. Well, him and his fishy friend. Let's take a look at his companion then. They share a striking resemblance to the Mirelurk Kings of Fallout 3, and even though they never communicate with words, they're shown to be intelligent, communicating by using gestures and directing you to the captain, who also seems to understand what exactly they want. Now, remember back when we said kings could dominate other Mirelurks? Well, something similar seems to be going on here. Something is definitely in the captain's head, controlling his actions. It's not perfect, as we can see whenever he starts to say something the fisherman doesn't like, and it takes control, changing his mind mid-sentence. I assume, similar to the Mirelurks, the fisherman is also controlling the hermit crab as well. But then, why are they here? They're obviously looking for something, and using the Vault 76 dwellers to search for it. Well, there's a note I didn't mention, just laid out in the open, is the deep. And it is certainly something. Now, we've met the creature and potentially seen the obelisk depicted. The interloper has been around and plotting in Appalachia since before the war. So, a little background before we begin. Now, before the war, Lucky Hole Mine attracted a group who were pulled there by the interloper to worship it. We can even find holotapes from a man named Jeff Lane that give us a pretty decent look at how this happens.
There are other things in this world now that cannot be explained. The end of the world has awoken. Something. We all know the Mothman is out there, stalking and watching us. But what of the unseen? There are things we can only glimpse in our minds. Great entities beyond our comprehension. The Mothman is a creature more like us than the unknowable horrors in the peripheral vision of our subconscious minds. No longer just a false memory now. I have heard a tale of this entity made real, deep in the earth. The storyteller was mad by any reckoning, but his story, no less true. My name is Jeff Lane, and I will lay bare this watcher. No matter how deep I must go, I will come to know the true nature of the interloper. The interloper is here. I can feel it clearly. Last night, in visions more real than the senses, it called to me, and I go to it now. Signs are all around that I am not the only one to hear the call, though where they have failed, I will not, for it summons me alone in the end. Before I go deeper, for the truth revealed changes all. By its very nature, let it be known, in this world, the interloper has chosen Jeff Lane as the conduit of the unknowable. Together, the hidden reality becomes manifest at long last.
After the true Mothman followers arrived and the two cults combined, a schism was caused when Brother Charles realized the first priestess of the wood wasn't actually worshipping the true wise Mothman. Charles took his true believers and left. Presumably, then everyone else either died or left after the Scorched Plague swept the area. Now, when we visit the Lucky Hole Mine, through several hidden paths in the back of the cave, we can actually find the interloper. A large, gruesome creature that seems to be in the middle of growing. And, from the corpses around it, it was being fed humans. After the Wastelanders update, this mine became filled with false Mothman cultists, who've been worshipping this entity and presumably still feeding it. And with the update, right by the interloper, we can now find woven baskets filled with fish that are identical to the ones found at the Fisherman's Rest. We can also find an obelisk here that might be the one from the note, or not, as there was another obelisk of much greater importance in the past that affects all the Lovecraftian lore that they've built. Way back in Fallout 3, we had the Dunwich building, one of the most terrifying locations in a Fallout game. Not only was it filled with Fallout 3's ghouls, which were some of the creepiest in the series, the place was very clearly haunted, doors opening and closing, objects moving, and my ever favorite holotape.
God help me. I found Dad today. I didn't think it was him, but the face. The zombies didn't touch him. I think he was becoming like them. Didn't know it was him until I found that old book near him. No more killing. I just need to go. Can't forget the book. All I have left of him. It's warm against the stone. I'll just rest a while.
The Dunwich Company before the war and afterwards were worshipping eldritch entities, and below the Dunwich building, still exerting its control, is an obelisk connected to Ugg Qualtoff. There's even a questline connected to this location through the Point Lookout DLC. Upon finding Black Hole Manor, an old man in a wheelchair will greet you. Obadiah wants your help returning a book that was stolen from him, the Krydonis. We learn that this was used by his ancestor to control the island, letting her live well beyond her natural years until the book was stolen from her. At the end of the quest, you can either return the book to Obadiah, where you find he has a ritual site set up in his basement with a decapitated body, or you can return the book to the obelisk, obliterating it in the process. So the obelisk could be either one of these, or a third one we don't know about. From the tabletop role-playing game expansion Winter of Atom, we know these obelisks were fairly common in the architecture of the old ones. That's not all we can gather from the note though. For a start, the note is called The Deep. We also have a location on 76 called The Deep, and hidden within its widening caves is a very interloper-like being. Known in the game files as the Visitor's Corpse, it bears a striking resemblance to the interloper. It's unknown how it died. Maybe without anyone to feed it, it starved, or the nearby mining facility killed it. We just don't know. The note could be referencing another location with new content though. Big Maw has always been one of those locations that has drawn me in, which, considering the implications, may not be a good thing. The Maw is a large pit that has water at the bottom. It's usually inhabited with floaters, and the false Mothman cult has been using this location to sacrifice people. A nearby note that can be found might explain why. I don't know why I came to the Big Maw. I'd never considered why we called it that. As far back as I can remember, that's just what it was called. I remember family picnics here and the older kids climbing down to swim in the summer. Now though, there can be no question. I cannot say for certain which of the circumstances has caused it to open. I do know that I must go inside. Is it the smell, the sound, the warmth? Even as I write these last words, I am impatient to look back into the yawning abyss. The true Maw, the ancient namesake of Big Maw. Honestly, I love the Lovecraftian themes of this one. The draw of the unknown, a dark, terrifying location that's oddly compelling and draws in the writer, even though they know it's not a good idea. The implication here is that for some reason Big Maw opened at one point and drew people in, before closing again, leaving us to wonder what could be down there in the true Maw. Well, the fishing update may have just given us a glimpse. If you spend a ton of time fishing and ticking off your fishing challenges, you'll eventually upgrade your fishing rod enough to be able to hunt down living legends. I just had terrible luck on all like the dailies and stuff, so this took me way longer than it should have. And in the Maw, we can catch Ril Tikanoff, the Maw Begotten. Now, that's definitely an eldritch name if I've ever heard one. Putting aside the hard to pronounce bit at the beginning, Begotten essentially means give birth to, meaning the Maw is the origin of this thing. Maybe a sign of the creatures that the poor note writer saw when they were drawn into the Maw. Maybe this is the kind of fish the fisherman is actually looking for. Now back to the note that started all of this. It does have scribbling of a madman on it, and it's highly difficult to decipher. I think maybe up here it says something like, learn their delay. Down the bottom we have something like, I not show my kind, maybe, with a thanks in the bottom. I think maybe some words are covered up, and obviously the doctor level of handwriting really doesn't help. I'm kind of hoping you guys can help me with this one. I've spent way too many hours staring at this note, and all I can think is it's a warning for whatever is going to soak the obelisk in blood. Maybe they were sent here to check on why the interloper hasn't finished growing yet, and to complete the process. Now, let's get to real theory territory. The captain's story is definitely based on the Lovecraft story, and it's got me thinking about other Lovecraft stories. Two stories in particular, and their connection to a town called Innsmouth. Innsmouth is a peculiar little port town whose inhabitants are known to suffer from Innsmouth degradation. It's a disease that runs through the entire town, leaving them with narrow heads, flat noses, and bulging staring eyes, with a strange dead fish-like odor coming from them. Strangers to the town are treated with hostility, and the town all worship the esoteric order of Dagon. What's found to actually be happening here is that the Devil's Reef, a deep abyss near the town, houses a colony of deep ones. Fish-like humanoids who worship the fish god Dagon, who made a pact with the townsfolk around giving offerings for gold. Eventually, over time, the two intermingled, and now the entire town is part of the Deep One birthing process. The townsfolk mate with the Deep Ones, and children are mostly human, but as they age, their Deep One heritage shows through more and more until they leave land and sink into the waves to join the others in the Devil's Reef. In fact, the main character is revealed to be descended from them without even knowing of it, and later transforming and going to join his kin below the waves. That description sounded pretty familiar though, didn't it? That's exactly what the older models of Mirelurk Kings look like. The other story is about a woman from Innsmouth who marries a man from another town, as presumably she isn't showing full Innsmouth degradation just yet. As the story progresses, it's revealed that she is actually possessed by her father, who keeps exerting pressure on the mind of the husband until eventually it succeeds in completely taking over his body. Similar to the process we are seeing with the captain, as his mind is slowly being taken over by the Mirelurk King, who controls him from the sideline. Now, obviously, those stories are from a completely different mythos, but we have seen them use Lovecraft stories for a baseline multiple times throughout the series. I mentioned how the captain's story was very closely related to one earlier, and in a previous video we discussed the Cabot family and how that's based on the Nameless City, not to mention the fact Pickman and his paintings are in Fallout 4 as well. Lovecraft stories are alive and well throughout Bethesda's Fallout. Now, following that line of thought, maybe the different Mirelurk Kings we encounter are at different stages of the life cycle. The designer did say he wanted the Frog Mirelurk Kings we have in the later games to be more of a Lovecraftian monstrosity. Maybe they're just further along the life cycle than the Fallout 3 Mirelurk Kings. Pulling back for a second from the super crazy theory level and to the mid-level crazy, we do have another eldritch being present in the camp. Scattered throughout Fallout 76, we can find these little clowns. One at the mining town of Mulch that had a mine collapse, hiding away with a bunch of blasting caps almost as if it was responsible. One can be found in the White Spring Golfing Club holding a little red balloon. And at the Atlantic City Boardwalk, we can find the most interesting one. Hidden inside a locked door is a shrine to a clown with some poor folks' eyes in front of it. And picking up the picture results in the doors slamming shut and your vision becoming blurry. Also, in the corner we can find one of those same clown dolls, chest bursting from a skeleton. After touching the picture, scattered throughout the boardwalk, a clown can be seen watching you, though never close enough to reach. Throughout the map are more shrines to the same clown, all sharing the same traits: a little clown nearby, someone's eyes placed into a mannequin, and some graffiti about how they saw something. Now, this is all very clearly a reference to the entity from It, and it definitely has its eyes on the captain now. We can find one of its dolls in the camp. Maybe due to the things he's seen, or more likely what he'll do, it's following him. The entity feeds upon fear and is always seen around disasters. Maybe the captain and fisherman are the harbingers of a new apocalypse. An apocalypse that starts with feeding the interloper. As a side note, we did also get a new camp companion who's after my own insane theory crafting heart. Dottie is a ghoul, though she isn't aware of it and believes she's just going through puberty, even though...
That happened to my parents around the same time as me. Weird coincidence, huh?
Through talking to Dottie, you can put some pieces together about her past. Her parents seem to be conspiracy theory nuts, most likely part of the Free States group. They kept Dottie in a bunker and fed her their truths until water started to leak into their bunker, turning them all into ghouls. Although her parents unfortunately turned feral, Dottie thinks they just began speaking a new growly code, and she hopes to return and crack it one day. Though her entire bunker has probably been flooded by the fish by now. Dottie's conspiracies can actually come close to the truth. For example, she talks about Nuka World freezing people for the future, and they did actually do this to their founder. In fact, we find them in Fallout 4. But a lot of Dottie's secrets are like this, with some hint of truth to them. So then, what's her take on fish? They're spies. They're spying on everybody. The fish on the table in front of her has camera lenses for eyes, and she states it's due to the government using them to spy on us. Though she also thinks protections are a fake giant body being operated by the real robots that are tiny and inside its head, which is why she always stomps the grass to take out any hidden robots. So maybe she is just crazy. So far, we've discussed about the aquatic threats that have ended up on the land. But what about the true depths of the ocean in Fallout? Even before the apocalypse, the ocean contained most of the life on Earth. But at this point, the life on land is barely even a blip in comparison. And the things in the ocean are hungry. Washed up on the shores of Boston, we can encounter dolphins, who look fairly unchanged, apart from the fact their teeth are definitely bigger and more pronounced. Some live specimens can be found in the aquarium in Atlantic City, but mostly you encounter are washed up on the shore with their stomachs ripped open by something big. In fact, in the ocean surrounding Boston, if you take the time to explore, you can even find dolphins in the same state at the bottom. And we might have an answer as to what that could be. You can encounter two guards discussing Old Peg, a giant ghoul whale.
So one day, my grandpappy was egging. It was a foul day. Fog so thick you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. He was stumbling along and then he heard a tremendous clamoring. From the ocean. Like nothing he'd ever heard before or since. He stood still for a long time. The fog cleared for a brief moment, and that's when he saw the outline of the great behemoth. Massive. Bigger than anything you or I will ever see. Old Peg. A giant blue ghoul whale.
Now, this whale doesn't exist in the game and could be explained away by the Chinese submarine that's in the bay. But even if that's true, what has been hunting the dolphins in the area? The size of those bites are rather huge, so maybe a predatory ghoul whale makes sense. Now, there is one thing I'll never forgive Bethesda for. 20 Leagues Under the Sea. This cut quest would have had us visiting Vault 120, an underwater vault with a bizarre overseer, similar in style to BioShock. As it's cut content, not everything about it is known. Some of these cells are in the game, but only parts of the quests are, and the confirmation for who was overseer actually came from a Bethesda post getting to meet Christian's Meister. There exists in the game files the skin for a giant squid that was originally thought to be attacking the vault, but now, thanks to this interview, is now confirmed as being the actual overseer. What could be incredibly interesting to find out is whether this squid was the original overseer, or mutated along the vault and somehow joined the vault and became overseer. Either way, its existence doesn't bode well if the ocean is filled with even more sentient beings, as life on land is sorely outnumbered. Those are just some of the behemoths of the ocean that we do know about from hushed whispers, but there is so much we don't know. On the way to Point Lookout, Tobar the ferryman lets you know he doesn't go much further than Point Lookout anymore, as there are too many critters looking for lunch. Considering what we've seen near land, the deep ocean must be absolutely terrifying. And for all of these creatures, it's likely that using their ability to dominate, the Mirelurk Kings could raise an army of any or all of these. Mirelurks definitely seem to be their favorite, maybe for how fast they can breed and their strength, or the fact that they can go on both land and sea. Well, the new update shows us that the Mirelurk King can definitely dominate other species. Maybe the warning is about the army they're raising to exterminate the surface once the interloper finally awakens. The castle, previously known as Fort Independence in Fallout 4, might actually give us some evidence of this. By the time the sole survivor turns up, the walls have been breached and a Mirelurk Queen has made this location her nest. But rewinding back, this was the main hub for the Minutemen leaders when they were trying to create a government to protect all of the settlements. Until something, presumably the nearby Mirelurk Queen, attacked and wiped out most of the leadership, leaving the Minutemen to face setback after setback until you arrive and rebuild everything. It is possible that this was just due to the Queen deciding there was plenty of food and that it looked like a good place to nest, which is likely. But if we do don our tinfoil hats for a moment and think of it from the Lovecraftian point of view, We know from the Winter of Atom that there is a large eldritch city hidden under the glowing sea, and what's inside has tried using the Fuller of Atoms to rise up. The Minutemen leadership were destroyed around 40 years prior to this, but in that time, no other controlling force rose up around Boston. The old gods are nothing if not patient, and the best way to pave a path forward would be to wipe out any obstacles, such as a uniting force in the area that it wants to emerge into. The synths probably even help with this goal, making everyone distrustful of each other. In the future, I'd imagine some kind of new raid that involves fighting through deep sea creatures, cultists, and finally the interloper, though maybe the fun to these mysteries is really in the mystery itself, at least for me personally. Just as a last horrifying addition, as I was finishing this, I was rereading through my Winter of Atom book for a new video, and I did discover something else kind of disturbing. As part of Chapter 3, the players stumble upon some Minutemen protecting the Boston Harbor from the ocean. They're eating some strange fruit that will have terrible side effects, but more on that in my next video. More interestingly, the book has this to say about them. The Minutemen guard the harbor shores, keeping an eye out for any ships that get stranded or any strange monsters that come out of the sea. They recently killed a giant squid with 36 arms and 4 human legs. They burnt the body, but still smell like ink. So, despite what little we've seen of the ocean, its depth definitely holds true monstrosities. A giant squid with 36 arms and 4 human legs that can come onto land sounds horrifying. Potentially, it could be even what was killing the dolphins. We don't know yet. But thanks for watching, everyone. What do you think? Are the Mirelurk Kings some Lovecraftian monstrosities, or just the result of evolution and mutation? Do you want to see more of the ocean in the future like I do? Let me know down below, and don't forget to do all the usual stuff like subscribing if you enjoy this, and joining the Discord if you want to discuss it. We have a nice little community growing over there where I usually discuss videos as I'm working on them. For now though, stay safe out there in the wasteland, and I'll see you next time.